Lightning strikes a massive Gothic estate as a heavy storm drapes the landscape in shadows. A cloaked woman sprints through the rain-soaked forest, her footsteps splashing heavily in the mud. The woman expresses relief at finding the water essence that her target had successfully acquired. Holding the essence, she vows to use its power to finally eliminate her female rival. A man watches the storm from a window while whispering Ophelia's name into the night. A royal banner hangs in a silent, sunlit corridor, marking the transition to the palace. Servants watch in fearful silence as the white-haired lady walks past with a stern expression. The woman pauses before a set of massive, ornate doors, preparing for a difficult confrontation. Inside, the dark-haired man criticizes her lack of manners before demanding to know her business. Ophelia stands silently before him, her pale eyes reflecting the gravity of her unexpected visit. She informs the man that she has come specifically because she has something to say. He abruptly orders her to leave before she can even mention the word divorced. Ophelia protests his cold dismissal and begs him to listen to her request until the end. Terrified by his overwhelming aura, Ophelia decides it is much safer to simply leave the room. The scene shifts to a stylized memory of their silent and tense standoff in the office. Frustrated by the encounter, Ophelia expresses her anger at being dismissed so cruelly once again. She slams the heavy doors shut behind her as she storms out in a huff. Alone in the hallway, the woman wipes away tears while reflecting on her miserable circumstances. Ophelia laments the extreme difficulty of obtaining a divorce after being rejected so many times. A transition note observes that the title of the book had a heavy melodramatic scent. An ornate, leather-bound book with gold filigree sits against a soft, floral background. The story begins by introducing the heroine of the novel as a noble countess. The countess finds a collapsed boy in her territory and begins caring for his ill-tempered self. As expected, the boy is eventually revealed to be the empire's long-lost crown prince. Narrative text explains that the prince soon proposes marriage to the countess who saved him. He proposes despite the countess already having a husband, creating a scandalous and dramatic conflict. A girl in a hospital bed reads the novel to escape her bland, everyday reality. She grips the pages tightly, fully immersed in the dramatic world of the fictional characters. The narrator reveals her identity as Ophelia MacGuffin, the notorious villainess of that very novel. Ophelia's villainous reputation began when she slapped a young noblewoman at her own debutante ball. Her violent behavior became a daily occurrence as she continued to assault everyone in her path. A close-up of the woman's sharp, intense gaze highlights her role as the story's antagonist. Desperate to stop her, the Duke hurried Ophelia into marriage with the Lord of the North. The groom, Sylvester Regan, was a feared half-demon with cursed blood flowing through his veins. Sylvester accepted the marriage for political power despite the mutual dislike between him and Ophelia. The wedding took place regardless of Ophelia's will, binding her to the terrifying Grand Duke. They stand at the altar during a cold ceremony that is completely devoid of joy. The couple exchanges rings in a dark atmosphere filled with sharp thorns and blooming roses. The marriage legally freed Ophelia from her father's massive gambling debts due to her name change. She realizes that while her debts are gone, she's trapped in a loveless marriage. Duke MacGuffin eventually committed suicide after being relentlessly tormented by the debt collectors he owed. Ophelia reflects on her father's death, standing alone as her family's legacy shatters around her. Driven to despair, the villainess began to dabble in dangerous dark magic to change her fate. Ophelia spent several years in a daze, turning a blind eye to everything but her magic. One day, a sudden shift in the world pulls her back into the immediate reality. The woman stands at a grand ball, her face a blank mask amidst the whispering crowd. In that moment, she falls in love at first sight with the returning crown prince. The crown prince appears as a radiant hero, the perfect protagonist of the melodramatic story. He offers a warm, charming smile that captivates Ophelia and gives her a new purpose. Ophelia gazes up at the prince, hoping this encounter will finally rewrite her tragic script. Dark, skeletal figures transition the narrative through a series of clawed, atmospheric strokes. A title card features a blonde girl among flowers, representing the translation team's credits. A promotional card depicts a dark, monstrous eye looming over a set of jagged teeth. Focusing on his clothing, the Duke mentions his wife while standing near a bright window. The brown-haired assistant offers a formal apology while Sylvester stands looking out at the gardens. The assistant asks to excuse himself from the room to check on his wife's welfare. Sylvester grants permission while noting that his wife's behavior often puts the Countess in difficulty. The assistant rushes toward the exit as the black-haired Duke watches him depart with interest. Sylvester recalls a previous incident where his wife spilled water over a noblewoman's head. A monochrome flashback shows the assistant tending to the Countess following Ophelia's previous violent outburst. Reflecting on his wife's unpredictable nature, the Duke predicts that today will be equally chaotic. Sylvester sighs and notes that there is never a truly peaceful day with her around. Deciding to investigate further, the Duke knocks on the door and prepares to step inside. The assistant enters and reports seeing the Count running through the halls looking incredibly pale. Sylvester suggests the Count's panic is likely caused by the unexpected presence of the Duchess. Chibi Sylvester suggests his wife came to help him, causing the assistant extreme visible stress. The assistant admits that he finds it impossible to speak politely when discussing the troublesome Duchess. Sylvester warns the man to guard his tongue unless he wishes to lose it to Ophelia. The Duke looks over a set of documents, confirming a specific detail with a calm expression. The brown-haired assistant points out that the Duke has once again rejected a specific legal request. Sylvester confirms the rejection with a serene smile, his eyes closed in a moment of satisfaction. Clenching his fist, the assistant demands to know the reason behind the Duke's persistent refusal. Papers fly through a grand hall as text explains he could have gained significant alimony payments. Standing alone in the sunlight, the white-haired Duchess gazes toward the high ceilings of the hall. A close-up of Sylvester's glowing blue eye highlights his silent and deeply calculating internal state. Stylized art of a woman with pomegranates illustrates the narrative describing those who loathe Ophelia. The assistant asks the Duke directly why he continues to refuse a divorce from his wife. Sylvester maintains a serious expression, looking toward his subordinate with an unreadable and intense gaze. A large speech bubble declares his affection for her against a bright, floral-patterned background. The assistant is left completely stunned and confused by the Duke's sudden and blunt confession. A dramatic transition of vertical dark lines creates a heavy and tense mood for the scene. Sylvester stands before the white-haired woman, formally addressing her as Ophelia from the MacGuffin Duchy. Looking closely at her face, the Duke notes that she was never swayed by his charms. Sylvester explains to his assistant that Ophelia is useful for diverting attention away from political scandals. Thought bubbles question if the Duchess is still determined to win over the Empire's crown prince. The assistant notes that while her personality has changed, it does not truly matter to him. Placing a hand on the window, Sylvester admits he is looking forward to her next move. Leaning against the glass, the Duke smiles while wondering what his wife will choose to do. Shattered glass falls as the pink-haired Countess pleads for mercy during the tense garden interaction. The white-haired woman holds out a jewelry box, insisting that the Countess take the red necklace. A close-up of the Duchess's intense expression captures her confusion as she asks for an explanation. Ravens take flight over a garden fountain while a large thought bubble questions the current situation. Ophelia reflects on her success in securing a seat despite the overwhelming social tension of the party. Countess Cardell and the other noble women watch the uninvited Duchess with looks of pure, concentrated hatred. Chibi Ophelia laughs while noting the unbearable tension and high alert of the surrounding noblewomen. A close-up of Ophelia's shimmering eye reveals her focusing on a specific item among the guests. The Duchess's lips are shown in close-up as she begins to voice a sudden, critical realization. A sparkling, heart-shaped red necklace is identified as a legendary item from the original novel's plot. The pink-haired Countess reacts with visible shock when the Duchess asks if she holds the dragon's necklace. A gloved hand sets a teacup down while acknowledging the truly impressive quality of the necklace. Countess Cardell boasts that the radiant jewelry she wears is a gift from her husband. Ophelia gazes at the necklace while the Countess enjoys her tea with a smug expression. An overwhelming sense of awe fills the atmosphere as the beauty of the gem is acknowledged. Panic erupts as a flashback shows the Countess cowering during a previous encounter with the Duchess. The Duchess appears menacing in the shadows, making the Countess fear she wants the necklace. A frantic plea echoes through the garden as a guest begs the Duchess to stop. A young noblewoman explains that the necklace represents the Count's profound love for his wife. The blue-haired woman urges the Countess to refuse while the pink-haired woman trembles in terror. Narrative text labels Ophelia a witch whose curses surpass the purification powers of high-ranking priests. Ophelia is flustered, realizing that simply calling something beautiful is misinterpreted as a demand for it. Trembling, Ophelia resolves to defuse the situation to protect herself from further social fallout. Standing abruptly, the white-haired woman tries to explain that there has been a significant misunderstanding. The Countess gasps as she misinterprets Ophelia's sudden movement as the start of an attack. A dark memory shows the Count comforting his wife after a past confrontation with the Duchess. Overcome by fear, the pink-haired woman screams while clutching her head in total desperation. A teacup shatters against the ground, symbolizing the complete collapse of the social gathering. The surrounding noblewomen watch in horror, their faces pale as the scene turns increasingly chaotic. The Countess is confused by the silence, wondering why the expected physical assault hasn't happened. Ophelia stands tall and silent, her silhouette casting a long, intimidating shadow over the tea table. Looking up, the Countess is surprised to see that the Duchess does not look angry. The pink-haired woman suspects a trap, fearing Ophelia has come specifically for the dragon's necklace. A metaphorical giant eye looms over the cowering Countess as she fears losing her precious jewelry. Terrified of a curse, the Countess decides that giving up the necklace is her only survival. She worries that refusing the Duchess will lead to revenge that might harm her beloved husband. The Countess prepares to lower herself, her movements slow and heavy with resignation. Bowing low, the pink-haired woman offers the jewelry box, insisting that the Duchess take the necklace. Tears stream down the Countess's face as she begs Ophelia to accept the legendary gift. Ophelia is mentally screaming, utterly baffled as to why the woman is suddenly surrendering her treasure. A dark, heavy mood settles over the garden as the interaction reaches its bizarre conclusion. Skeletal figures rise in a dark transition, marking a shift in the narrative's time. Thoughtful text appears against a dark background, noting an appreciation for the unintended gesture. In a chibi style, Ophelia is horrified while the Countess and her friend weep in despair. The Countess asks if Ophelia wants something else, while the Duchess realizes communication has failed. A delicate, lace-edged handkerchief is held out, intended to soothe the crying noblewoman. The blue-haired woman hands the handkerchief to Ophelia, who remains frozen in total shock. Ophelia wonders if she is expected to console the very woman she supposedly just bullied. The white-haired woman looks at our guest, trying to process the absurdity of the current moment. The Countess gazes up with tear-filled eyes, looking vulnerable and completely defeated by the Duchess. Ophelia gently wipes the tears away, internally telling herself to stay composed before she loses control. Chibi Ophelia laments the recurring misunderstandings while questioning the extent of her predecessor's past cruelty. Looking down at the sobbing woman, Ophelia can't help but feel that the Countess looks pitiful. The pink-haired woman stands up, her expression a mix of shame, relief, and lingering fear. Wiping her eyes, the Countess tries to regain some semblance of dignity after her public breakdown. Shouting an apology, the Countess flees across the garden, leaving the guests and the Duchess behind. Ophelia calls out for her to wait, but the woman continues her frantic escape from the garden. A hand rests on the jewelry box as Ophelia reflects on her unexpected acquisition of the gem. Narrative text suggests she has a talent for snatching things as she acquires the legendary dragon necklace. The dragon necklace is described as a priceless relic made from dragon skin and a fire ruby. Chibi Ophelia dismisses the need to seduce the prince now that she possesses such immense wealth. Standing with her maids, Ophelia reflects on the pain her predecessor caused to those around her. Countess Cardell clutches her head in absolute distress, overwhelmed by the Duchess's overwhelming presence. Ophelia stands with her back to the camera, her long white hair cascading down. Irene reacts with sudden alarm as someone calls out to her from the garden. The white-haired Duchess formally requests a private audience with the master of the house. Ophelia maintains a tense, determined expression while preparing for the upcoming high-stakes social negotiation. An ornate golden chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting a warm light over the room. Count Cardell offers his sincere apologies, regretting that he wasn't better prepared for the Duchess's visit. Ophelia offers a gentle, practiced smile as she sits across from the nervous nobleman. Setting down her tea, Ophelia notes that the Countess recently gifted her the dragon necklace. The Count confirms he heard about the gift, recalling his wife's terrified reaction to Ophelia. Ophelia sips her tea thoughtfully, repeating the word gift with a knowing, subtle smirk. The jewelry box sits open on the table, showcasing the brilliant red dragon necklace. Ophelia declares she is returning the necklace, claiming it is too extravagant for her to accept. Count Cardell is bewildered, questioning why she would return a gift his wife gave her. Internally, the Duchess decides it is the perfect moment to execute her secret plan. Ophelia acknowledges that simply returning the item might hurt the Count's pride and family reputation. The Duchess proposes an exchange to ensure neither family's social standing is tarnished by the return. Slamming her hand onto the desk, Ophelia formally offers to trade the necklace for something else. A horse-drawn carriage travels through the countryside as the sun begins to set over the horizon. Ophelia sits inside the moving carriage, gazing out at the passing trees with a satisfied expression. The white-haired woman smiles brightly, celebrating the fact that she finally secured her true goal. Ophelia holds up the secret letter written by the former Empress Margaret, her primary mission objective. Examining a small portrait of a mustachioed man, the Duchess notes the artwork's surprisingly shabby appearance. Chibi Ophelia rejoices, confident that the Empress's letter will help her win the prince's favor. Narrative text suggests people will be stunned that she traded a national treasure for old artwork. Ophelia imagines herself as a merciful angel while reflecting on the success of her trip. A frantic scream echoes through the forest as the scene shifts to a new development. Scandalous headlines accuse Ophelia of stealing valuable artwork and assaulting the Countess during her visit. Chibi Ophelia panics, realizing she didn't know the portrait of the old man was so valuable. The Duchess worries that returning the portrait now will only make her look more guilty. Sylvester holds the shining portrait, leading Ophelia to fear he won't give it back easily. The Duke gazes at his wife with a smirk, noting that she is truly extraordinary. Sylvester explains the painting's massive future value depends entirely on the artist's eventual death. The black-haired man laughs about the artist's age while Ophelia looks on with visible disgust. Ophelia yells at the Duke, demanding he stop playing with the painting and return it. Sylvester looks slightly stunned by his wife's sudden and aggressive demand for the artwork's return. Chibi Sylvester mockingly keeps the painting away from the annoyed Duchess, acting very childishly. Ophelia fumes, angry that this valuable painting has once again damaged her already poor reputation. When Sylvester questions her sudden concern for her reputation, Ophelia vows to improve it starting now. The Duke laughs, reminding her that she has already reached the absolute bottom of social standing. Ophelia reflects on the harsh rumors about her recent behavior at the Cardell Tea Party. Narrative text describes the suffocating feeling of being trapped behind an invisible wall of prejudice. Splashes of red and black emphasize the narrative description of Ophelia's many wicked past deeds. Text boxes label the Duchess as a devilish figure consumed by nothing but pure evil. Ophelia realizes that despite her efforts to change, the world still views her with hatred. A final text panel confirms the world will always judge her through the lens of villainy. Sighing, Ophelia admits to the Duke that she has no allies in this entire empire. Sylvester watches her with an intense, unwavering gaze, his blue eyes reflecting deep calculation. Ophelia looks down with a sorrowful expression, feeling the weight of her isolation.
Sylvester closes the distance, staring intently into Ophelia's eyes as the atmosphere between them shifts.
A cheerful, pink-haired girl in a decorative winter outfit poses for a credits card. A massive, terrifying eye looms in the darkness over a recruitment message for editors.
A shimmering eye reflects a glowing butterfly as a sense of dramatic realization takes hold.
Ophelia stands before her husband, Sylvester, in a moment of quiet, formal conversation and observation. Chibi Ophelia demands that her husband shut up and stop causing her trouble, while Chibi Sylvester cheekily agrees to keep quiet. The black-haired man notes that in just one day, his wife has managed to stir up the entire country again. Sylvester observes that gossip about Ophelia completely overshadows his serious political discussions regarding tax increases with Count Cardell. Narrative text explains that people are naturally drawn more to scandalous gossip than to dull political matters. Noblewomen gossip about Ophelia's allure, noting she seems free to do whatever she desires without consequence. Looking at the white-haired woman, the narrative declares she cannot leave, calling her light his only source of freedom. Sylvester stares with an intense, possessive gaze, telling her she can only be free by his side. A heavy darkness surrounds the text, emphasizing that her freedom is granted only by his permission. Sylvester looks at a piece of paper with a confused expression, wondering about its sudden arrival. The black-haired man informs a stressed Ophelia she received a letter, leaving her wondering who would contact her. Ophelia gazes at the sealed envelope with a look of genuine surprise and intense curiosity. A formal greeting to the Duchess is presented within an elegant floral-patterned gold frame.
The text notes that this is the sender's first time writing to the white-haired noblewoman.
The sender expresses hope that the letter does not cause the Duchess any unnecessary inconvenience.
The blue-haired woman recalls finding herself in an incredibly awkward social situation during the previous day's events.
Jasmine Smith explains that her shyness and poor speaking skills made her feel unwelcome among the other noblewomen. A realization dawns as the narrative text confirms understanding of the young woman's difficult social situation.
Ophelia realizes the letter is from the shy young lady who offered her a handkerchief yesterday.
Jasmine explains in her letter that the Duchess's sudden appearance provided her a much-needed escape. The young woman admits she likely would have been scolded by the Countess if not for Ophelia. The text conveys a sincere and deep message of gratitude toward the white-haired Duchess. Holding the letter, Ophelia reads the closing signature from a deeply thankful Jasmine Smith. Sunlight streams through a window as Ophelia reflects on the fact that her plan has finally succeeded. Holding a floral card, the white-haired woman reacts with shock and delight to the unexpected outcome. A transition of bright blue sky and swirling leaves marks a shift in the story's location. Ophelia cheers in her blue gown, declaring it the perfect day to finally meet the Crown Prince. Chibi Ophelia scolds Sylvester for his awful words, while he mockingly pretends to search for her missing allies. Ophelia enters her carriage for the palace, noting that while the plot continues, the future is uncertain. The Duchess resolves to act quickly and follow the original timeline to ensure her own survival. An angry shout echoes through a village alleyway as someone is harshly labeled a worthless Brock. A woman yells at a young orphan boy, claiming orphans are useless and can't even handle chores. The brown-haired boy offers a stuttering apology, promising to finish cleaning the messy room immediately. Narrative text explains that while the slums were ignored, Fleur used her own money to build an orphanage.
The text highlights that the heroine, Fleur, also possesses the remarkable qualities of a master swordswoman.
A lone figure stands by a window in a dusty room, looking out at the sunlit world. The blonde heroine Fleur kneels before the throne, marking the moment her high social position was solidified. Ophelia determinedly plans to steal the heroine's glory to gain favor with the crown prince. A servant informs the Duchess they have arrived at the palace as she gazes out at trees. The grand imperial palace shines brilliantly under the midday sun, standing as a symbol of absolute power. Looking up at the architecture, Ophelia remarks that the palace looks even more dignified in the daylight. Stepping from her carriage, Ophelia notes she previously sent word that her visit concerned a very important matter. The purple-haired knight delivers a blunt message stating that the crown prince has denied the Duchess entry. Ophelia is visibly mortified, sweating as she wonders why she thought Prince Callian would actually see her. Standing her ground, Ophelia asks the guards to deliver a specific item to change the prince's mind. The knight holds the envelope with visible disdain, making Ophelia blush with anger at his disrespectful behavior. Chibi Ophelia waits patiently while the Chibi guard agrees to take the letter inside for the prince. Ophelia slumps in exhaustion, wondering why the prince is taking so long to respond to her visit. Gazing toward the horizon, the white-haired duchess notes the sun is already beginning to set on her. While rubbing her aching legs, Ophelia receives a formal and polite apology for the delay from the knight. Fuming internally, the duchess resents being ignored and forced to wait in such an incredibly humiliating position. Regaining her composure, the white-haired woman asks the purple-haired knight to lead her into the drawing room. The purple-haired knight states that entry is not permitted, causing Ophelia to react with a look of pure shock. Ophelia demands to know why, asking if the knight successfully delivered her letter to the crown prince. The knight confirms that he delivered the message and that the crown prince has personally read her letter. Completely bewildered, Ophelia wonders why the crown prince would still refuse her after reading such a vital letter.
The purple-haired knight prepares to relay the crown prince's exact and brutally honest words to the duchess.
Standing alone, Ophelia is struck by the crown prince's harsh and blunt command for her to get lost. Looking wounded, the white-haired woman wonders if the prince is going too far with his blatant, open dislike. Yelling in frustration, Ophelia cannot believe the prince had his servant deliver such an insulting verbal message. Ophelia laments her wasted efforts, feeling absolute frustration at being kicked out after working so hard for that letter.
Reflecting on her failed plan, the duchess realizes her attempt to improve their relationship has ended in total confusion.
Ophelia considers starting charity work to prove she is truly changed from the villainous woman of the past. A close-up highlights the graceful presence of someone approaching the frustrated white-haired woman in the palace garden. Startled, the white-haired woman stops her mutterings and looks up at the unexpected visitor in the sunlight. Ophelia's eyes widen with sudden recognition as she identifies the person standing before her in the bright garden. The blonde heroine greets the duchess, who recognizes her as the story's angelic embodiment of pure goodness. A rhythmic thumping emphasizes the intense atmosphere as the white-haired woman faces the heroine of the story. Fleur Williams stands amidst blooming flowers, her gentle profile emphasizing her role as the original novel's protagonist. Radiant and smiling, Fleur Williams is formally identified by name as the narrative's perfect and graceful heroine. Ophelia remains frozen in shock, her heart racing as she processes the sudden and unexpected meeting with Fleur. Fleur confirms her identity while the narrative highlights her angelic grace and the pure goodness she embodies. Placing a hand over her heart, the blonde heroine radiates a sense of overwhelming kindness and delicate fragility. Gazing at the blonde woman, the white-haired duchess confirms with absolute certainty that this is the heroine. Looking nervous, Fleur Williams timidly asks if she was being rude by choosing to greet the duchess first. Flustered, Ophelia quickly explains she only delayed her response because the bright sunlight was in her eyes. Fleur Williams exhales a sigh of relief, clearly happy that she did not offend the intimidating white-haired duchess.
Chibi Fleur appears anxious while the duchess reflects on how nervous the young woman seemed during their meeting.
Internally, the white-haired woman admits that she might have been even more nervous than the young heroine. Dark silhouettes recall the many terrible deeds the original Ophelia committed against Fleur in the novel's plot. Ophelia resolves to stay on Fleur's good side to avoid the execution that awaits her in the original story. The two women exchange pleasantries, with Fleur expressing gratitude for her safety and asking about the duchess's well-being. Putting on a friendly mask, Ophelia smiles and claims she is doing fine after the heroine's polite inquiry. Fleur responds with a warm, beaming smile that seems to radiate nothing but pure and genuine kindness. Blown away by the heroine's aura, Ophelia is stunned by just how pure and angelic the girl appears. Narrative text wonders how Fleur can be so kind despite the severe bullying she previously endured from Ophelia. A large thought bubble questions if this unwavering kindness is the true hallmark of a graceful heroine. Ophelia explains she was turned away by the crown prince, receiving a simple and brief acknowledgement from Fleur. A dark shift in the atmosphere leaves Ophelia questioning Fleur's sudden, quiet, and unreadable reaction to the news. Ophelia wonders if Fleur just smirked as the heroine promises to mention their meeting to the prince.
Stunned, the Duchess can only manage a weak confirmation while trying to process the heroine's strange behavior.
Fleur Williams bids the white-haired woman a polite farewell before walking away toward her meeting with Callian. Watching the blonde woman go, Ophelia wonders if she simply imagined the suspicious look on the heroine's face. A focused close-up captures a hint of a cold and calculated expression on the blonde heroine's face.
Fleur's subtle, mocking smile confirms that her angelic persona may be hiding a much darker and hidden side.
Walking through the palace garden, the heroine's long hair flows behind her as she leaves the Duchess alone. A grand carriage sits before the imperial palace as the sun continues to set over the horizon.
Ophelia ponders her situation, her hand resting against her chin as she reflects on recent events.
Narrative text recalls the Duchess's report of being turned away from her meeting with the prince. Ophelia questions Fleur's motives, wondering why the heroine would pretend to be unaware of her feelings. Sweating with anxiety, the white-haired woman finds the heroine's behavior incredibly strange and difficult to decipher. Looking deeply suspicious, Ophelia wonders if the blonde woman was subtly mocking her or if it's just paranoia. In a chibi style, Ophelia rejoices, reminding herself that Fleur is supposed to be the story's kindest character. Imagining everyone as friends, Ophelia tries to convince herself that Fleur's actions were simply an act of kindness. Reflecting on the original novel, the Duchess recalls how naive Fleur was when speaking to Prince Callian.
Ophelia remembers the blonde heroine as a weak pushover who once begged for mercy on behalf of others. The Duchess worries that her predecessor's twisted personality is still influencing her to think negatively about everyone.
Resolved to wait for the truth, Ophelia watches the scenery pass from her carriage with a calm smile. The delicate fabric of a dress brushes against the lush green grass at the palace gardens.
Ophelia envisions a future where she and the heroine become friends, turning past bad blood into something positive.
Startled, the white-haired woman notices Sylvester standing outside as the carriage comes to a sudden halt. Pressing her hands against the window, Ophelia asks in shock why her husband has appeared at the palace.
Staring at her gloved hand, the Duchess suddenly recalls something important she did before leaving the estate. A thought bubble reveals that the Duchess wrote a note to the Duke before starting her journey.
The note states she is off to win over the prince and demands money, signed with a heart. Panicking, chibi Ophelia regrets her overconfidence and wonders why on earth she decided to include a heart. Lamenting her past self's choices, chibi Ophelia feels awkward about being kicked out after such a bold claim. While stepping out of the carriage, the Duchess wonders if the Duke really expected her mission to succeed. Sylvester stands regally near the palace entrance, his dark presence contrasting with the bright daylight surroundings. The black-haired man addresses his wife, while a nervous chibi Ophelia can only offer a confused response. Facing Ophelia, the Duke demands to know what she actually did during her visit to the palace. Feeling the Duke's cold gaze, Ophelia defensively insists that she didn't do anything wrong during her stay. Sylvester stares intensely into his wife's eyes, flatly ordering her to stop lying to him about her actions. Holding a paper, the Duke asks why the Crown Prince would send such a troubling message if she's innocent. Desperate to understand the situation, Ophelia reaches out and demands to see the letter for herself immediately. An image of the prince appears as the note summons the Duke and his wife to the palace. The prince's message warns that Ophelia must pay for whatever she supposedly did to mess with his woman. Chibi Ophelia is frozen in total bewilderment, unable to comprehend the contents of the prince's threatening letter. Sylvester questions his wife again, frustrated that her actions provoked such an extreme reaction from the Crown Prince. Waving her arms, Ophelia swears she only ran into Fleur and offered a simple greeting without any malice. Sighing deeply, the black-haired man decides they must go and resolve this matter at the palace together. Arriving at the palace, the Duke is formally greeted by a knight who states they were expected. Sylvester leads the way into the palace with a stoic expression while Ophelia follows closely behind him. Chibi Sylvester walks ahead confidently, leaving a grumpy Chibi Ophelia to trail in his wake toward the prince. Pointing discreetly, Ophelia whispers to her husband about the knight who insulted her earlier by the palace gates. Walking down the hall, Ophelia complains that the knight told her to get lost on the prince's orders. Sylvester asks what she wants him to do, while Ophelia vents her anger over the lack of respect. The Duke smirks, noting that she should be used to being told to get lost by this point. Looking up at the ornate ceiling, Sylvester remarks that Ophelia herself is actually an expert at delivering insults. Horrified, Ophelia recalls the time she cruelly told Duchess Paynin that she looked like a grain of rice. While Chibi Sylvester laughs at the creative insult, Chibi Ophelia realizes she needs to apologize for her past. Ophelia admits her wrongdoing, acknowledging that whether she is forgiven is up to those she hurt in the past. Sylvester watches her with a skeptical gaze, clearly finding his wife's sudden change in attitude hard to believe. Caught in a moment of doubt, Ophelia wonders if a simple apology will truly be enough to change things. Looking downcast, the white-haired Duchess reflects on how complicated it is to fix her damaged social reputation. Thoughtful text appears against a white background, noting her need to improve herself for a better future life. Ophelia contemplates the idea of disappearing to a quiet place for a few years after her eventual divorce. Sunlight filters through the lush green leaves as a bright blue sky marks a peaceful transition. Fleur enjoys a quiet moment on a bench with her pets, surrounded by everything she loves. Ophelia laughs brightly while the black-haired man watches her with a look of serious and quiet calculation. Sylvester questions his wife about whether the rumors surrounding her reputation really need to die down. The black-haired man claims her rising infamy is beneficial, leaving Ophelia shocked by his cold and unexpected declaration. Sylvester wonders if her bad deeds provide him a cover to commit even worse acts without being noticed. Looking determined, the white-haired woman processes her husband's cynical words with a sharp and focused expression. Sylvester tells her to think carefully while Ophelia privately thinks he is being incredibly petty toward her. Arriving at the prince's door, a knight informs the Duke that His Highness is currently inside. The purple-haired knight stands stoically as Sylvester places a hand on his shoulder in a silent gesture. The Duke and Duchess make a sudden and dramatic entry into the room, startling everyone present there. Sylvester warns the knight that he knows about the insult to his wife and demands it stop. Leaning in close, the Duke menacingly informs the knight that he enjoys collecting round objects as a hobby. Standing with confidence, Sylvester asks if they should go in now while a bewildered Ophelia watches him. Narrative text notes Ophelia is considering the family honor despite her apparent lack of interest in her husband. The white-haired woman reflects on the current situation while observing Sylvester's powerful and imposing presence from behind. Narrative text identifies Sylvester as the most powerful figure in the empire and head of the pro-nobility faction. The text explains that due to his immense power, no one would dare to criticize the Duke's actions. Narrative boxes state there is only one person who dares to oppose Sylvester, and that is Callian. A man wearing a red cape stands with his back turned, facing the blonde heroine in the distance. Ophelia looks visibly shaken and nervous as she witnesses the scene unfolding before her in the palace. The prince holds a weeping Fleur in his arms, leading a confused Ophelia to wonder about the situation. The scene shifts back to the bright sky and trees, emphasizing the heavy atmosphere within the palace gardens. From a distance, the white-haired Duchess watches the intimate and emotional moment between the prince and the heroine. Prince Callian turns his gaze toward the Duchess, acknowledging her arrival with a cold and formal greeting. Callian angrily demands to know if he previously ordered Fleur not to speak with the white-haired Duchess. Fleur continues to cry while Ophelia wonders if her simple greeting caused this sudden and dramatic emotional outburst. Startled by the prince's intense questioning, the white-haired woman can only offer a short and nervous confirmation. A close-up reveals Fleur's startled expression as she reacts to the tense confrontation between the prince and Ophelia. Defending herself, Ophelia asks the prince if their previous conversation didn't conclude on a positive and polite note. The Duchess asks Fleur why she is suddenly behaving this way after their seemingly normal interaction earlier. A decorative archway is shown as the prince's angry voice declares that the white-haired woman is too much.
Ripples form in a dark pool of water, symbolizing the growing tension and turmoil of the current situation.
Crying hysterically, Fleur claims the Duchess is too scary and begs for her forgiveness while Ophelia watches, stunned. Ophelia is left speechless and utterly confused by the heroine's sudden transformation into a fearful and weeping victim. Callian yells at the Duchess to change her expression immediately while Ophelia retorts she was born that way. In a fit of rage, the prince shouts Ophelia's name as his face contorts with anger and blatant dislike. Callian threatens to hold the Duchess accountable and warns that her family will not be safe this time. Outraged by the prince's threats, Ophelia calls him crazy for speaking such absolute nonsense about her family's safety. Ophelia feels the situation is unfair and wants to protest that she and Fleur only had a brief conversation. Narrative text notes the letter has become useless and realizes that Callian's anger will only continue to grow. Clenching her fist, the Duchess tells herself she must endure the situation and hold back her rising anger. Ophelia resolves that if she can endure this 3 times, she will be able to avoid her execution. Fleur continues to weep while watching Ophelia's reaction from behind the safety of the prince's protective stance. The white-haired woman bows deeply before the prince and Fleur, admitting she was rude in her earlier actions. Bowing her head, Ophelia offers a formal apology in an attempt to de-escalate the prince's growing and dangerous fury.
Sylvester suddenly intervenes, placing a hand over his wife's mouth to stop her from apologizing any further.
The Duke firmly states that his wife hasn't done anything wrong except offer a greeting to the Countess. Prince Callian is visibly taken aback by Sylvester's sudden and bold defense of the widely disliked Duchess. The prince asks if the Duke is suggesting that Ophelia's actions were innocent and do not require an apology. Sylvester looks back at Ophelia as they stand together in the palace garden facing the prince. Wide-eyed with alarm, Ophelia realizes she is in a truly unlucky and dangerous social situation. Ophelia calls out to her husband while he begins to question the prince about her behavior. The prince remarks that the Duchess simply looks scary, causing her to react with complete shock. Chibi Sylvester playfully teases a dazed Chibi Ophelia while a lively atmosphere surrounds them both. Sylvester demands an explanation for the prince's extreme behavior over a simple exchange of greetings. Looking annoyed, the blonde prince asks if the Duke has finally finished saying everything he wanted. The black-haired man smirks and chillingly informs the prince that he is not finished yet. Sylvester argues that calling both of them is unreasonable and he should have been excluded. Ophelia asks if he is defending her, and Sylvester confirms he is doing exactly that. A confident smile spreads across the Duke's face as he prepares to make another point. Chibi Ophelia denies her husband's claims, while Chibi Sylvester sports a pair of smug devil horns. Narrative text notes that Prince Callian's furious glare is far too frightening for anyone to handle.
A memory shows the prince previously ordering the white-haired woman not to speak to the heroine.
Sylvester considers the situation while Ophelia desperately hopes they stop attacking each other immediately. The black-haired man asks where the law forbids people from greeting one another in public. Kalyan retorts that considering the Duchess's past actions, he is being quite merciful toward her. Looking cold, Sylvester begins to speak about whether his wife has actually committed any crimes. A narrative bubble asks if the Duchess has ever been convicted of anything regarding the Countess. The Prince and Duchess exchange looks of shock at the Duke's bold and logical legal point. Narrative text explains that Sylvester's immense power has always allowed Ophelia to surpass the law. Kalyan sneers at the Duke, asking if he realizes how presumptuous his current attitude truly is. Sylvester points out the absurdity of a prince defending a woman who already has a husband. A small bubble captures the collective gasp of shock following the Duke's scandalous and blunt statement. The blonde heroine is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as the confrontation continues. Fleur flees the garden in tears while the prince calls out her name in a panic.
Ophelia reflects on Sylvester's insult, realizing that he truly hit the nail right on the head.
Narrative text confirms that Fleur is currently separated from her husband but not yet legally divorced.
The text explains that the love between the prince and Fleur blossomed under morally questionable circumstances. Kalyan's face is contorted with a silent, simmering rage after being humiliated by the Duke's words.
While a hand points at them, Chibi Ophelia is confused by her husband's vow to not yield.
The prince storms away to follow Fleur, leaving the Duke and Duchess with a final warning. Ophelia looks completely drained, wondering why her simple attempt to apologize ended in such total disaster.
Sylvester adjusts his hair and looks refreshed, though he humbly claims he is still somewhat lacking.
The Duke notes that love has its limits, leaving the question of the prince's behavior unanswered.
Prince Kalyan sprints through the palace grounds, desperate to catch up with the weeping blonde heroine.
Reaching out, the prince finally manages to grab Fleur's arm to stop her from running away. Kalyan promises the sobbing heroine that he will not let their enemies continue to go unpunished. Narrative text reveals that the prince's anger has been building since he received a certain letter.
A flashback shows the moment the white-haired Duchess handed a sealed letter to the prince earlier.
The prince identifies the message as a real letter from his mother, confirmed by her signature. Holding the paper, Kalyan is overwhelmed by a flood of complex and painful emotions about his past.
A close-up of a clenching hand emphasizes the prince's deep and unpleasant feelings regarding the message.
Convinced the letter was stolen, Kalyan vows to ruin the woman who used it to manipulate him.
Fleur insists she can handle insults but hates that her presence brings trouble to the prince.
Touching her face, Kalyan tells the blonde woman she is foolish for worrying about his reputation. The prince asks how she can be okay with such dirty words being thrown at her. Kalyan gazes at Fleur with absolute devotion, his expression softening as he looks into her eyes.
Silhouettes recall moments of Fleur caring for a wounded Kalyan without asking for anything in return.
Beaming with a pure smile, the blonde heroine's image prompts the prince to question his love. Prince Kalyan vows to keep the Countess safe from those who would trample her soul. Gently pushing him away, Fleur tells the prince that he shouldn't act this way. Fleur warns Kalyan that Sylvester is the noble faction leader and far too dangerous.
Blushing slightly, the blonde prince gazes at Fleur with a look of deep, quiet affection.
Hugging the Countess, Kalyan wonders how she manages to stay so kind to everyone. Leaning against the prince, Fleur appears lost in her own complex and unreadable thoughts. The Countess looks down, her eyes reflecting a mix of melancholy and hidden intentions. Bathed in a soft glow, the two lovers share a tender embrace under the archway.
Under a starlit sky, waves crash against the shore as the day comes to an end.
Sitting inside the carriage at night, Ophelia sighs and tells Sylvester she is truly exhausted. Ophelia remains bothered by the prince's earlier comment, and the Duke agrees it was villainous.
Sylvester's gaze is sharp and focused as he listens to his wife's complaints.
The black-haired man asks why she stopped her argument, leaving the white-haired woman confused.
Sylvester argues that she should have kept fighting if she truly felt the situation was wrong. Frustrated, Ophelia explains she held back because he previously ordered her to seduce the prince. Sylvester recalls the garden confrontation, noting that his wife's actions have only angered the prince. The Duke explains that his public displays of affection will make the prince more interested. Ophelia watches her husband carefully, her expression filled with a sense of growing concern.
Looking stoic, Sylvester questions why his wife chose to target the prince's assistant specifically.
Chibi Sylvester suggests it was bad luck, while Chibi Ophelia scolds his lack of subtlety. Narrowing her eyes, the white-haired Duchess focuses on the complicated game they are playing.
Noticing a change in the atmosphere, Ophelia looks toward the carriage window in surprise.
Ophelia slides the window open, her eyes widening as she takes in the spectacular sight. A brilliant aurora dances across the night sky, illuminating the snowy mountains in the distance. Looking at the sky, Ophelia is suddenly struck by memories of her life before the reincarnation.
Ophelia recalls her past life in a hospital, where every day was a battle against death.
The memory captures her previous self praying desperately to survive despite the agonizing difficulty.
Ophelia reflects on the miracle of experiencing this world and breathing the cold, fresh air.
Reaching out, the white-haired woman tries to catch the falling snowflakes with her gloved hand.
Clenching her hand, she feels the physical reality of her current life in the novel's world.
Ophelia vows to imitate Fleur's behavior to seduce the prince and finally divorce her husband.
Sylvester asks about her strange pose, causing a startled Ophelia to shout in surprise.
The white-haired woman reiterates her joy at being able to breathe and experience life fully.
Ophelia resolves to succeed in her simple plan to seduce the prince and live happily.
Narrative text notes that Ophelia felt down earlier but is now determined to do better.
Sylvester skeptically asks what exactly she plans to do better at while Ophelia looks annoyed. Looking slightly overwhelmed, the Duchess turns away as they continue their journey through the night.
The Duke tells her to do her best, even though he doubts she will succeed.
Sylvester gazes into Ophelia's eyes, asking why she has changed so much from her old self.
The black-haired man notes she used to hate talking to him, causing the Duchess to flinch.
Ophelia defensively claims that it was actually her husband who hated her in the past. Sylvester admits their mutual dislike and suggests that they are actually more alike than different.
Reaching out, the black-haired man takes his wife's hand while claiming he doesn't really care.
Leaning in with a sharp smile, Sylvester asks Ophelia to make him a much happier man.
Ophelia wonders if she is a living toy or if this warmth is something she can trust.
Narrative text notes a positive change as the carriage travels toward the castle under the moon.
Sunlight streams through a large window, marking a transition to a new day at the estate.
Ophelia sits at her desk holding a pen as she works on a new task. Looking at the paper before her, the white-haired woman asks herself if this is enough.
Stretching her arms, the exhausted Duchess yawns and complains about how tired she feels now.
A close-up reveals the white-haired woman's wide, sparkling eyes as she gazes with intense focus.
Sylvester looks stern while Ophelia considers how reckless it is to provoke the powerful Resin family.
Ophelia prepares to emulate Fleur's past while dreading the approaching day of her own supposed execution.
Reviewing her orphanage plans, Ophelia feels conflicted about taking credit for a project originally belonging to Fleur.
Standing in a shadowy atmosphere, the white-haired woman questions why she is suddenly feeling such intense guilt.
A memory of the smiling blonde heroine causes Ophelia to wonder when she became such a person. The Duchess reflects on whether the original owner of her body shared these complex, lingering moral doubts. Lying down in exhaustion, Ophelia dismisses her worries and questions why the original's knowledge should even matter.
Surrounded by roses, Ophelia resolves to understand Fleur as a real person rather than a fictional character.
A bright, explosive text bubble warns the white-haired woman not to be swayed by random, distracting thoughts.
Sitting in the grand dining hall, Ophelia tells herself to stay focused on the tasks ahead.
While the Duke is served tea, a curious chibi Ophelia peeks from behind him with wide eyes.
Sylvester sips his tea calmly while his wife hovers nearby, nervously trying to initiate a conversation. A chibi Ophelia waits with an open mouth while the Duke continues to enjoy his morning tea. Sylvester bluntly rejects his wife's proposal, claiming her recent strange behavior makes her ideas inherently untrustworthy.
Narrative boxes highlight Ophelia's irritation with her husband's contradictory demands for her to make life interesting.
Chibi Ophelia shouts in protest, challenging her husband's assumption that she will fail because he said so.
The black-haired man mockingly asks if she actually has any money to fund her ambitious new project.
Ophelia excitedly tries to convince Sylvester that her new charitable plan is a truly wonderful idea. Sylvester remains unimpressed, watching his wife with a look of quiet and very skeptical calculation. Looking determined, the white-haired woman formally announces her plan to construct a brand new orphanage for children.
A peaceful transition follows with delicate purple leaves and soft glowing circles filling the bright space.
The Duke is visibly startled by his wife's announcement, demanding to know where she plans to build.
With a look of absolute conviction, Ophelia reveals her intention to build the facility in the slums.
Sylvester notes that their family is famous for villainy and warns of future consequences for her actions.
The black-haired man suggests it might be better to perform small, earnest acts of kindness instead. Leaning in close, the Duke mockingly asks if his wife has been struck by lightning recently.
A close-up of Ophelia reveals her stunned and blank expression following her husband's incredibly rude remark. A mysterious woman with long dark hair and red armor stands amidst a dark, floral-patterned transition scene.
Hands slam down on the desk in a fit of rage, scattering the Duke's legal documents everywhere. Sylvester finds the situation hilarious while a despairing Ophelia clutches her head in total and utter misery. A weeping chibi Ophelia accuses her husband of laughing at her because people are actually suing her. Chibi Sylvester gleefully confirms his amusement while showing her the large stack of pending legal lawsuits.
The black-haired man sports a mischievous smirk while asking his wife what she intends to do now.
Ophelia's face is a mask of pure shock as she processes the sheer magnitude of her legal troubles. The white-haired woman admits she expected the Duke to have already handled the situation with his power.
Chibi Ophelia looks incredibly grumpy and annoyed while reflecting on her husband's complete lack of helpfulness.
Standing up in frustration, Ophelia reminds Sylvester that she has done everything he has ever asked of her.
The Duke watches his wife's emotional outburst with a calm, steady, and completely unbothered expression.
Ophelia threatens to escape from the house if her husband continues to mock her current legal predicament.
Sylvester dismisses her threat with a smile, claiming he will simply bring her back immediately.
A close-up of Ophelia's eye shows her mounting panic as she tries to find a way out.
Sylvester explains that nobles are rarely punished because their family honor is always placed above the law.
The black-haired man offers a cold and chilling smile while congratulating Ophelia on her upcoming social downfall. Ophelia imagines herself as the first noble to be publicly punished, kneeling in shame with a sign.
The white-haired woman screams in terror, refusing to accept the grim fate her husband has described.
Ophelia envisions herself winning over the public.
An explosive text bubble emphasizes her desperate need to salvage her reputation and create a good image.
Ophelia realizes that being the first sentenced noble would permanently ruin any chance of improving her social standing.
Clenching her hand, the white-haired woman resolves to use her final triumph card to stop the lawsuit.
Narrative text explains that Ophelia's love became a fanatical obsession, making the heroine her target.
Beyond simple assault, Ophelia's crimes included kidnappings and other atrocities, leaving the Crown Prince powerless.
The Crown Prince grit his teeth whenever he attempted to confront Ophelia about her behavior.
Duke Sylvester Raisin protected his wife using magic while constantly clashing with and obstructing the prince.
Disgust grew toward the villainous couple as their actions reached an unbearable point for the prince.
Overwhelmed by frustration, the Crown Prince finally reached a resolute and dangerous decision regarding the couple. In exchange for her love, the prince orders Ophelia to kill her husband, Sylvester Raisin. Ophelia unleashes Sylvester's magic with dark sorcery, causing him to suffer a painful, agonizing death. As a consequence of her crimes and proving her love, Ophelia was sentenced to hang. Bound in chains and despair, the villainess meets her tragic end in a dark, oppressive cell. The prince and heroine find happiness together while the villains receive a fittingly cruel ending. Frustrated by the story's conclusion, a reader tosses the book aside and calls it ridiculous. She reflects on the unsatisfactory conclusion of the novel with a sense of deep, lingering frustration. Suddenly, she wakes up and realizes she has been possessed by the characters of that novel. Collapsed in the pouring rain, the woman stares wide-eyed as she adjusts to her new reality.
She realizes she has become Ophelia Raisin, the tragic villainess standing alone in a storm. Facing the absurdity of her new life, she can only think that the situation is crazy. Morning breaks over the grand estate, signaling the start of her first day as the villainess.
Sunlight fills a luxurious bedroom, marking a stark contrast to the dark ending she previously read.
Ophelia stands before her mirror, sighing as she assesses the beautiful face of the doomed character. Despite her terrible reputation and tragic fate, Ophelia remains as stunningly beautiful as ever before.
The woman wonders how many days have passed since the moment she first arrived there.
After barely returning to the castle, a panicked maid finds Ophelia and cries out in shock.
Before she can collect herself, she checks the novel to find her current place in time.
Fortunately, Sylvester is still alive, but unfortunately, Ophelia has already fallen for the Crown Prince.
This is the period where Ophelia relentlessly torments the heroine Fleur, including publicly humiliating her.
Her villainy extended to ruining the business of Fleur's husband, leaving the man in absolute despair.
The text reveals Ophelia's heinous attempt to sell the heroine to a slave trader in secret. Fortunately, the white-haired woman realizes that specific, terrible attempt has not actually happened yet.
Early in the novel, Ophelia was already quite vicious, but she soon went completely insane. Looking back, her true descent into madness began after a specific incident involving her father.
Shattering glass and a sense of impending doom mark the beginning of the villainess's dark transformation.
Ophelia vehemently protests against her father's demand that she marry a man she calls a demon.
The man tells Ophelia that an evil woman and a demon make for a perfect pair. This spiteful argument would be the final conversation Ophelia ever had with her father before he died.
After learning of her father's death, Ophelia vanished from the public eye for a long time.
She suddenly reappeared in the dungeon of the Raisin estate, causing a great deal of alarm.
Sylvester rushes into the area, demanding to know what is happening in the depths of his estate. A close-up of the man's eye captures his utter shock at the scene unfolding before him.
A dark voice tells everyone gathered to rejoice at the spectacle they are about to witness.
Ophelia uses forbidden black magic to attempt to summon her father's soul from the beyond.
Enraged by her use of forbidden magic, Sylvester immediately orders for Ophelia to be imprisoned.
The dark mass she summoned was burned to ashes while she languished alone in her cell.
Trapped behind bars, Ophelia reflects on the consequences of her desperate and dangerous magical actions.
She wonders if the original Ophelia still held some lingering affection for her late parents.
Contemplating the power she once wielded, she mulls over the dangerous concept of using black magic. Looking at her hands, she questions whether she still possesses the ability to use forbidden spells.
She decides to put off her research into black magic until a more appropriate time arises.
Stepping out into the bright sunlight, Ophelia prepares to face the challenges of her new life.
Reflecting on her previous life of sickness, she considers her new healthy body a true blessing.
A formal white letter sealed with a dark wax stamp waits to be opened. A bright, ethereal light washes over the scene, signaling a clean transition in the story. The morning sun shines brilliantly over the grand white spires of the majestic royal palace.
Massive, ornate wooden doors swing open wide, revealing the bright and airy palace interior.
Ophelia enters with regal poise, her dark gown contrasting sharply with her flowing white hair.
The waiting maids greet the Duchess politely, noting they have been expecting her arrival.
Ophelia offers a soft, practiced smile as she prepares to navigate the royal social scene.
Narrative text reflects on how the Duke's powerful family seal commands immediate and respectful treatment.
Recalling her struggle, Ophelia remembers begging Sylvester for the letter despite her wounded pride.
The Duchess pauses as she spots a familiar face, her expression shifting to mild surprise.
Ophelia recognizes the prince's purple-haired assistant, groaning internally at having to encounter him again.
The purple-haired man looks visibly uneasy, his gaze downcast as he faces the formidable Duchess. A brief narrative interlude occurs as the story prepares for the next phase of the meeting.
The assistant formally invites Ophelia inside, his demeanor far more subservient than their previous encounter. Ophelia realizes Sylvester's influence has terrified the assistant, making her current path much easier. Sylvester's signature scary face now available as a professional intimidation service.
The Duchess's elegant skirt sweeps across the floor as she follows him into the drawing room. Ophelia stands alone in the opulent parlor, waiting for the prince to make his appearance.
Internal narration notes that a room's decor serves as a direct reflection of its owner's character.
Examining the furniture, the white-haired woman notices a thin layer of dust on the surface.
Ophelia sighs while surveying the room, finding the simple decor lacking for someone of royal status.
Rubbing the dust between her fingers, she wonders if this minimalist style was Fleur's specific request. Narrative text explains that Fleur's original character was meant to stand apart from the greedy nobility.
A vision of Fleur shows her living a life of humble moderation and avoiding typical luxuries.
Ophelia questions if she is expected to mirror this harmless act to succeed in her plans.
An image of the kind-hearted blonde heroine highlights her reputation for being harmless and gentle.
Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Ophelia resolves to stay focused on her own immediate goals.
Rhythmic footsteps echo through the hallway as a man in white boots approaches the room.
The Duchess turns toward the door as Prince Kalyan finally arrives, his presence filling the space.
The blonde prince thinks to himself that seeing Ophelia's face again is a disgusting trial. Kalyan stands before her, looking every bit the arrogant royal with a cold, piercing gaze. Ophelia watches him with hidden contempt, mentally labeling the hostile prince as a complete idiot.
Narrative text notes her determination to escape the situation using her secret lethal weapon.
The prince coldly dismisses her, stating he won't withdraw his complaint regardless of her pleas. As Kalyan tells her to leave, Ophelia maintains a cheerful facade while planning her next move. Turning away, the blonde man reiterates that he has absolutely nothing left to say to her.
Kalyan warns that even if the world collapsed, he wouldn't change his mind or repeat himself.
Ophelia dramatically takes a seat and claims to be deeply saddened by his cold reception.
She reminds him that she even provided a personal letter from the former empress for him.
A teacup is violently shattered against the floor as the prince's suppressed rage finally explodes.
Losing his composure, Kalyan demands to know exactly how she came into possession of the letter.
The prince reveals he spent his time investigating the letter's origins instead of speaking with her. Gazing at the Duchess with newfound suspicion, Kalyan claims he finally understands her manipulative methods.
The blonde man shouts in a fit of fury, accusing her of stealing the Empress's private correspondence.
A tiny, triumphant smile plays on Ophelia's lips as she realizes she has him exactly where she wants.
She flippantly tells him to assume she stole it, while he vows to find the truth.
Ophelia teases him with a question, causing the prince to react with a shocked and stuttering outburst.
The white-haired woman prepares to reveal her true intentions as she begins her final explanation. Ophelia's hand reaches out, holding a small, mysterious golden object that glints in the light.
With a calm expression, the Duchess reveals her secret item while surrounded by a floral atmosphere.
A close-up of Prince Kalyan's eye reveals his utter disbelief at the item Ophelia's holder.
Ophelia enjoys a chocolate while noting the prince's nervousness during their high-stakes meeting.
The blonde prince demands to know if she truly thinks she can stop the lawsuit.
Kalyan points out that she failed to even bring the item he was expecting earlier. Ophelia remains calm while challenging the prince to ensure there are no other complications left. A close-up of Calian's eye reveals his mounting anxiety as the Duchess controls the conversation. The prince finally relents and agrees to listen to her terms regarding the legal situation. Ophelia prepares to announce her specific prohibition condition as the atmosphere in the room shifts. The two sit in silence across the table, the morning sun highlighting the tension between them. The Duchess offers to drop the lawsuit if the prince agrees to stay inside for a month. A transition occurs as the story reflects on the weight of the Duchess's bold new proposal. A new figure appears briefly as the narrative pauses to consider the implications of the deal.
The text emphasizes the importance of following the right path to reach a successful conclusion.
The scene remains paused on the elegant woman as the story prepares for the prince's reaction.
A decorative banner signals a shift in the storytelling pace as the negotiation continues.
The narrative flow continues, building anticipation for how the prince will handle Ophelia's strict demands.
Ophelia clarifies the terms, suggesting that a period of house arrest is the best solution.
The white-haired woman reiterates that staying inside for 1 month will result in a dropped lawsuit.
Calian listens with a grim expression, processing the reality of being confined by his enemy's terms.
Ophelia looks down thoughtfully, her serene appearance masking the complexity of her hidden long-term plans.
The prince asks why this matter must remain a secret only between the two of them.
Ophelia envisions the social consequences and noble gossip that would follow her if she were punished.
Looking at the angry prince, Chibi Ophelia notes he sounds exactly like her frustrating husband.
The Duchess sighs, wondering if both men are part of a secret alliance of difficult personalities. The grand chandelier hangs overhead as the weight of the secrecy settles into the quiet room. Ophelia points out that the prince will be unable to receive any outside letters for a month. Shocked by the realization, Calian stares at the Duchess while she maintains her cheerful, mocking facade.
The white-haired woman feigns distress, her exaggerated gestures further heightening the prince's growing sense of irritation.
Losing his temper completely, the blonde prince growls and shouts Ophelia's name in a fit of rage.
Calian accuses the Duchess of tricking him while she smiles triumphantly amidst a dark, thorny atmosphere.
Ophelia offers a final, mischievous glance over her shoulder, knowing she has completely outmaneuvered the prince. The camera focuses on the prince's uniform as he struggles to regain his shattered royal composure.
Ophelia feels incredibly refreshed after seeing the prince's hilarious reaction to her clever, manipulative schemes.
A confused Chibi Ophelia ponders her next move while questioning the logic of her own actions.
Worried she pushed too far, Ophelia considers easing up to avoid the prince's metaphorical guillotine.
The Duchess's elegant dress sweeps across the floor as she prepares to reveal one final secret.
Ophelia stands up and promises to share a piece of truly valuable information with the prince.
Stunned by her sudden offer, Calian looks up at her with a mix of suspicion and curiosity.
The white-haired woman reveals the existence of one final secret letter from his late mother.
Ophelia announces that the third letter is hidden within the palace, leaving the prince absolutely speechless. A close-up of Calian's face shows his utter horror as he asks how she knows this.
The prince is haunted by the mention of his mother's letter as the Duchess watches him calmly.
Calian demands an explanation for her knowledge, and Ophelia claims the Empress personally entrusted it.
Smiling gently, the Duchess suggests that the full truth will be revealed sometime in the future. A vision of Empress Margaret appears as the prince stands frozen in the middle of the room.
Ophelia bids the prince farewell for the month, leaving him reeling from her unexpected and powerful revelation. Calian stands in the darkening room, his body language reflecting his total and utter psychological defeat.
The prince wonders why his mother would leave such a deeply flawed woman with so much power.
The scene shifts as Sylvester addresses his wife with a look of quiet and intense focus.
Surrounded by dark roses, the Duke admits that looking at Ophelia actually makes his stomach ache.
A woman in a green dress clutches her chest, looking pained as the chapter comes to an end.
Ophelia remains pensive as she considers the prince's likely reaction to her bold house arrest demand. Chibi Ophelia celebrates her legal victory while a skeptical Chibi Sylvester questions her trust in the prince.
Ophelia looks confused as Sylvester notes the real issue is a duchess bowing to the crown prince. Narrative text highlights the political difference between following a court ruling and surrendering your family pride.
Sylvester slams his desk in a sudden fit of rage, leaving Ophelia visibly startled by his outburst.
Rubbing his chin, the Duke notes that obeying the prince's orders might lead to future political trouble.
Ophelia pouts, claiming she did her best and wishing her husband could offer a much kinder word.
Sylvester asks how she plans to spend a month indoors while Ophelia rejects the idea of staying home.
The black-haired man stares in blank disbelief at his wife's refusal to follow her own proposed confinement. Against a bright town backdrop, Ophelia lists her busy schedule of land research and orphan outreach programs.
Pointing upward, the Duchess declares that fulfilling the children's needs will make the month pass very quickly.
Clenching her hand, Ophelia insists that she cannot be tied down by something as trivial as arrest. Ophelia stands proudly while her husband watches, looking like he's already exhausted by her boundless, chaotic energy.
Sylvester offers a surprisingly genuine smile, admitting that he is glad to hear her spirited and determined response.
Standing tall, the white-haired woman embraces her role as the formidable mistress of the powerful Regent family. Sylvester watches her from behind, questioning what she truly means by her sudden and radical shift in attitude.
A close-up of the Duke's face reveals a trace of a mischievous and very knowing royal smirk.
Sylvester tells his wife to ignore everyone else and simply live exactly the way she truly wants.
The Duke reminds Ophelia that life is short, encouraging her to embrace her own newfound personal freedom. Surrounded by blue flowers, Ophelia quietly reflects on her husband's name and his unexpected, supportive words.
Gazing out the window, Ophelia wonders if Sylvester truly hates seeing her bound by any outside expectations.
A sudden wave of physical and emotional discomfort washes over the Duchess, causing her to gasp audibly. Sylvester notices her pale complexion and asks if she is feeling unwell, concern evident in his voice. Looking away, the white-haired woman admits with a nervous laugh that she is actually feeling quite scared. Ophelia clutches her chest, noting that while living freely is an exhilarating idea, it is incredibly frightening.
Close-up narrative text highlights her fear that her current life feels too much like a fragile dream.
A memory of her past life shows a dark-haired girl lying in a lonely and silent hospital bed. Sylvester gazes into her eyes, asking her directly to identify the source of her deep and hidden fear. The black-haired man pulls his wife into a protective embrace, promising that no one can harm her. Leaning in close, Sylvester tells her to remember his words as she navigates her current life. Ophelia is struck by his sudden kindness, though she remains wary of his true and underlying motivations.
Deep in thought, the Duchess suspects her husband is merely plotting to use her for political gain.
Ophelia smiles, deciding that even if she is being used, she will still follow her own heart. Light streams through the estate windows as the story prepares for the Duchess's next bold social move.
A sweeping view of the town reveals the bustling environment where Ophelia plans to build her orphanage.
An elegant white boot steps onto the stone pavement, signaling the start of a secret orphanage mission.
Dressed in a dark hooded cloak, Ophelia excitedly prepares to start the first day of her confinement.
The Duchess officially begins her orphanage project, ignoring her house arrest to explore the busy local town.
A close-up of a young woman in a hood reveals her nervous and very uncertain facial expression.
Looking visibly worried, the brown-haired girl follows closely behind her mistress through the crowded marketplace.
Irene wonders how she ended up wandering through the town center alongside the notorious and unpredictable Duchess.
The maid is gripped by intense panic, terrified of being caught while accompanying her madam on this trip. Ophelia cheerfully browses a fruit stand while narrative text reflects on her sudden and strange personality change. The scene shifts back to a dark memory of the estate, where red light illuminates the architecture.
Shards of a broken vase litter the floor while a voice screams in a fit of rage.
Two maids listen in terror as their mistress shouts death threats from behind her closed bedroom doors.
A close-up of a maid reveals her absolute horror at the Duchess's typical, violent, and frightening outbursts.
The original Ophelia screams for Irene to enter her room immediately, her voice dripping with pure malice. As Irene enters, she is struck in the head by a thrown object, crying out in pain. The original Duchess stares with cold, wide eyes, accusing her maid of trying to ignore her presence. Ophelia's eye watches as the original Duchess stands over her weeping and terrified maid. Irene begs the original Duchess for forgiveness while trembling on the floor in total despair.
Narrative text reflects on Ophelia's past cruelty while showing a blood-stained hand on the floor.
Back in the present, the brown-haired girl looks up in surprise at her changed mistress.
Ophelia offers a cheerful smile while handing Irene an orange during their trip to town.
Irene is confused by the Duchess's sudden kindness as she stares at the offered fruit. Chibi Irene remains gripped by fear, finding Ophelia's new, pleasant personality to be even scarier.
Surveying the busy town, Ophelia worries that the location might be too close to traffic.
Topping her forehead, the white-haired woman tries to recall specific details from the original novel. Narrative text describes a 15-year-old boy destined to become a powerful swordmaster and hero.
Ophelia recalls a scene where Fleur builds an orphanage after witnessing a boy stealing bread.
The white-haired woman decides to build the orphanage first to ensure the boy finds her.
Ophelia stands amidst the busy marketplace, her dark cloak masking her true identity as Duchess.
Irene looks absolutely bewildered as she watches her mistress's strange behavior from a short distance.
Chibi Ophelia explains she was merely talking to herself, while Irene remains visibly tense and uneasy.
Irene forces a nervous smile while agreeing that an orphanage would be a wonderful addition.
Ophelia notes the maid is still extremely tense despite her efforts to be kind and approachable.
A close-up of Ophelia's face shows her realization of the deep fear Irene still harbors. Watching the nervous maid, Ophelia notes that Irene looks like she is expecting a et. The white-haired woman offers a late but sincere apology for her past mistreatment of Irene. Surrounded by white flowers, Ophelia gives a gentle and warm smile to her loyal maid. Irene stares at the Duchess in utter disbelief, shocked by the sudden and genuine apology. Chibi Irene nervously asks the Duchess if she is feeling all right after her strange behavior.
A question mark appears as Ophelia looks confused by Irene's sudden and very concerned inquiry. Irene apologizes for her worry, while Ophelia reacts with a look of comical and wide-eyed shock.
Recalling the day Ophelia returned from the storm, Irene notes how different she has become.
Irene points out Ophelia's recent frugal habits and radical personality change as reasons for her worry.
Irene asks if the Duchess is seriously ill, while Ophelia screams a panicked and loud denial.
Ophelia frantically explains she is trying to live a better life by changing her entire thinking process.
The white-haired woman accepts Irene's suspicion, knowing her past actions make trust difficult to earn.
Irene flinches and protects her head, a reflex born from years of enduring Ophelia's physical abuse.
Gently holding the maid's hands, Ophelia admits that her own past behavior caused this distrust.
The Duchess's hand reaches out to adjust Irene's cloak as they continue through the busy street.
Ophelia swears on the Reason family name that she will change and protect the loyal Irene.
Narrative text emphasizes the need to finish their search before the sun begins to set. Ophelia's white boots step onto the dusty ground as they explore a new part of town. Chibi Ophelia wishes the original novel had more illustrations to help her navigate the local area.
The Duchess worries about her house arrest, fearing that being recognized would lead to major trouble.
Irene calls out to her mistress, struggling to keep pace as Ophelia moves through the crowd. Irene's foot catches on the uneven ground as she suddenly trips in the middle of traffic.
The brown-haired maid falls to the pavement as townspeople continue walking past her unhurriedly.
A close-up of an eye captures the moment a dangerous new threat enters the busy scene.
Someone shouts a warning to run as chaos suddenly erupts in the middle of the street.
Ophelia turns in terror as runaway horses charge directly toward the fallen and defenseless Irene.
Irene stares up at the rearing horses, her face a mask of pure and frozen terror.
A sudden blur of motion interrupts the scene as someone leaps in to save the maid.
Ophelia's eyes reflect the young man who has bravely stepped in front of the charging horses.
Narrative text identifies the young savior as the future hero of the Empire at 15.
A young man with green blonde hair runs toward the center of the dangerous and chaotic street.
The boy, identified as Theo, charges forward with a look of fierce and focused determination.
A horse rears up violently as Irene screams in terror while falling onto the busy street.
A sturdy boot slams onto the ground as a young man leaps forward to intervene. A blur of high-speed motion cuts through the air as the rescue mission begins. Theo crashes into the pavement after successfully shoving Irene away from the charging horses. The story continues with the title, "Honey, Why Can't We Get a Divorce?"
Theo groans in pain while Irene apologizes for the hard push and he asks if she is hurt.
Irene blushes with wide, heart-filled eyes and stammers a thank you to her young savior.
Ophelia breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that her maid escaped the dangerous situation safely.
The white-haired woman looks toward the boy with a look of genuine curiosity and gratitude.
Ophelia rushes over to check on Irene, who confirms she is all right despite the shock.
Turning to the boy, Ophelia thanks him for his bravery while Irene continues to blush. Ophelia's expression shifts to one of absolute horror as she spots blood on the boy's knee. The Duchess frantically asks if the wound reached the bone while Theo claims it is just a scratch. An elegant white handkerchief adorned with a small yellow flower is prepared for use.
Ophelia kneels on the ground and wraps her handkerchief around Theo's leg to stop the bleeding.
She warns him that wounds can rot and insists he get it treated properly by a professional.
Chibi Theo agrees to her advice while Chibi Ophelia notes how nice and cute he is. A nobleman shouts from a luxury carriage demanding to know who dared to stop his travel.
Stepping out of the carriage, the man in the blue vest calls them all lowly bums.
Ophelia glares at the arrogant man with a look of cold and very dangerous contempt. She asks the man if he shouldn't check for injuries first before complaining about his carriage.
Ophelia demands he act like a proper noble since his recklessness almost caused a death.
Gritting his teeth in a rage, the man asks who she thinks she is to challenge him.
Ophelia tells the townspeople to call the guards, causing an uneasy silence to wash over the crowd.
The Duchess wonders why the mood shifted as the nobleman begins to laugh mockingly at her. The man identifies himself as Ilbert Ride, second son of Ride and a vassal of Duke Regin.
Ilbert Ride threatens that lowly people can easily vanish in a back alley without anyone caring.
Ophelia begins to laugh suddenly, finding the man's claims of status to be absolutely hilarious.
She suggests Duke Regin made a mistake recruiting such a third-rate person into his service.
The surrounding crowd whispers that the man's behavior is unseemly and unpleasant for a noble.
Clenching his fist, the man snarls at the peasants for daring to insult his honor.
Ophelia notes his lack of honor as the enraged nobleman draws a hidden dagger.
Ilbert Ride lunges forward, shouting that they should have died under the carriage from the beginning.
A sudden flash occurs and Theo watches in stunned silence as blood splatters across the air. Ophelia stands protectively in front of the children, blood dripping from a cut on her arm.
Irene screams out for her mistress, terrified by the sight of the Duchess being wounded.
A chilling and oppressive aura emanates from Ophelia, causing the attacker to freeze in place.
The man realizes he has seen her before and begins to recognize her true identity.
Narrative text describes Ophelia Region as a silver-haired beauty known for her overwhelming and legendary cruelty.
A heavy silence falls over the marketplace as the gravity of the situation finally settles.
The blood-stained dagger falls to the ground, reflecting the sudden end of the nobleman's aggression.
Ilbert Ride collapses to his knees in total terror, stuttering the Duchess's title with wide eyes.
Ophelia remains calm while Irene panics, noting that the wound on the Duchess's arm is deep.
Theo looks up with a blush, asking if she's injured anywhere else while he apologizes.
The white-haired woman offers a warm smile, saying a scratch was a small price for his safety.
Theo stares at her in wide-eyed wonder, his face turning a deep shade of red.
Clenching his chest, the boy acknowledges her scary reputation but finds her heart to be beautiful.
A new perspective begins to take hold as the young boy watches the Duchess intently.
Looking up at her from the ground, Theo decides that she looks just like an angel.
Narrative text notes that while the immediate chaos has ended, the consequences are just beginning.
Sunlight bathes a busy town street as citizens walk past the half-timbered buildings.
A text box appears against a quiet room, announcing that an unexpected issue emerged. The black-haired Duke looks displeased while noting the situation is different than he stated.
Sylvester asks Ophelia if she is creating this specific and frustrating situation on purpose.
Leaning in close, the Duke demands to know the truth behind her recent behavior.
A warm sunset glow paints the sky above the quiet and peaceful city rooftops.
After the danger passes, Ophelia clutches her arm as the physical pain slowly intensifies.
Irene asks if her mistress is truly all right, and the Duchess offers a reassurance.
The brown-haired maid watches her mistress with a look of pure, starry-eyed admiration.
Theo expresses surprise at her self-sacrifice, while Ophelia silently acknowledges his importance to her.
The cloaked Duchess walks through the marketplace as evening shadows begin to lengthen. Irene thinks it is unfortunate they must pretend nothing happened today once they return. Ophelia's calm expression belies the complex schemes and guilt swirling within her clever mind.
Chibi Ophelia threatens to curse anyone who leaks the day's events while Theo watches.
Irene clutches her dress, deeply moved by the Duchess's display of genuine and brave compassion.
The maid smiles warmly, suspecting that her mistress has truly changed into a different person.
Ophelia reflects on her hidden guilt for receiving praise based on her own calculated intentions.
The Duchess wonders if it is right to accept admiration for a purely strategic action.
Narrative text highlights her desire to eliminate the pervasive fear people have of her name.
Ophelia decides that if her plan works, there is no need for further complicated explanations.
The maid looks ahead with a newfound sense of loyalty and deep, heart-filled affection.
Ophelia suggests heading back before dark, and Irene agrees with an enthusiastic and happy response.
A sharp scream echoes from the grand estate as the morning peace is suddenly shattered.
Ophelia is shocked to see her secret rescue mission plastered on the morning newspaper's headlines.
Chibi Ophelia shakes in rage, debating whether to actually curse whoever leaked the secret story.
The white-haired woman desperately hopes the blonde prince remains unaware of her recent illegal outing. Steady, rhythmic clapping fills the room as a presence arrives to greet the stunned Duchess. Sylvester notes that news of her heroism is everywhere, much to Ophelia's visible and deep embarrassment. Ophelia asks if he is fanning the flames while Sylvester claims he feels pure admiration.
Chibi Sylvester looks smug while Chibi Ophelia screams in a fit of panicked and loud denial.
A close-up of the Duke's focused eye captures his curiosity about her true underlying motives.
Sylvester questions why she cares for others when her own life is far more precious.
Ophelia explains that saving the boy was a calculated move to protect her social reputation.
The Duchess argues that negative press would have ruined her plans for the new orphanage. The black-haired man smiles, noting she only sacrificed her safety to gain much-needed noble honor.
Narrative text suggests that Sylvester would have been disappointed if her actions were truly selfless.
Sylvester turns away while affirming her identity as his wife, much to her total surprise.
The Duchess stands frozen, completely stunned by her husband's unexpected and very bold declaration.
Taking a deep breath, Ophelia feels relieved that her explanation successfully satisfied her husband's suspicions.
Ophelia calls for Irene, deciding to utilize the newspaper publicity to advance her orphanage project.
The Duchess plans to use Theo as the public face to ensure the orphanage's success. Ilbert Ride is thrown violently against a stone wall inside a dark and gloomy dungeon. Sylvester looms over the prisoner, coldly stating that the man made a mistake hurting his wife. The Duke pulls on a glove while questioning why the prisoner remained silent for so long.
Sylvester asked if the man believed he was valuable enough to be tolerated by the family.
The Duke admits that he was merely waiting for a perfect excuse to eliminate the man. Narrative text reveals that the Ride family was consistently involved in treason against the Empire.
Records show the family profited from meddling in businesses the Duke had strictly forbidden them.
Evidence highlights how the family used their illicit wealth to flatter and influence the crown prince.
A sinister smile appears as Sylvester reflects on the man's truly despicable and unforgivable deeds.
Standing in the dim dungeon, Sylvester coldly announces the immediate termination of all support for the Ride family and their permanent banishment.
From the perspective of the Duke's towering presence, Ilbert Ride cringes on the floor in a state of utter, pathetic desperation. A close-up of the prisoner captures his frantic scream as he begs for mercy from his unforgiving liege. As Sylvester turns to leave, the broken nobleman crawls after him, pleading for just one more chance at forgiveness. The black-haired man's gloved hand suddenly clamps onto the prisoner's face, silencing his pleas with overwhelming and violent force.
Sylvester looms over the terrified man, warning that he should have considered the consequences before acting so recklessly.
Tears of pure terror well in Ilbert Ride's eye as he realizes the true depth of the Duke's wrath.
Splatters of crimson stain a dark background while a chilling thought emphasizes the price of failure being death.
Sylvester casually adjusts his blood-stained glove while a gray-haired knight stands by, visibly unsettled by the Duke's cold efficiency.
The knight wipes cold sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief as the Duke finally walks out of the dungeon.
Walking beneath a darkening sunset, Sylvester resolves to claim everything he desires for himself, regardless of the methods used.
The Duke's expression remains stoic as he decides that once something belongs to him, it will never be taken away.
Surrounded by dark roses, Ophelia laughs with a radiant smile, blissfully unaware of her husband's possessive and dangerous inner thoughts.
A view of the grand estate at night reinforces the finality of the Duke's decision to protect his personal interests.
The scene shifts to a bright, clear sky filled with sparkling light, signaling a new and more hopeful day.
Theo stands in the middle of a lavish room, blushing deeply as he marvels at the sheer size of the estate. Looking up at the grand golden-lit staircase, the young boy wonders if the entire palace is made of solid gold.
A polite maid offers to take Theo's luggage as he stands awkwardly on the long velvet red carpet.
Narrative text reflects Theo's deep insecurity as he wonders why someone of high status would want anything from him.
The young boy looks toward the side with a look of stunned surprise as his benefactor finally makes an appearance.
Dressed in an elegant gown, Ophelia offers a charming smile while expressing her genuine delight at seeing the boy again.
Sunlight streams into the hall as Ophelia calls out to Theo, setting a warm and welcoming tone for their meeting.
A table is laden with an assortment of colorful desserts, from strawberry cakes to delicate pink-filled macarons.
Ophelia encourages Theo to help himself to the sweets while his main meal is prepared, and he responds with gratitude.
Chibi Ophelia watches with a satisfied smirk as a Chibi Theo happily munches on a macaron like a loyal puppy.
Ophelia's internal thoughts reveal her devious plan to keep the future hero loyal by providing him with endless luxury.
Chibi Ophelia's head pops into the frame, playfully urging the boy to try even more of the delicious food.
Theo reacts with a look of wide-eyed surprise as the Duchess personally offers him a strawberry on a fork. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as Sylvester enters the room, demanding to know what is happening in his absence. Ophelia is caught completely off guard by her husband's early return while a nervous Theo offers a polite greeting.
Chibi Sylvester points a finger in accusation while Chibi Ophelia looks annoyed and Chibi Theo trembles in the background.
Glaring at the boy, Sylvester listens as Ophelia explains she invited Theo because he saved Irene from the carriage.
The Duke's gaze remains cold and intensely focused on the young boy, making his displeasure very clear to everyone.
Ophelia cheerfully suggests they all eat together, but Sylvester immediately shuts down the idea with a stern refusal.
A close-up of Ophelia's face captures her utter shock at her husband's sudden and very rude dismissal of her guest. Chibi Sylvester grumpily orders the boy to be sent away while a disappointed Chibi Theo looks on in sadness.
A subtle, knowing smirk plays on the Duke's lips as he maintains his firm stance against the boy's presence.
Sylvester reminds his wife that she should not dine with someone below her noble status, leaving Theo looking crushed.
Ophelia looks at her husband with a confused expression, wondering why his personality has taken such a sudden, sharp turn. Forced to comply, Ophelia apologizes to Theo and tells him he must eat separately so she can talk to Sylvester. Theo's face is a mask of pure sadness as Ophelia panics internally over how to handle the boy's obvious heartbreak.
A maid gently leads the dejected boy out of the dining room as he steals one last glance back.
Ophelia's frustration boils over as she laments how her careful plan to gain the boy's favor has been ruined.
Clenching her teeth in fury, the Duchess glares at her husband while narrative text declares her plan is falling apart. Ophelia demands to know what her husband is doing, her voice filled with sharp indignation and confusion. Standing in the middle of the grand room, Ophelia scolds Sylvester for his rudeness while he labels her the strange one. The Duchess insists that Theo deserves respect because of his bravery, but her husband remains seemingly unmoved by her argument.
Sylvester looks at his wife with a look of intense, smoldering focus that stops her mid-sentence.
As the Duke takes a step forward, Ophelia flinches slightly, caught off guard by the heavy weight of his presence.
Sylvester tells Ophelia that she is playing around too much, his tone suggesting he sees through her current social games.
Ophelia states her current disappointment as she looks toward the side with wide, questioning eyes.
Sylvester looks annoyed, commenting that the boy is too large for Ophelia's simplistic and naive description.
Sylvester tells Chibi Ophelia she should have been more careful instead of assuming Theo was just a child.
Sylvester argues that Theo is nearly an adult, while Ophelia angrily demands to know why his size matters.
Ophelia imagines taking Theo from the slums and training him into a great swordmaster who thanks her.
Sylvester looks skeptical and remains silent when Ophelia questions if her recruitment of the boy was a success. Sylvester expresses his frustration before walking away as Ophelia demands he speak more clearly about his obvious disapproval.
A close-up of Ophelia's eye captures her total confusion as she wonders what caused her husband's sudden mood shift.
Ophelia's thoughts echo through the grand hall, questioning why Sylvester kicked the boy out before the meal began.
Tall trees sway under a blue sky, marking the passage of time as the afternoon sun begins to shift.
Narrative text notes that Theo is currently waiting in the drawing room while sunlight streams through the window.
Surrounded by morning glories, a voice notes that a bath and fresh clothes were prepared for the young boy.
Ophelia relaxes in a chair while wearing a stunning white dress, her maid Irene standing attentively in the background.
Irene asks how the boy is doing while Ophelia hesitates to answer as she sits at her vanity table.
Chibi Irene blushes with hearts, suggesting Theo's charm might grow over time, while Chibi Ophelia looks visibly drained.
Irene laughs nervously while claiming she was only referring to Theo's personality, hoping to hide her obvious starry-eyed admiration.
Chibi Ophelia sweat drops, skeptically pointing out that the maid's true intentions were very clear from her blushing face.
Irene notes that Theo seems nice and naive, suggesting his brave rescue of her was born from genuine kindness.
Ophelia's expression turns menacing as she asks if Irene considers her naive whenever she offers a rare, kind compliment.
Irene screams in terror and begs for forgiveness, fearing she accidentally insulted the Duchess's sharp and calculating character.
The Duchess reaches out and places a firm, steady hand on the shoulder of her panicked and trembling maid.
Ophelia offers a gentle smile while admitting that she actually is naive in her own way during this moment.
Ophelia argues that if Theo is truly as precious as they say, her recruitment of him was a success.
Ophelia notes that Theo was likely seen in their carriage, further cementing the public narrative of her sudden heroism.
Townspeople read the news, marveling that the cruel Duchess sacrificed her own safety to save a child from the slums. The evening sky glows with soft colors as the day's busy events finally begin to settle into quietude. Entering the room, Ophelia warmly asks Theo if he has been waiting long as he turns to face her.
A close-up of the boy's face shows him blushing deeply as he is overwhelmed by the Duchess's radiant appearance.
Dressed in new, high-quality clothes, Theo stands amidst a field of flowers with a look of shy, intense admiration.
Ophelia apologizes for her husband's earlier rudeness while Theo stands quietly with his hands hidden behind his back.
Theo nervously stammers as he prepares to present something to the woman who saved him from the runaway horses.
The boy's trembling hands hold a small package wrapped in plain paper and tied with a simple, dark string. Bowing deeply, Theo offers the gift and begs the Duchess to accept it as a token of his gratitude.
Ophelia's eyes widen in genuine surprise as she stares at the unexpected gift being offered by the young boy.
A carriage travels across a bridge over a sparkling lake, representing the long journey Theo took to reach the estate.
Theo sits inside the luxury carriage, mulling over the conflicting things he has heard about the Duchess of Region.
People in town warn that the Duchess is a witch who only saves children to use them as sacrificial offerings.
Theo questions if the warnings are true as he reflects on his status as a useless worker from the slums.
The memory of Ophelia shielding him from the charging horses flashes in Theo's mind as he doubts the cruel rumors.
Looking at his bandaged leg, Theo decides that if she intends to use him, he is willing to be her sacrifice.
Back in the present, Ophelia is visibly touched as she realizes the boy has brought her a personal gift.
Theo explains he felt guilty that she was injured because of him and wanted to offer something in return.
The package is opened to reveal a collection of crushed herbs, simple medicine intended to help heal her wound.
Chibi Ophelia looks amazed and asks the boy if he prepared the herbal medicine with his own 2 hands.
Theo blushes and urges her to throw the herbs away, feeling foolish for offering such simple medicine to a duchess.
Theo worries that his humble gift is insignificant compared to the professional medicine available in the grand and wealthy duchy.
The boy watches nervously as Ophelia remains silent while holding the small pile of crushed green and white herbs.
Ophelia laughs joyfully, telling Theo she prefers his handmade gift because it shows how much he truly worried for her.
Theo is completely mesmerized by the Duchess's warm and genuine laughter, his face turning a deep, dark red.
Narrative text questions how anyone could slander such a kind and beautiful person by calling her a heartless witch.
Theo clenches his chest, deeply moved by the thought of being a sacrifice for the Duchess.
Ophelia berates herself for her awkwardness while Theo remains overwhelmed by his own swirling, intense emotions. The Duchess shifts the focus of their meeting back to the primary reason for his visit.
A lavish spread of sweets sits ready for the young boy to enjoy during their discussion. Ophelia asks Theo if he understands why he was brought here, but he remains completely uncertain.
The Duchess reveals her ambitious and charitable plan to establish a new orphanage within the empire.
Ophelia explains that her marketplace outing was actually a strategic inspection for her upcoming social project. She invites Theo to live at the mansion and serve as the official representative for her orphanage.
The Duchess watches the boy intently, waiting for his reaction to her life-changing and generous proposal.
Theo reacts with total disbelief, stammering that he is far too insignificant for such a role.
Despite his future potential, young Theo struggles with deep insecurity and protests his lack of personal value.
The Duchess offers a comforting touch, dismissively waving away the boy's self-doubt and personal worries.
A warm connection forms between them as Ophelia successfully gains the young boy's trust and cooperation.
The title sequence signals a major transition in the narrative focus between the story's chapters.
The scene transitions as the Duchess walks through the grand corridors of her massive family estate.
Ophelia reflects on Theo's stubborn nature while worrying about how to manage his intense and growing devotion.
Relieved that Theo agreed to stay, the Duchess begins planning her next steps to secure his loyalty.
Ophelia vows to ensure Theo accepts her offer, much to the excitement of her loyal maid, Irene.
The Duchess is suddenly interrupted, her attention shifting toward a new presence entering her private quarters.
Ophelia recognizes her visitor as Neil, who appears visibly shaken and completely out of breath.
Neil urgently announces a significant arrival, shocking the Duchess with the news of an unexpected royal visitor.
Neil explains that the Crown Prince himself has arrived, causing a heavy realization to strike the Duchess. The Crown Prince stands alone in the garden, his presence commanding and shrouded in a quiet intensity.
The narrative confirms the identity of the blonde royal, highlighting his sudden and high-stakes arrival at the estate.
The Duchess greets her royal guest with a strained smile, struggling to mask her growing internal panic.
The blonde royal's sharp analytical gaze focuses on Ophelia, sensing the truth behind her well-rehearsed social facade. Ophelia questions the purpose of his visit, desperate to understand the motivation behind his sudden, bold appearance.
The prince suggests that Ophelia's recent actions are part of a larger, carefully orchestrated scheme of hers.
Feigning ignorance, the Duchess reacts with wide-eyed confusion to the prince's pointed and accusatory statement.
The prince dismisses her act, questioning how it feels to have finally succeeded in her recent public maneuvers.
The Crown Prince delivers a monumental message stating that the Emperor himself wishes to see the Duchess.
Ophelia is left utterly speechless, her mind racing at the implications of a direct summons from the Emperor.
Narrative text introduces Kazentri Walhas, the formidable ruler who has held a long interest in Ophelia's life.
The Emperor has closely observed the Duchess for years, familiar with both her reputation and her history.
His interest goes beyond her infamous status, hinting at a much deeper connection to her personal past.
A memory reveals the close bond that once existed between young Ophelia and the late Empress Margaret.
Despite the Empress's past affection, Ophelia's erratic behavior only worsened after her death, confusing those who knew her.
A knowing and sinister smile spreads across the Emperor's face as he evaluates Ophelia's sudden personality change.
The Emperor orders a full investigation, intrigued by the unexpected and dramatic shifts in the Duchess's character.
Steeling herself, Ophelia prepares to face the political storm that comes with royal and imperial attention.
Duke Sylvester is called away from his duties, alerted to the urgent and surprising events at home.
Sylvester asks if his wife has caused another scandal, unaware of the royal presence currently at his estate.
The panicked maid informs the Duke that the Crown Prince has arrived for an unscheduled meeting.
Sylvester's expression hardens upon learning that the prince is currently alone with his wife, the Duchess. A massive crimson eye watches from the darkness, symbolizing the looming and watchful gaze of the Empire.
The prince accuses Ophelia of staging the marketplace incident to intentionally reveal her identity to the public. He argues that her calculated heroism was designed to manipulate the masses into trusting her once more. The prince claims he was merely playing along, while Ophelia inwardly mocks the absurdity of his theories.
Ophelia realizes that being summoned by the Emperor provides a perfect chance to secure a powerful political ally.
The Duchess resolves to use this meeting to flip the script and strengthen her social standing significantly. A formal handshake between Ophelia and the Crown Prince seals their sudden and high-stakes agreement.
Narrative imagery depicts Ophelia escaping the tragic ending of the original story through her choices.
Realizing the Emperor's summons is the perfect opening, Ophelia labels this a golden opportunity.
Observing her expression, the Crown Prince finds her wicked smile deeply suspicious and unsettling.
The prince remains convinced that Ophelia is a frighteningly meticulous woman who calculated every move. He warns Ophelia not to celebrate, vowing to prevent her from gaining an imperial audience. Ophelia questions imperial law regarding audiences, but the prince argues only the pure of heart qualify. After being told she is disqualified, Ophelia urges the prince to look at the evidence. Presenting proof of her intentions, Ophelia faces accusations from the prince regarding her use of tricks.
Ophelia asks if he truly believes she would risk innocent lives for a social charade.
The prince confirms his belief with a shout, standing firm in his distrust of her character.
Stunned by his bias, Ophelia privately curses the prince as an unreasonable and petty jerk.
Tensions peak as Ophelia clenches her fist in frustration while the prince glares with intense anger.
The crown prince suddenly seizes Ophelia's arm, catching her completely off guard by his physical force. He demands to know her true nature while towering over her in the quiet estate gardens. The prince warns her against violence, while Ophelia dismisses his paranoid accusation as absolute nonsense.
Narrative text explains that the prince misinterpreted Ophelia's frustrated fist as a threat of violence.
Ophelia internally mocks the idea of hitting royalty while the prince continues to hold her captive. A look of sudden and profound shock crosses the prince's face as he makes a discovery. Looking down at Ophelia's exposed arm, the prince sees a jagged, bloody wound from her heroism.
Realizing the injury is real, the prince recoils in shock as Ophelia winces from the pain.
Stunned by the physical evidence, the prince asks about the origin of the gruesome wound.
Ophelia points out that the answer is in the very newspaper the prince brought with him.
The prince cynically wonders if she intentionally harmed herself just to perfect her public performance. Chibi Prince laughs at the idea of a noblewoman having a scar, finding it absurdly dedicated.
He questions why she would risk a permanent blemish on her body for a mere social game. Reaching out, the prince begins to express a deeper thought while staring at her injured wrist.
Ophelia asks if her genuine actions are what truly matters, regardless of his cynical theories. The crown prince stands speechless, his perception of the duchess clearly shaken by her resolve. A complex mix of guilt and confusion washes over the blonde royal's face during their silence. Turning away, the prince prepares to leave the estate, his mind racing with new doubts.
As they part ways, the prince wonders if the duchess could actually be changing for the better.
He quickly dismisses the thought, fearing that letting his guard down will lead to betrayal.
The prince resolves not to be fooled, recalling the need to protect Fleur from Ophelia's malice.
A final mental declaration reinforces the prince's stubborn refusal to fall for her current act.
The prince asks if she is done speaking while Ophelia insists their conversation is not finished. Ophelia watches the royal's retreating figure, determined to get a straight answer regarding her request.
Chibi Ophelia wonders about the letter she sent, which remains unacknowledged by her royal guest.
The crown prince sighs and accuses her of purposefully ignoring his previous communication. Walking away, the prince declares his intent to make his final stance on the matter clear. He warns Ophelia that if she ignores him, she will be confined to her house permanently. The prince threatens her with criminal charges in jail while Ophelia mocks his terrifying display.
Ophelia flippantly agrees to stay home while waving a sarcastic goodbye to the departing royal.
A close-up focus on their fingers highlights the weight of the unspoken promise between them.
Chibi Prince shouts for Ophelia not to touch him while Chibi Ophelia looks on with boredom. Flustered, the prince reacts to Ophelia's complaint that he grabbed her arm with unnecessary roughness. Ophelia radiantly asks why he is calling her name while the prince remains visibly overwhelmed.
The sun sets behind autumn leaves as the prince grumpily dismisses the current confusing situation.
With a final huff, the crown prince officially takes his leave of the Regent estate. The grand gates swing open, marking the end of the prince's unexpected and turbulent visit.
Ophelia reflects on her new healthy body while resolving to live a full life.
Her vibrant green eyes look toward the future with a newfound sense of determination. As she walks through the manor, she encounters one of the estate's many servers.
The maid bows respectfully while informing Ophelia that Sylvester is currently away from the estate.
The white-haired woman's cold response and intense aura cause the maid to tremble in fear.
Ophelia dismisses the maid, claiming she has other business to attend to for the day.
She recalls that Sylvester married her for political leverage against the Empire's powerful crown prince.
As they continue through the hallway, the silent maid follows at a respectful distance behind.
If Sylvester refuses a divorce, Ophelia decides she must force him into wanting one instead.
She resolves to act like a true villainess to make her husband completely miserable and repulsed.
The white-haired woman vows to make Sylvester be the first one to beg for divorce. Standing before a set of double doors, she prepares to initiate the first phase of her plan. With a confident smirk, the villainess steps forward to address the first item on her agenda.
Her ornate gown flows as she moves, highlighting the luxury of her new noble status.
The maid gasps in surprise at the unexpected group of people gathered within the parlor. Ophelia stands before several visitors, including a group of women dressed in elegant and fashionable attire. Seeing the influential guests, the maid covers her mouth in a moment of utter disbelief.
Ophelia has summoned 3 of the most expensive and prestigious fashion designers in the entire empire.
She looks at the group, ready to begin her performance as a spoiled and demanding duchess. The designers tremble before her, while Ophelia wonders if her predecessor greeted people with physical violence. Taking a seat, Ophelia asks the lead designer if she brought the requested fashion catalogs. The woman nervously presents the volume while addressing the white-haired lady with a respectful title. She explains that she has meticulously prepared every fashion catalog available for the current season.
A close-up of Ophelia's smile highlights her malicious intent as she questions looking at them.
The fashion designers exchange looks of confusion and shock at the Duchess's unexpected and strange question.
Ophelia declares that she will be indulging herself in an act of extreme and costly luxury.
The small group stands before the seated Duchess, waiting for her next unpredictable and expensive command.
The designers remain frozen in silent shock as they try to process Ophelia's bizarre behavior.
Even her personal maid is left speechless by the scale of the white-haired woman's request.
Narrative text explains that ordering a single catalog represents the cost of at least 10 dresses.
Ophelia chuckles, imagining that this level of financial waste would make even a villainess recoil.
The maid tentatively asks her mistress if she is absolutely certain about this reckless spending.
The woman glares back, asking if the servant has some sort of problem with her orders.
Confused, the maid points out that the Duchess usually buys everything without even looking first.
A memory shows the original Ophelia violently throwing a tantrum and assaulting the terrified fashion designers.
The previous owner of the body would scream about ragged clothing and demand immediate custom orders.
The maid happily offers to conclude the business quickly if it will satisfy the Duchess's whims.
Realizing she was actually being polite compared to the original, Ophelia decides to end the meeting.
Ophelia laments that her attempts at being a villainess are pitiful compared to the original's madness.
The white-haired lady walks down the hallway with a heavy heart, discouraged by her failed plan. She sighs in frustration, realizing that acting like a spoiled brat is harder than she anticipated.
Remembering Sylvester's affection for his staff, she decides to mistreat the servants as her second plan.
A young maid hums a cheerful tune while cleaning a mirror in the sunlit hallway.
Ophelia determines that she must go all out to ensure her villainous reputation is firmly established.
The cleaning maid gasps in terror as the mistress of the house suddenly appears before her. Holding up a hand, the white-haired woman demands to know why the hallway is still dusty. The servant apologizes profusely while the Duchess glares down with an intentionally cold and menacing expression. Internally, the woman apologizes to the innocent servant for using her as a tool for divorce. Ophelia kicks over the bucket of water, ordering the terrified maid to clean the mess again. Looking down with cold indifference, she warns the servant that she will be watching her work. Sylvester suddenly enters the garden and calls out to his wife with an urgent tone.
The blonde-haired crown prince reacts to the Duke's arrival with a look of silent intensity.
Sylvester asks why the prince arrived unannounced, but the royal questions if permission was required.
Sylvester notes that permission is standard, but labels the prince as someone far from being normal. The Duke offers a cold glare while stating that he will forgive the royal's intrusion.
Ophelia looks on in utter disbelief, questioning how her husband could dare to forgive royalty.
The prince mentions he was leaving anyway since he already spoke with the Duchess of Region.
A close-up of the prince's eye reveals his lingering suspicion as he prepares to depart.
Ophelia looks surprised and confirms that her conversation with the prince has officially reached its end.
Stylized imagery depicts the crown prince warning Ophelia never to forget the promise she made him.
The narrative panel emphasizes the prince's insistence that his previous warning be taken very seriously.
The royal walks away as the Duke and Duchess watch from the sunset-drenched garden path.
Ophelia stands still, processing the prince's final threat that he will show no mercy next time.
The heavy iron gates of the estate slam shut, signaling the end of the royal visit. A quiet and heavy atmosphere settles over the couple as they stand alone in the garden.
Sylvester turns around with a stern expression, preparing to address his wife's interaction with the prince.
Ophelia looks up in surprise as her husband begins walking toward her with a determined stride. Sylvester seizes the woman's arm, his gaze focused intently on the bloody wound from the marketplace. The Duke looms over his wife, his face a mask of intense concern and growing suspicion.
Sylvester asks when she was injured, and Ophelia clarifies it happened during her recent rescue mission.
Text boxes note that her willingness to risk her life contradicts her reputation for being selfish.
Ophelia argues she had no choice because the situation was dangerous and the boy might have died. Sylvester sighs and promises to call a skilled healer to ensure she has no permanent scars.
A close-up shows Ophelia flinching as Sylvester reaches for the delicate lace on her dress sleeve.
Ophelia looks confused and insists that calling a professional healer for such a small wound is unnecessary. Narrative text notes that while the wound is shallow, it is large enough to leave scars. Ophelia rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought about the social implications of scarring.
A stylized sequence shows Ophelia underwater, viewing the scar as proof of her healthy, brave body.
Surrounded by petals and water, Ophelia embraces the scar as a symbol of her self-sacrificing nature.
She clenches her fist, declaring her injury a badge of living her life to the fullest.
Back in reality, Sylvester looks at his wife with a renewed sense of interest and understanding.
Ophelia notices the Duke's intense stare and asks what he is currently thinking about her injury.
Sylvester asks if she intends to use the scar as a way to show off to others.
Chibi Sylvester questions Chibi Ophelia's true motivations while she looks on with a flat, blank expression. Sylvester accuses her of using the boy and her own body to boost her public reputation. Chibi Sylvester nods while admitting her boldness is unmatched, making Chibi Ophelia look visibly annoyed. Sylvester changes the subject, asking about the specific promise his wife made to the crown prince. Ophelia explains that the prince simply ordered her to stop going outside and stay at home.
Sylvester reacts with shock, questioning if she actually intends to obey such a restrictive royal command.
Ophelia recalls the prince's threat of execution while asking Sylvester if he remembers his own promise.
Ophelia imagines a mountain of gold and letters as she prepares to claim her promised reward. Sylvester looks incredulous, asking if she truly expects him to pay her here and now. Ophelia insists that he must fulfill his end of their agreement despite the day's chaotic events. Sylvester looks away with a slight blush, realizing his wife has become obsessed with her payment.
Sylvester agrees to settle the matter through Neil, laughing at her persistence while she celebrates.
Sylvester asks if she has anything else to say, and Ophelia mentions the Emperor's watchful eye.
Sylvester mumbles about the Emperor's erratic behavior while Ophelia watches him with a curious look. Sylvester smiles and tells Ophelia to inform him immediately if she receives an official imperial summons.
Ophelia asks if he wants to accompany her, and the Duke confirms his desire for support.
Chibi Sylvester declares his intent to support his wife while Chibi Ophelia looks on with skepticism. Ophelia reflects on Sylvester's motives, suspecting he is tagging along for selfish reasons despite the comfort his presence provides.
The Duchess rejects the offer of company, deciding she is perfectly fine visiting the Emperor by herself.
Ophelia expresses her desire for the Emperor's undivided attention, viewing her husband as a potential distraction to her goal.
Chibi Sylvester warns Ophelia about the Emperor's volatility, while Chibi Ophelia counters that her own temper is equally fierce.
Sylvester mocks Ophelia's simple request for money, challenging her to propose a far more creative arrangement for their deal.
The Duke notes Ophelia's significant growth in negotiation, which she considers a natural result of her recent social maneuvers. Ophelia acknowledges that her current progress is due to Sylvester's influence, leaving the Duke momentarily stunned by her honesty.
A serene close-up shows Ophelia smiling softly, reflecting a rare moment of genuine warmth and connection between the couple.
Narrative text transitions to a new day as Ophelia accepts her temporary royal ban from leaving the estate grounds.
Waking to a beautiful day, Ophelia opens the curtains while her maid notes that the Duchess is finally awake. The narration describes the Resin estate as an enormous, treasure-filled historical site that is incredibly easy to get lost in.
Ophelia feels like a duchess in Wonderland, surrounded by museum-quality treasures scattered throughout the massive and wealthy family mansion.
The Duchess finds her daily life fresh and exciting, comparing her home exploration to the feeling of traveling abroad. When Ophelia mentions visiting the West Annex, her maid Irene reacts with a look of sudden and visible alarm.
Chibi Ophelia questions the restriction while Chibi Irene nervously backtracks, claiming the Duchess can technically go anywhere she wishes. Ophelia sharpens her gaze, calling out the maid's obvious lie and demanding to know the truth behind the restriction. Irene begins to shiver under the pressure of Ophelia's intense and commanding request for the secret of the annex.
The maid reveals that the West Annex serves as the Duke's strictly private and forbidden living quarters.
Visual metaphors depict Sylvester's absolute prohibition of anyone entering his personal domain, which is guarded by thorns and shadows. Irene explains that the Duke's rare and terrifying fury ensures everyone avoids the annex, making it a social dead zone.
Learning about the forbidden location only fuels Ophelia's curiosity as she prepares to investigate the mysterious restricted area.
Chibi Ophelia declares her intention to visit the forbidden annex, much to the panicked and screaming dismay of her maid.
Wearing a dark and mischievous smile, Ophelia admits she finds the prospect of her husband's anger quite entertaining and fun.
The scene shifts to the dark, neglected exterior of the West Annex under an ominous and stormy evening sky.
Ophelia is shocked to find the grounds overgrown with dead flowers and covered in thick, neglected spiderwebs. Standing before the massive chained iron gates, Ophelia compares the eerie building to a classic haunted mansion. The Duchess wonders why her fastidious and clean husband would leave such a significant building in such a state. Determined to uncover the secret, Ophelia pushes open the heavy, creaking gate and steps into the dark shadows inside.
Inside, Ophelia finds a hallway buried under thick dust, confirming the area has been completely abandoned for years. While ascending the grand staircase, Ophelia notes the architecture is identical to the other well-kept annexes of the estate.
A massive, framed portrait reveals a stunning woman with long, dark hair dressed in elegant lace and black ribbons. Ophelia stands motionless before the painting, mesmerized by the mysterious and beautiful woman depicted in the frame.
In a profile shot, Ophelia marvels at the woman's beautiful black hair and striking, elegant appearance. A sudden booming footstep and an angry shout of her name catch Ophelia completely off guard and startle her.
Sylvester appears, looking breathless and furious, stating that his wife has finally crossed a serious and unforgivable boundary.
When asked why she is there, Ophelia lamely claims she only entered the forbidden wing because she was bored.
Ophelia asks if he is angry, but Sylvester's silent, intense expression and harsh response confirm his deep frustration.
Turning away from the portrait, Sylvester insists that this is not a place for them to stay for long.
Ophelia pauses, asking if the beautiful woman in the portrait is the former Duchess and Sylvester's mother. Sylvester flinches as Ophelia questions why he has gone to such lengths to hide this specific place so carefully.
Looking down at the floor, the Duke coldly states that the answer is not something she needs to know.
Ophelia stands her ground, arguing that as his wife, she should be allowed to ask such personal questions.
Sylvester looms over her with an intense aura, emphasizing that many things in this world are better left unknown.
The Duke seizes her shoulder with a firm grip, the tension between the couple reaching a breaking point.
Sylvester's gaze turns icy and dangerous as he warns her that some things are strictly off limits for her to investigate. Releasing his hold, Sylvester orders her to leave the annex immediately without saying another word.
As he walks away, the Duke delivers a final chilling warning, never to think of coming here again.
Ophelia remains in the hallway, processing the shock of her husband's unprecedented and intense defensiveness regarding his past.
Suddenly, Ophelia trips while moving through the dark hall, her face filling with sudden alarm as she loses her footing.
Sylvester spins around with a look of pure terror, screaming her name as he reaches out to save her.
A decorative chandelier hangs from the ceiling, illuminating the interior of the grand estate hall. As Ophelia lies on top of him, Sylvester asks if she is all right, and she breathlessly thanks him. Ophelia asks Sylvester how he is doing, causing the flustered Duke to flinch with visible and sudden embarrassment.
The couple remains in an intimate tangle on the floor as golden sunlight streams into the grand hall.
Ophelia's hand rests firmly against Sylvester's chest as she slowly realizes the weight of their physical closeness.
Ophelia's face flushes a deep crimson as the reality of her compromising position finally sinks into her mind.
Ophelia quickly apologizes for tripping and falling on him while Sylvester calmly assures her that it is fine. Worrying she made him uncomfortable, Ophelia asks if he is upset by the accidental and sudden physical contact.
Sylvester's face turns bright red as he speaks her name, his usual cold and distant demeanor completely shattered. Sylvester notes that their current position is quite difficult, prompting a flustered and quick agreement from the Duchess.
The two characters stand awkwardly apart, both visibly shaken and embarrassed by the unexpected and intimate garden encounter. Turning his head away to hide his blush, Sylvester quietly admits that he is glad she is safe.
Ophelia looks back at her husband with wide eyes, surprised by the rare display of his genuine concern.
While wondering why Sylvester is so embarrassed, Ophelia is interrupted by Irene calling out to her urgently.
Ophelia collapses onto her bed in a daze, prompting a concerned Irene to ask if she is okay.
Burying her face in the soft pillows, Ophelia tries to hide the intense heat still radiating from her. In a memory, Sylvester asks why she is acting differently instead of brushing things off as she usually does.
The Duke reflects on the cold and distant nature that once defined his relationship with the original Ophelia. Ophelia worries that her growing attachment to Sylvester will weaken her firm resolve to eventually seek a divorce.
She realizes that changing the original plot too much will make her own future dangerously unpredictable and messy. Ophelia snaps out of her thoughts and gives Irene an order, to which the maid dutifully and quickly complies.
Sitting elegantly among blue flowers, the Duchess calls out to her maid to begin her daily morning preparations.
Ophelia declares her intention to prepare for an upcoming outing, signaling a significant shift in her daily routine. A formal letter addressed to His Excellency rests on the desk, containing news that demands his immediate attention.
Sylvester looks up from his work as an aide enters the room to deliver an urgent personal report.
The intricate detail of Sylvester's imperial brooch highlights his high standing and authority within the wealthy Regent dukedom.
Neil asks what has the Duke so deep in thought, but Sylvester dismisses the inquiry and continues working. Neil asks about the second prince, but Sylvester believes the royal is simply busy slaying monsters up north.
A dark smile accompanies the thought that the second prince is likely enjoying the chaos of the battlefield.
Sylvester orders Neil to notify him immediately upon hearing news of the second prince's return from the north. Sylvester asks Neil if he sensed anything unusual, but the confused aide asks for clarification on the matter.
Sylvester notes that Ophelia has completely stopped her suspicious and frequent visits to the forbidden black magic laboratory.
Neil agrees with the observation and wonders if her sudden lack of interest in magic is actually positive.
Sylvester remains bothered by her change, doubting that a capricious whim is the only reason she stopped magic. Sylvester fears she is trying to lower his guard, while Neil suggests using any mistake to exile her. Neil asks the Duke to clarify his intentions regarding the Duchess and her recent strange and unexpected behavior. Staring into the distance, Sylvester admits that the woman currently living as his wife feels entirely unfamiliar. Sylvester muses that her dramatic change is so impossible it seems as though she was struck by lightning. The Duke stares at her writing, unable to reconcile the polite words with the woman he once knew. Neil resolves to uncover the truth and prepare for the moment Ophelia inevitably reveals her true malicious nature. Sylvester tells himself to stay calm despite the internal conflict and confusion her new personality has cost him. The Duke berates himself for getting flustered over something as trivial as an accidental fall with his wife. Sylvester declares that he alone decides what belongs to him and who he will ultimately choose to discard.
Sylvester notes that his efforts have successfully diverted the Crown Prince's exclusive attention away from Lady Williams.
The Duke reflects that successful seduction is irrelevant as long as he maintains a valid pretext for actions.
Sylvester plans to ruin the Crown Prince's reputation and place the second prince on the throne instead.
Sylvester remains determined to make the second prince the emperor to fulfill his own mysterious and long-held goals. The Duke wonders if successfully manipulating the imperial succession will finally allow him to fulfill his deepest desire.
Disguised in a dark cloak, Ophelia prepares to sneak out while her maid nervously asks where she's going.
Irene warns the Duchess that the path she intends to take appears far too dangerous for a noblewoman.
Irene, but madam, you are so frail. Ophelia, I'm right here with you. What's there to worry about?
Chibi Ophelia maintains a blank stare while Chibi Irene looks on with visible concern and anxiety.
Ophelia notes that people forget her magical identity while she relies on the secret escort Sylvester provided.
Ophelia reflects on the utility of dark magic and the necessity of studying it for her own protection.
Ah, madame, look over there! Irene, the green awning you mentioned. Wow, it's really just like the original description. Ophelia, well then, let's go.
Ophelia, the smell is something else. As expected, the place where that is cooked is no ordinary place. Well, the cat definitely has better fashion sense than the shopkeeper.
Cat, I was excited thinking we had customers for the first time in a while. Man, go away. This isn't the kind of place that sells things for a lady like you. Irene, how rude. Do you even know who our madam is?
Man, I don't care. Either way, this isn't a place for your kind to enter. Not even a princess or a duchess would be welcome here, let alone you.
Man, get out. Go back quickly. Narrative notes that the activity occurring within the dark, web-filled room is strictly illegal.
Narrative explains that the specific illegal act involves the unauthorized sale of monster meat. Of course, eating it on the battlefield while subjugating monsters is overlooked, but opening a shop and selling monster meat like this is strictly illegal. Ophelia, if this place were reported directly to the Imperial Guard, at least 15 years in prison. Don't you agree?
Man, do you have any proof? Such baseless threats won't work here.
The man demands to know the identity of the woman challenging him. Man, you. Who are you?
Ophelia, are you only just now realizing? Those who live in the back alleys would know me better. I am the wife of Sylvester Resin, the king of the back alleys, and also a dark mage.
Ophelia, don't say such scary things like threats. I'm just here to buy some meat, that's all. I'm giving it as a gift to someone who really loves this kind of thing. Madame, what do you plan to do with something like monster meat?
In a grand hall, the Crown Prince sits alone at a dining table filled with gourmet dishes.
Fleur, your highness, does the food not suit your taste?
Ah, no, it's nothing. A close-up of the steak highlights the Crown Prince's lingering lack of interest in the meal.
Fleur walks through a sunlit corridor preoccupied by the royal's recent behavior.
Lately, he has lost his appetite.
A tender close-up depicts a moment of physical closeness between two characters surrounded by a floral aura.
Fleur, oh.
Dark-haired man, going? I'm heading back now.
Fleur, no need. I'm sure everyone's busy. I can go alone.
Man, if you insist, I understand.
Man, please be careful, Haddam.
Fleur, the seal on that letter just now. Middle row. There's no mistake. It's the seal of the Raisin family.
Man, even if it's that lady, threats won't work on me.
Ophelia, that's hurtful. Ophelia slams a bag of gold onto the counter. Ophelia, is this enough?
Man, monster meat, and you're paying this much for it? Ophelia, the price of goods is determined by the seller. Besides,
Ophelia reaches out a hand with a confident smile, asserting dominance over the shopkeeper.
That's right. The real identity of this place is none other than an information guild. Of course, Sylvester's guild has better intel, but having my own network of information isn't a bad idea either. Above all, this is the place where Fleur from the original work bought monster meat, and the information guild Collian frequently used. The shopkeeper looks at Ophelia with a skeptical but attentive expression while she waits for his response. Nothing says trustworthy informant quite like a giant scar across your palm as you reach for an handshake.
Man, call me Joseph.
Ophelia asks if he is finally handing over the meat, and Joseph promises the best quality available. Joseph asks what he should call his new client, while Ophelia reacts with a look of slight confusion.
A shop worker bows and apologizes, stating that nothing is available and they must wait a little.
I see. Nothing we can do about that.
A digital library displays a categorized selection of ongoing manhwa series along with their most recent update schedules. Irene stares intently at the Duchess, her face reflecting the tension of the current and unexpected delay.
Ophelia, are you telling me to stand here all day? You filthy bastard! Irene, eek!
Clenching her clothes, Irene ponders the long-term benefits of remaining the Duchess's loyal maid.
Irene visualizes a prosperous career path filled with rapid promotions and a literal mountain of gold. The maid imagines her lady finding a romantic happy ending before blushing at her own runaway thoughts.
Irene looks determined and thinks, yes, I'll stick by the lady's side no matter what.
Irene contrasts the former demon-possessed Ophelia with the angelic woman she serves today.
Ophelia notes they have a bit of spare time and suggests stopping for a tea break.
Irene enthusiastically agrees to the suggestion, wrapping her lady in a sudden, affectionate hug.
Ophelia offers a warm and slightly surprised smile as she accepts her maid's sudden burst of affection.
Irene looks up with a flustered expression, momentarily overwhelmed by her lady's kindness.
After Irene suggests a popular local tea house, the two women head toward the charming building together. At the palace, the crown prince sits in his grand chambers looking deeply troubled and brooding. Neil observes that the prince seems upset, a sentiment the royal immediately and bluntly confirms.
The prince laments receiving another message from that woman, unable to refuse a potentially important maternal letter.
Fleur warns that if the visit is for nothing important, the Duchess will certainly regret it. Fleur vows to make the Duchess pay if she hasn't brought the promised maternal letter.
Observing the changing dynamics, Fleur notes that Ophelia's frequent meetings with the prince are highly unusual. A close-up captures a subtle, calculating expression on a woman's face as she watches from afar. While Ophelia and Irene enjoy their tea, Fleur decides this situation cannot be allowed to continue. An official announcement echoes through the palace grounds, signaling Duchess Ophelia Rezin's formal arrival. The prince's brisk footsteps approach the reception room as the palace maids bow in respectful silence.
Walking with a purposeful stride, the crown prince wonders what kind of scheme the Duchess has planned.
Bursting through the doors, the prince tells himself he won't be swayed by whatever Ophelia has brought.
Sitting elegantly in her striking red dress, Ophelia greets the royal with a polite and calm acknowledgement.
The Duchess asks if he has been well, while the prince stands before her with an icy gaze.
The prince notes to himself that her appearance remains as outstanding and captivating as always.
Shaking off his distractions, the prince sits down and prepares to address the purpose of her visit.
The prince warns that if she hasn't brought the letter, she must leave the palace immediately. Internally, Ophelia fumes at his rudeness, deciding that even her husband Sylvester is more decent than him. Ophelia clenches her skirt and forces herself to remain calm despite the prince's blatant and abrasive hostility. The prince asks what she has brought as she presents a mysterious wooden box on the table. Ophelia promises that the gift is something he will value just as much as a personal letter.
As the lid opens, the prince is struck by an immediate and overwhelming sense of pure shock. A slab of raw, bloody meat is revealed inside the box, casting an eerie glow in the room.
The prince stares in horror, wondering if the Duchess has finally and completely lost her sanity.
The prince demands to know why she brought a corpse into the palace, but Ophelia remains cryptically calm.
Ophelia promises he will understand once he takes a closer look, causing the prince to lean in nervously.
A bead of sweat rolls down the prince's face as he realizes the true nature of her gift.
The narrative identifies the gift as monster meat, a delicacy the prince secretly loved during his mercenary days.
In a flashback, the prince recalls his addiction to monster meat, which he hasn't tasted for 2 years. The prince stares at the meat with an intense longing that conflicts with his royal and refined position. The prince frantically points out that distributing monster meat is illegal, but Ophelia remains completely unbothered. Ophelia casually sips her tea while the prince struggles to maintain his composure in the face of temptation. The narrative notes that even if reported, the meat would simply be destroyed, wasting a rare treasure. The prince's face turns a bright red as he fights a losing battle against his own suppressed appetite. A palace maid looks on with total bewilderment as the prince makes a sudden and loud proclamation. The order is given to take the gift to the kitchen, leaving the staff confused by the request. Chibi Ophelia notes how pleased he looks, but the Chibi prince tries to hide his obvious blush. The prince stubbornly denies being happy and orders her to leave, though his face tells a different story.
Ophelia laughs at his coldness, while the prince privately admits that her presence is becoming strangely tolerable.
Kalyan starts counting down as Ophelia mentions her knowledge of a secret information guild.
Kalyan reacts with surprise while Ophelia explains the guild is independent from her husband's influence.
Narrator describes the guild as a global hub where mercenaries exchange valuable, shared information.
Ophelia warns the prince that acting without a proper informant is currently a risky endeavor. Kalyan looks troubled as he contemplates the Duchess's offer and his need for more intelligence. Thought bubbles identify the second prince and Sylvester Rezin as figures requiring careful observation. Prince reflects on monitoring his rivals, noting that Sylvester has monopolized most information guilds. Chibi Ophelia explains the guild's extreme caution prevents her from disclosing its secret location. Ophelia asserts that the prince must cooperate directly with her to utilize the guild's resources. Close-up of the Duchess's elegant red dress highlights the formal atmosphere of their meeting. Ophelia smiles radiantly, claiming her assistance is motivated by her deep affection for him. Prince labels her as a truly shameless woman during their increasingly tense palace confrontation. Prince questions if her current actions are appropriate for the Duchess of the Rezin family.
Prince accuses the Duchess of betraying her husband through her suspicious and unfaithful behavior.
Prince rejects her, while Ophelia internally insists she has never wanted his love anyway.
Duchess clarifies that her offer of help is not intended to win the prince's heart.
Narrative bubble emphasizes that the prince's acceptance of her help is ultimately not important.
Ophelia's cold expression matches thoughts regarding using her emotions and potential for absolute betrayal. Ophelia plans to manipulate Callian, considering any harm to Sylvester as his own just desserts.
Duchess notes that wishing for a loved one's well-being is a perfectly natural human sentiment.
Prince addresses Ophelia with a complex expression as their meeting reaches a critical turning point.
Narrative highlights Ophelia's lack of guilt even when engaging in such wicked and calculated deeds.
Prince laughs joyfully, finding her twisted personality and lack of shame surprisingly entertaining.
Ophelia blushes while beginning to realize something significant about her true feelings and situation.
Duchess laughs with genuine delight, appearing to enjoy the complexity of her social manipulation. Attendant greets Ophelia at her carriage, but she decides to rest before setting out.
Ophelia collapses onto the carriage seat, feeling completely exhausted from her hectic and busy day.
Duchess looks contemplative while resting, her mind busy reviewing the events of the day.
Sylvester is characterized as the story's top villain whose power remains stable unless provoked.
Memory depicts the original Ophelia using dark magic to cause Sylvester's power to go berserk.
Ophelia wonders exactly how her original counterpart managed to destabilize Sylvester's massive dark power.
Sunlight glimmers off the carriage wheel as the vehicle remains parked in the garden.
Ophelia looks up with sudden alarm after hearing unexpected knocking sounds on the carriage door.
Duchess pulls back the curtain and asks for the identity of the person knocking.
Fleur greets the Duchess from outside the carriage with an innocent and very polite smile.
Ophelia looks shocked as Fleur explains she spotted the carriage while visiting the Crown Prince.
Fleur stands gracefully in the sunlight, her unexpected appearance startling the normally composed Duchess.
Chibi Ophelia peeks out from the carriage door, looking overwhelmed by the sudden encounter.
Duchess sweats nervously while trying to determine the best way to handle Fleur's presence.
Chibi panel shows Ophelia wondering if she should confront her rival while they are alone.
Fleur looks up with a pleading expression, her hand clasped in a humble, prayerful gesture.
Ophelia's heart pounds rapidly as she processes the shock of meeting her rival so suddenly.
Duchess invites Fleur inside the carriage to speak privately and resolve their current awkward situation.
Fleur sits on the velvet seat, admitting that her previous behavior was admittedly quite rude.
Ophelia bows her head slightly while offering an apology for her own past discourteous actions.
Ophelia questions why Fleur approached her if it would only lead to further complications.
Chibi head Ophelia expresses worry about being scolded by the prince for meeting Fleur secretly.
Fleur confidently assures the Duchess that the prince will certainly listen to her own requests.
Ophelia listens with a skeptical expression as Chibi Fleur continues to make optimistic claims.
Fleur smiles innocently while Ophelia internally reflects on the lies being presented to her.
Fleur suggests dismissing the lack of purpose and asks Ophelia to leave, while Ophelia agrees.
Fleur remains silent as she observes Ophelia within the quiet shared space of the carriage.
A close-up shows Fleur's hands nervously fidgeting as she prepares to make a major revelation.
Fleur signals she has something important to share, prompting a curious inquiry from the Duchess.
Fleur shocks Ophelia by announcing her intention to divorce Count William in the near future.
The carriage continues its steady journey through the palace grounds as the conversation takes a turn.
Fleur declares that she has already secured a promise of marriage from the Crown Prince.
With a look of serene joy, Fleur reflects on the happiness of her impending royal union.
Narrative text emphasizes the desire for a blessing upon her future marriage to the royal heir.
A tight close-up of Fleur's eyes reveals the intense focus behind her seemingly innocent exterior. Flashbacks reveal Fleur's origins in a wealthy merchant family that lacked a formal noble title. Young Fleur recalls a happy childhood where she was universally adored and compared to an angel.
The narrative notes how quickly her perfect life unraveled, leading to a sudden and complete collapse.
Fleur's world was destroyed when her father's merchant ship tragically sank, plunging the family into ruin.
The family's wealth vanished instantly, leaving them destitute and struggling to afford even basic daily meals.
Her home became a dark place filled with alcohol, constant arguments, and the sound of sobbing.
Stripped of her status and joy, Fleur felt that she was no longer the cherished angel.
Fleur reflects on the unpredictability of life after losing everything and falling into a mountain of debt.
She recalls the bitter realization that the pity others showed her was nothing more than a lie. At her lowest point, an old nobleman approached her, offering a way out of her desperate situation.
Count William promised to cherish her for life as he reached out to the young, vulnerable woman.
Desperate to escape her current misery, Fleur viewed the Count's offer as a necessary survival tactic.
Fleur married the Count to clear her family's debts, trading her freedom for financial and social security. She considered her marriage a reasonable choice that successfully restored her status as a titled countess. Her new noble standing allowed her to reclaim her image as an angel in high society. Fleur reflects on her satisfaction with her new life while walking through the lush palace gardens.
While in the garden, Fleur discovers a wounded man and wonders if her life is truly complete. Moved by the encounter, she brings the mysterious, unconscious young man back to her private residence. Fleur is captivated by the man's golden hair and begins to wonder about his mysterious origin. Sitting by his bedside, she feels a profound sense of destiny regarding their sudden, chance encounter. Narrative text reveals that the man she saved was actually the exiled and abandoned crown prince. The prince acknowledges Fleur as his savior, claiming her care is the reason for his recovery.
In a romantic gesture, the prince proposes to Fleur, formally declaring her his savior and future wife.
Fleur accepts the proposal, viewing her relationship with the prince as the ultimate fulfillment of her destiny. She feels extraordinary, believing her past struggles were merely obstacles leading her to this powerful man. Fueled by ambition, Fleur resolves to climb the final social ladder and become the future empress.
At a formal gathering, the crowd notices the arrival of the infamous Duchess Ophelia Rezin once again.
A close-up captures a character's reaction as they identify the Duchess entering the social event.
Ophelia appears exceptionally beautiful and untouchable, exuding an aura of freedom that intimidates those around her.
Fleur and her associate decide they cannot win against Ophelia and must avoid the witch entirely. Fleur finds twisted comfort in Ophelia's villainy, using the Duchess's malice to highlight her own perceived innocence. Ophelia's hostility only serves to bind the prince more tightly to Fleur in a defensive embrace. The prince fiercely defends Fleur from Ophelia's bullying, showing a willingness to protect her at any cost. The prince banishes Ophelia from his presence, expressing intense disgust and nausea at the sight of her. While Ophelia is forcibly removed, Fleur feels a profound sense of reassurance and security in his arms. Fleur confidently asserts that she will never be defeated because the prince's love belongs solely to her. Fleur vows never to return to her painful past, clinging fiercely to her hard-won royal future. She is determined to maintain her current status, refusing to let go of her life with Collian. Fleur believes that all her past hardships were necessary trials that allowed her to shine as she does. With newfound boldness, Fleur internally challenges Ophelia to direct her inevitable anger and jealousy toward her. Fleur smiles while questioning Ophelia's attendance at her wedding, prompting a look of intense determination. A small character expresses gratitude to the viewers, signaling a brief transition in the story. Fleur is visibly shaken and angry, struggling to contain her growing resentment toward the Duchess. As Fleur walks away, the narrative notes her predictable behavior while Ophelia watches in silence. Ophelia decides to attend the event, viewing the occasion as something finally worthy of a blessing.
Fleur sits in the carriage, her expression filled with genuine shock at Ophelia's unexpected reaction.
Ophelia signals for the carriage to stop, eager to distance herself from the uncomfortable confrontation. Fleur feels humiliated that Ophelia didn't even deem her worth hitting during their tense exchange.
Inside her own carriage, the Duchess vents her frustration by striking the seat in irritation.
Ophelia reflects on Fleur's manipulation and wonders if the woman will resort to lies again. A severe headache plagues the Duchess as she arrives home, exhausted by the day's events. Desperate for rest, Ophelia prepares to enter her estate and leave the palace drama behind. The Duchess is startled when someone unexpectedly reaches out to greet her upon her return. Sylvester notes her late arrival while Ophelia explains her recent meeting with the Crown Prince. The Duke listens with a skeptical expression, questioning the true nature of his wife's activities.
Sylvester observes that Ophelia looks unwell, expressing a rare moment of concern for her health.
Ophelia considers sharing the carriage incident but hesitates, feeling it might be wrong to tell Sylvester. A small character looks sad, marking a quiet moment of introspection during the shift in scenes. Chibi Ophelia rants to Sylvester about Fleur's arrogant claims regarding a divorce and royal marriage.
After her outburst, the Duchess suddenly realizes she has shared far too much with her husband.
Sylvester looks at his hand, silently processing the surprising information his wife just revealed. The Duke asks if she struck Fleur, to which Ophelia denies while admitting the urge. Sylvester surprisingly compliments his wife for her restraint, causing Ophelia to question his genuine intent. The Duke warns that the Countess has declared war and advises Ophelia to be more cautious. Ophelia explains her deep distrust of Fleur's true nature and her suspicious behavior at the palace. Frustration mounts as Ophelia clenches her dress, feeling the weight of the coming social conflict. Recalling the original Fleur's resolve, Ophelia decides she must take a firm and decisive path. The scene shifts as the Duchess observes others from a distance, lost in her own thoughts. Ophelia resolves to correct the mistaken interpretations of the characters and the story's original path. The vast training grounds sit under the sun, dotted with wooden dummies used for sword practice. Theo stops his training, blushing deeply as he spots someone approaching him from across the field. Ophelia waves cheerfully to the young boy, arriving with a basket to check on his progress. Theo humbly admits that his life at the estate is far better than he ever deserved. A warm smile crosses Theo's face as he interacts with the woman who changed his life.
Ophelia dismisses his gratitude with a laugh, enjoying a peaceful moment together in the garden.
Chibi Theo excitedly shares that his swordsmanship teacher has been praising his significant recent improvements.
Theo mentions that the Duke visited the training grounds to watch him practice his sword skills.
Ophelia looks surprised, realizing that Sylvester has finally begun to recognize the young boy's hidden talent.
She recalls when Sylvester initially demanded she get rid of the puppy she insisted on raising.
Theo notes the Duchess is in a good mood, his face turning red from the attention.
The young boy offers to get anything the Duchess might need, eager to show his loyalty.
Theo fidgets with his gloves, looking nervous as he prepares to share a personal struggle.
Ophelia looks at him with a soft expression, waiting for him to speak his mind freely. A sudden realization strikes the Duchess, and she begins walking with a renewed sense of purpose.
Rushing through the corridors, Ophelia chides herself for not thinking of a specific solution sooner.
Theo sadly explains that he cannot use his new textbook because he never learned to read.
Determined to help, Ophelia realizes that teaching the boy to read is her next important task.
The Duchess reaches the heavy study doors, ready to interrupt her husband's work with her request.
Ophelia bursts into the room calling for Sylvester, startling both the Duke and his focused aide.
Sylvester calmly notes that it has been quite some time since she entered his office so energetically.
Ophelia grabs Sylvester's hands, startling him during her sudden and energetic visit to his office.
Holding his hands tightly, the Duchess demands money from the Duke with an intense gaze.
Sylvester stares at Ophelia in total shock, completely caught off guard by her physical boldness.
As the sun shines over the estate, the Duke wonders why his wife is going out.
Ophelia appears elegantly dressed in a blue and white gown ready for her unexpected outing. Sylvester notes that it has been a long time since he went out for personal reasons.
Dressed in a sophisticated white suit, Sylvester asks if they are ready to depart the estate.
Ophelia's face turns bright red as she feels her heart race before their departure together.
As they walk side by side, the Duchess wonders if this outing qualifies as a date.
The scene shifts to the bustling city under a clear and bright afternoon sky.
Ophelia questions their destination while the aide, Neil, politely excuses himself to allow them privacy.
Sylvester looks at her with a knowing expression, asking if she truly needs to be told.
Sylvester reveals they are here to buy clothes, leaving the Duchess completely stunned by the news.
The Duke criticizes her recent plain fashion choices, referencing the absurdity of her previous money request.
Sylvester explains he felt accused of being stingy, causing chibi Ophelia to recoil at his logic.
Ophelia tries to clarify her intentions, but Sylvester dismisses the argument to focus on their shopping.
With a rare and charming smile, Sylvester asks the Duchess to spend the day with him.
Ophelia stares at him in silent awe, her heart fluttering at his unexpectedly kind behavior.
Despite finding him annoying, the Duchess wonders what has caused his sudden change in attitude today.
The sound of footsteps echoes as the couple enters a high-end establishment in the city.
Sylvester maintains a composed and handsome appearance as they step inside the prestigious boutique.
The grand entrance of an upscale dress shop is revealed, signaling the start of their shopping.
A cheerful dressmaker greets the Duchess, eagerly presenting the latest fashions of the current season.
Ophelia finds herself in a dress with a ridiculous frilled collar, internally lamenting the strange style.
The Duchess exhales in relief while the dressmaker is visibly intimidated by her intense presence.
The dressmaker becomes highly motivated, determined to capitalize on the rare visit from the Duchess.
Viewing the situation as free global advertising, the dressmaker becomes consumed by a fiery ambition.
Ophelia pauses and looks away with a serious expression, her mind focused on a new discovery. Sylvester asks why she isn't picking more clothes while Ophelia continues to be distracted by something.
The Duchess gestures towards several mannequins, deciding to purchase multiple elegant dresses for her wardrobe.
Ophelia's attention is captured by a young boy with orange hair peeking through the shop window.
The shopkeeper identifies the child, noting his presence near the building to the curious Duchess.
The staff member explains that the boy has been loitering outside the shop every single morning.
With a frustrated expression, the employee complains that the child refuses to leave despite several warnings.
Sylvester calls out to Ophelia as she remains fixated on the mysterious child outside the shop.
The orange-haired boy sits alone, using a stick to write complex mathematical calculations on the ground. Ophelia approaches the boy and asks him what he is doing in such a public place.
The boy reveals he has accurately calculated the total cost of all the dresses she purchased. Ophelia questions his source, and the boy explains he monitored the staff's movements to gather data.
Chibi Ophelia asks how he knew the specific prices, which the boy admits took significant effort.
The boy recounts how he questioned customers and analyzed embellishments to learn the shop's pricing structure.
With a bright and hopeful smile, the boy asks the Duchess if his calculation was correct.
Ophelia stares at the child in silence, amazed by his extraordinary observational and analytical skills.
The Duchess smirks and informs the boy he is wrong, causing him to react with shock.
Ophelia explains that design and other factors influence pricing far more than simple embellishments.
The Duchess looks down at the child, her expression softening as she observes his reaction.
Ophelia reveals the actual, much higher cost, leaving the boy stunned by the massive price difference.
The boy sighs deeply in disappointment as the Duchess looks on with a calm expression. Despite his failure, the boy resolves to be more accurate next time, earning Ophelia's secret admiration.
Sylvester watches from a distance as his wife finishes her intriguing conversation with the talented child.
Sylvester notes that the conversation between his wife and the boy was quite intriguing.
A startled chibi Ophelia asks her husband exactly how long he has been standing there.
Sylvester explains the crowd's worry while Ophelia reflects on her reputation as a terrifying witch.
Sylvester shifts his focus to the orange-haired child and asks for his name.
The young boy looks up with wide, shocked eyes as the tall nobleman addresses him.
Bowing low, the boy introduces himself as Libert to the Duke and the Duchess.
Ophelia reacts with extreme shock, her face flushing as she realizes the boy's incredible identity.
Narrative text identifies Libert as a future strategist destined to support the prince with extraordinary abilities.
Ophelia prays in relief, realizing she only met the strategist because Sylvester brought her out.
Libert expresses his utter surprise and joy at meeting the high-ranking Duke and Duchess. Sylvester questions his recognition, while Libert confirms that the Duke's legendary reputation precedes him.
Libert mentions rumors of the Duchess raising an orphan, which has improved the family's social standing.
Chibi Ophelia asks about his calculations while Libert explains his deep passion for academic study.
Flashbacks show Libert working while longing to attend classes in a room filled with books. A close-up shows the boy's hands as he expresses complete confidence in his intellectual abilities.
Libert asserts that he would outperform everyone else if he were ever given a proper chance.
The boy remains in a humble bow as the noble couple watches him silently.
Libert refuses to stand, begging the Duke and Duchess to take him to their estate.
He promises to repay their kindness beyond imagination if they take him in and teach him.
Ophelia looks down at the child, her expression stunned by the sudden turn of events.
The Duchess stands in awe, realizing the incredible stroke of luck in finding this talented boy.
Ophelia asks her husband to help, but Sylvester finds the earnest plea to be quite troublesome.
The Duchess looks up at Sylvester with a confused and questioning expression as he hesitates.
Libert stares at the Duke with a mix of fear and intense, unwavering hope for acceptance.
Sylvester declares that Ophelia's habit of collecting stray children is currently the biggest problem.
An imagined scene shows Ophelia running a kindergarten filled with the many stray children she finds.
Ophelia defends Libert's intelligence, while Sylvester admits that the conversation was at least somewhat interesting. The Duke towers over the small child, his intimidating presence looming over the stone ground.
Sylvester states that talent alone doesn't justify immediately bringing the boy back to the mansion.
Ophelia reflects on the difficulty of proving the boy's future growth in this specific moment.
The young boy looks up with a determined and flushed face, waiting for a final answer.
Libert expresses his fear that this meeting is the only opportunity of his entire life.
Clenching his legs, the boy swears he will be useful despite his current lack of evidence.
Sylvester stares down in silence, his expression unreadable as he evaluates the boy's resolve.
The boy winces as he realizes the number of curious onlookers is steadily increasing.
The crowd whispers about the Duchess, wondering if she is currently bullying a small child.
Sylvester sighs deeply, looking exhausted by the public spectacle and the rumors being generated.
Sylvester notes that all the children Ophelia finds interesting turn out to be quite strange.
The boy shouts in surprise as Sylvester suddenly grabs him by the back of his shirt.
Sylvester hoists the boy up, deciding to let him join them because he feels generous.
Libert is speechless and flushed with emotion as the Duke carries him like a parcel.
Ophelia responds to Sylvester while internally reflecting on the sudden and bizarre outcome of the meeting.
Sylvester walks away from the scene with the happy boy perched securely on his shoulder.
A chibi panel shows Sylvester laughing while Ophelia wonders what caught his attention so suddenly.
Narrative text notes that everything worked out as the couple returns to their carriage.
Neil greets the Duchess upon her return, only to scream and shock at the new passenger. The aide is completely baffled, trembling as he asks for an explanation of the scene.
Sylvester informs a shocked Neil that he is now in charge of the orange-haired boy.
Ophelia tells Neil to learn from the situation while he panics about the day's chaos.
Sylvester turns back to Neil and asks if he has finally finished his assigned tasks.
Ophelia crosses her arms and demands that her order be carried out with complete thoroughness.
The maid apologizes frantically for her mistake, promising to clean the mess immediately.
A close-up of Ophelia's face reveals a focused and intense gaze as she watches.
The white-haired woman reflects on whether going this far is truly necessary for a divorce.
An older butler named Oliver calls out to the Duchess as he walks down the hall.
Oliver asks about the commotion while Ophelia recognizes him as a key part of her plan.
Seeing the high-ranking butler, Ophelia notes that his timing for a confrontation is absolutely perfect.
The villainess decides to find a reason to pick on the older man and make him cry. Ophelia claims she is merely educating her incompetent underlings to justify her recent hostile behavior.
Staring intensely, the white-haired woman mentally urges Oliver to get angry at her unreasonable actions.
She looks at the butler with a desperate hope that he will finally snap at her. A close-up shows hands pressed together in a silent, prayerful gesture amidst a bright background.
Oliver cries tears of joy and claps his hands together in a state of pure happiness. The butler gleefully agrees that such a situation definitely warrants a scolding from the Duchess. Oliver has a sharp, realizing look in his eyes as he analyzes his mistress's recent growth.
The older man and the butler stand together as Ophelia watches them with growing confusion.
Oliver praises Ophelia for not physically harming the servant despite the severity of the offense. Oliver lists past atrocities she didn't commit, while Ophelia is overwhelmed by the terrifying memories. The butler and the maid cry together, deeply touched by Ophelia's perceived mercy and maturity.
Ophelia cries internally, realizing her plan to get a divorce by mistreating servants has failed.
Ophelia reflects on how her predecessor was a much more competent and natural villain than her.
A man in a military uniform walks through a dark corridor toward a set of doors. Ophelia peeks into a dark room, looking for a new way to ruin her reputation.
The white-haired woman determines that only her final, most desperate plan remains to be executed.
She considers that her pride as a villainess would usually prevent her from stealing money. Ophelia reaches into a desk drawer, intent on committing theft to outrage her husband. Ophelia imagines herself surrounded by men and money, despite her currently terrible and isolated reputation. The woman continues rummaging through the study, searching for something valuable enough to cause anger. A close-up of Ophelia's wide eyes captures her shock as she hears a sudden noise. In a flashback, Sylvester rejects her divorce request for the 5th time and orders her away. Ophelia's hand pauses as she finds a dark, sealed packet hidden deep within the drawer.
She stares at the red wax seal, realizing she has seen this specific mark before.
A close-up of a person's dark boots highlights the tension as someone stands nearby. Sylvester looms over his wife, demanding to know what she is doing in his private study. Ophelia flinches as the dark-haired man confronts her while she hides the stolen document. Ophelia claims she was rummaging for money and is disappointed to have found absolutely nothing.
Sylvester remains silent, looking down with a bead of sweat as the atmosphere becomes tense.
The white-haired woman celebrates her success, judging by Sylvester's look that he is finally furious. Ophelia believes she can finally secure a divorce now that she has crossed a line.
A hand grips the white fabric of a dress tightly, signaling a moment of intense emotion.
Sylvester asks if she is finally going to start acting like a proper mistress of house. The man offers a charming smile, telling Ophelia that she has finally come to her senses.
Ophelia is completely bewildered by Sylvester's positive and supportive response to her attempted theft.
Ophelia watches with a look of pure shock as Sylvester stands over her in the office. The woman's face is illuminated as she struggles to process her husband's unexpected reaction. Sylvester notes that his hearing is fine and asks if she saw his actions clearly. Ophelia shouts that she tried to steal money. Sylvester smiles, calling theft the easiest and fastest way to acquire someone else's belongings.
Ophelia blushes as she gazes up at Sylvester, who looks at her with newfound interest.
In a chibi style, Ophelia frantically slaps her cheeks while Sylvester watches with an amused expression. The Duke's aide, Neil, clutches his chest while breathing heavily from the day's overwhelming stress. Sylvester hands an envelope to Ophelia while carrying the orange-haired boy back at the estate. Sylvester instructs Ophelia to take the letter, leaving the Duchess visibly surprised by the sudden gesture. Ophelia notices the envelope's seal, immediately sensing the gravity of the unknown sender's high-ranking identity. Narrative text reveals that the wax seal belongs to the prestigious house of Grand Duke Painan. Standing before the estate, Ophelia reacts with shock to receiving an invitation from such power. A chibi Ophelia questions her own worthiness of receiving such a precious and highly coveted item.
Ophelia explains that the House of Painan holds great significance for her current social objectives.
She recalls that the letter of the former empress is hidden within that specific household's walls.
While Ophelia admires the letter, a confused chibi Neil reminds her he was the deliverer.
Ophelia envisions Sylvester as a benevolent deity, declaring him her personal god of fortune for today. The scene shifts as Ophelia prepares for the future, her thoughts returning to her rival, Fleur.
Lying on her bed, Ophelia laments that the invitation is actually addressed to someone else entirely.
Ophelia stares at the letter in the dim light, feeling the pressure of the coming confrontation. She recalls Sylvester's plan to steal the invitation meant for the Countess of Cardell for her. Sylvester encourages Ophelia to use the stolen invitation to give Fleur a taste of her medicine. Ophelia worries about the Countess's reaction, but concludes the woman is already too terrified to complain.
The Duchess resolves to distance herself from the original story's flow to ensure her own survival.
Ophelia reflects on her inevitable opposition to Fleur, noting how this timeline differs from the original.
Frustration overcomes the Duchess as she buries her face in her pillow, hating her current predicament. Clenching the bedsheets, Ophelia reassures herself that there is still hope to change her fate.
Ophelia envisions a confrontation with her former villainous self, acknowledging the shift in the story's morality.
She determines that the winner will be whoever claims the strongest power first in this struggle. Ophelia sits up with renewed purpose, visualizing the secret knowledge and items that serve as weapons.
Standing by the window, she vows to steal the virtuous deeds that once made Fleur an angel.
Surrounded by bright flowers, the narrative suggests that Fleur may become the story's true villainess instead.
A maid returns to the mansion with a cheerful shout, announcing her arrival to the Duchess. Ophelia welcomes the girl back with a bright, genuine smile that radiates throughout the grand room. The Duchess asks if the task was completed, and the maid confirms she secured the item. Chibi Irene describes her intense fear while dealing with scary mercenaries to retrieve the necessary package.
Ophelia gazes at the maid with a soft, appreciative expression for her bravery and loyalty today.
The Duchess gently pats the maid's head, rewarding her for the successful and dangerous mission.
Ophelia expresses her deep trust in the maid while accepting the beautifully wrapped pink gift box.
The maid's face flushes with pure joy as she receives praise from her beloved mistress. A chibi maid clarifies that the contents are intended for the Grand Duke of Painan's household.
Ophelia confirms the target while a chibi version of herself appears pleased with the strategic gift.
Smirking, the Duchess expresses her anticipation for the Grand Duke's reaction to receiving the mysterious offering.
Ophelia lets out a sinister laugh, causing the maid to tremble with sudden fear and confusion.
The maid compliments Ophelia's stunning appearance in her new dress, which the Duchess accepts with curiosity.
A close-up showcases the exquisite gown, noted as a masterpiece from the famous designer named Shine.
The maid praises Sylvester's taste while Ophelia looks surprised that the Duke selected her wardrobe personally.
Ophelia admires her reflection in a grand mirror, checking the fit of her elegant white gown.
The Duchess hopes she looks less intimidating, but her inner thoughts suggest she is being greedy.
Ophelia reaches out toward the class, her gloved hand almost touching the reflection of her face. She resolves to master the art of intimidation, terrifying her maid with a menacingly sharp expression.
Ophelia announces their departure for the mansion while the maid responds with a mix of shock and compliance.
A sudden noise at the door catches Ophelia's attention as she turns to see who entered.
Sylvester stands at the entrance, looking impeccable in a high-collared white suit and a long cape. Chibi versions of the couple stare at each other in silence, surrounded by bubbles of pure confusion.
Sylvester asks if she dressed up to impress him, while Ophelia internally questions his random argument.
Ophelia looks down thoughtfully while acknowledging that Sylvester possesses an excellent eye for judgment.
Sylvester announces he is accompanying her, causing a shocked chibi Ophelia to scream in protest.
Sylvester maintains an annoyed expression while clarifying that he has no genuine desire to go. Ophelia crosses her arms, remaining highly skeptical of her husband's sudden interest in her outing.
Sylvester looks at her intensely, questioning who she is trying to impress with such beauty.
A close-up reveals a predatory smirk as the Duke enjoys his wife's obvious social discomfort.
Sylvester suggests that their joint arrival at the mansion will be a spectacle for everyone present.
The Duke offers his gloved hand with practiced elegance to escort the Duchess into the event.
Sylvester presents himself with a rare and disarmingly handsome smile, waiting for her to respond.
Ophelia's heart flutters as she reluctantly accepts Sylvester's hand, feeling the intensity of the moment.
Arriving at the coastal estate, Ophelia and Irene are awestruck by the mansion's massive scale.
Ophelia reflects on the pleasant climate, noting it is much warmer than their cold northern duchy.
As they approach the entrance, Ophelia laments that she likely won't see the beautiful coastline today. Irene confirms she secured the item as Ophelia reveals her plan to influence the Grand Duke.
The maid Irene rushes toward the carriage to retrieve the package before they enter the mansion. Ophelia explains to Sylvester that the gift she brought is very precious to the Grand Duke.
Sylvester remains deeply skeptical, expressing doubt that the host will accept anything from the Duchess. Sylvester bluntly predicts rejection, leaving a defensive and confused Ophelia to demand a clear explanation.
A flashback shows Ophelia cruelly tricking the Grand Duke into eating salt crystals disguised as candy. Sylvester notes the victim was in agony while Ophelia reacts with shock to her past villainy.
Overwhelmed by the shame of her past self's actions, Ophelia collapses in a state of despair.
Ophelia resolves to apologize to the host today to rectify the trouble her past self caused.
Sylvester questions if troublemaker is an accurate enough term to describe her former malicious behavior.
Standing in the hallway, Sylvester warns Ophelia that her situation isn't as simple as she thinks.
Sylvester reveals that the salt prank was so severe the Grand Duke considered her execution. Ophelia is horrified to learn she would have been killed if Sylvester hadn't intervened back then.
The Duke demands that she acknowledge the significant political trouble he went through to save her. Stunned into silence, Ophelia is left speechless by the realization of her massive debt to him.
Sylvester takes petty delight in rubbing it in while Ophelia complains about his lack of tact.
Ophelia sarcastically expresses her gratitude while Sylvester smiles smugly, satisfied that she finally understands her position.
Ophelia wonders if her husband is even capable of detecting the obvious sarcasm in her voice. The couple reaches the grand entrance, preparing to make their high-stakes appearance at the noble gathering.
An attendant confirms the invitation belongs to the Countess of Cardell, validating Ophelia's bold theft.
Sylvester asks if the attendant knows him, while the man stammers out the Duchess's identity instead.
Ophelia uses her intimidating reputation to force the man to accept her as the Countess's replacement.
The Duchess commands the trembling attendant to go and inform the hosts of their sudden arrival.
Linking arms, Ophelia and Sylvester prepare to enter the hall as a unified and powerful couple.
The Duke and Duchess make their grand entrance, walking down the long carpet under everyone's gaze. Guests immediately begin whispering in shock, unsettled by the Duchess's presence at the Grand Duke's party.
The crowd reacts with alarm, unable to believe the couple actually showed up together today.
Ophelia ignores the rumors of theft while Sylvester finds the surrounding social scandal quite entertaining.
Sylvester patronizingly advises Ophelia to control her anger for the sake of her own mental health.
The Duke's smug smirk indicates he is thoroughly enjoying the public spectacle and the guests' discomfort.
Ophelia looks at her husband with suspicion, surprised that he hasn't tried to hit her yet.
The couple bickers in a chibi panel over how many times she has claimed she's reformed.
Ophelia feels the weight of the glares and expresses her desire to leave the hall quickly.
Sylvester teases her about struggling to hold back, while Ophelia insists she no longer hits people.
A dark and menacing expression crosses the Duchess's face as her patience for the crowd thins.
Walking past the guests, Ophelia admits she is tempted to use black magic to silence them.
Ophelia terrifies the gossiping noblewomen by reminding them of just how powerful her magic truly is.
Ophelia worries that her overflowing magic is becoming impossible to control, terrifying those around her.
Sylvester, Ophelia, and Irene walk through the grand hallway toward the mansion's private reception room.
The group discusses the Grand Duke's habit of avoiding the very gatherings he officially hosts.
History reveals the Grand Duke became a hypochondriac after nearly dying from an epidemic during a war.
Ophelia notes that despite his health obsession, the Grand Duke's reputation and title remain formidable.
Sylvester knocks firmly on the door, announcing his and the Duchess's arrival to the Grand Duke.
Narrative text explains that there is almost only one person the Grand Duke truly trusts.
The scene confirms that Sylvester Reason is the sole individual the host allows by his side.
The blonde-mustached Grand Duke greets Sylvester with a joyful shout and a warm, enthusiastic wave.
Sylvester returns the greeting while the Grand Duke confirms he is faring the same as always.
The Grand Duke explains he hid under his blankets to avoid catching a servant's cold.
Sylvester inquires about the host's health, and the Grand Duke insists he is perfectly healthy now.
The Grand Duke maintains a cheerful, flower-framed expression while enjoying the conversation with his guest. A sharp, serious glint enters the Grand Duke's eye as the light-hearted atmosphere suddenly shifts. The Grand Duke asks if the Duchess came along, surprising Ophelia as she stands behind Sylvester.
Sensing the Grand Duke's obvious dislike, Ophelia feels a wave of intense social pressure. Stepping forward, the Duchess resolves to act as if nothing is wrong to maintain appearances.
Ophelia puts on a bright, innocent smile, hoping to soften the hostile atmosphere. The Grand Duke's expression turns terrifyingly dark, making Ophelia realize her friendly approach has backfired.
Sylvester explains that his wife insisted on bringing a special gift for the Grand Duke today.
Ophelia maintains her forced, cheerful expression while internally panicking about the Grand Duke's reaction.
Sylvester continues his explanation as the scene focuses on the grand mantle of the reception room.
Recalling past pranks, the Grand Duke warns Ophelia against trying anything malicious like she did before.
Radiating an intense aura, the Grand Duke vows to hold her accountable regardless of Sylvester's pleas.
Ophelia takes a firm step forward, her heels clicking on the floor as she prepares to speak.
The Duchess expresses her sincere regret for her past behavior toward the host.
Ophelia performs a deep bow of apology, leaving the Grand Duke and Sylvester in stunned silence.
The Grand Duke is shocked to see the notoriously proud Duchess actually bowing to apologize.
Ophelia claims she only played pranks because the Grand Duke reminded her of her late father.
The Duchess completes her performance, bowing deeply as she asks for the nobleman's forgiveness. The Grand Duke notes her maturity while Ophelia admits her past actions were incredibly immature.
Ophelia calls Irene forward to present the gift, leaving the host curious about the offering.
The Duchess suggests she would accept a return gift if the Grand Duke insists on reciprocating.
A close-up shows Ophelia looking hopeful and sparkling, her eyes fixed on the potential reward.
Ophelia and Irene enter the mansion's massive, luxurious library, awestruck by the founding family's collection.
Irene asks what they are looking for, and Ophelia clarifies she needs one specific book. Narrative text explains that the library contains a book on curses despite the family's healing expertise.
A thought bubble wonders why a family that despises black magic would keep such a terrifying book.
Ophelia recalls that Empress Margaret hid a letter in the cursed book to keep it hidden.
The Duchess notes that while the Duke likes her, reconciling with his wife will be harder.
Ophelia reflects on the Empress's habit of hiding letters in difficult places like portraits and books.
A heavy book suddenly falls from a shelf and strikes Ophelia directly on the head. Wincing in pain, Ophelia rubs her forehead while lamenting the physical blow from the volume.
The book lies open on the floor as the Duchess finally finds the hidden item.
A hand turns the pages of the book as Ophelia prepares to retrieve the hidden correspondence.
Chibi Ophelia cheers in triumph, successfully discovering the 2 letters she was searching for.
Ophelia plans to use the letters to raise Killian's favorability, treating it like a simulation game. A game screen shows Callian acting like a tsundere, promising to treasure the letter she brought.
The simulation warns that failure to raise favorability will result in Ophelia's execution.
A chibi panel shows Ophelia in a pillory while she laments the difficulty of her simulation game.
A dim lantern glows in the library while Ophelia laments her miserable life. Startled by a sudden realization, the Duchess pauses as she searches the bookshelves.
A chibi Ophelia wanders through the grand, quiet library, looking for something specific.
Ophelia discovers a mysterious book detailing the dark and forbidden arts of black magic.
A text box explains that black magic draws its power from the demon raw.
The narrative explains the 2 activation methods involve demonic contracts or simple human sacrifices.
Shocked, Ophelia reads that the required sacrifice is actually the user's own intense emotions. The intense emotions serve as a fine delicacy for demons, fueling the dark sorcery.
A demonic entity looms over a terrified chibi Ophelia as she questions the story.
Though chilled by the mechanism, Ophelia finds the use of emotions as power fascinating.
A close-up of Ophelia's unique floral eyes highlights her deep focus on the text.
Ophelia recalls using black magic through her immense grief after losing her beloved father.
Immersed in her research, Ophelia realizes that even fleeting emotions can be sacrificed effectively.
Ophelia stares at her hand, realizing she must cultivate intense feelings to cast spells.
Chibi Ophelia vents her anger at Sylvester to generate the raw emotion she needs.
Ophelia chants about a black dragon and infinite rage while Irene watches her in confusion. Irene questions her mistress's odd actions, prompting a deeply embarrassed and defensive response.
Crying in shame, a chibi Ophelia regrets attempting the magic while anyone was watching.
Walking away, the Duchess tries to reassure herself that everything will work out eventually.
Ophelia suggests returning home as she and Irene prepare to leave the quiet library.
Irene hurries to catch up with her mistress as they depart the darkened room.
Ophelia treats a delighted Irene to a spread of sweets before they head back.
Watching her maid eat, the Duchess thinks it was worth bringing the girl along.
A text box expresses Ophelia's naive hope that today will finally be a peaceful day.
Noblewomen at the social gathering whisper excitedly upon hearing that a countess has arrived. Ophelia chokes on her drink in shock when she hears Fleur's title being announced. Sensing immediate trouble, the Duchess gathers her skirts and attempts to flee the scene.
Fleur makes a grand entrance in a vibrant pink gown, looking impeccably sweet and radiant.
The atmosphere at the party turns lively as the guests flock toward the newcomer.
Chibi Ophelia worries about trouble sparking while someone suddenly calls out her own title.
The Duchess of Paynin approaches Ophelia, expressing her utter disbelief at her sudden appearance. The hostess berates Ophelia for showing her face at a party she is specifically hosting.
Onlookers gossip maliciously, anticipating another public scandal or outrageous statement from the Duchess.
To everyone's surprise, Ophelia immediately bows and offers a formal apology to the hostess.
Ophelia admits her past shortcomings caused unpleasantness, leaving the surrounding nobles in stunned silence.
A close-up captures Ophelia's sincere expression as she formally apologizes for her previous behavior.
Paynin dismisses the apology as fake and accuses Ophelia of brazenly stealing another guest's invitation.
Paynin claims Fleur is being victimized, while Fleur tearfully insists it is all her fault.
Fleur steps forward, claiming the Duchess was merely reminding her of her proper social place.
Weeping, Fleur suggests that being close to her would only bring disgrace to the prince.
Outraged by the accusation, Paynin berates Ophelia for supposedly involving the crown prince's name. Ophelia remains stunned by the escalating drama while Paynin continues her harsh verbal assault.
A stylized illustration of an armored woman marks a brief transition between the story's scenes.
Sylvester walks through a sunlit hall, noting to himself that his wife's behavior is suspicious.
The Duke reflects on Ophelia's motives and considers prodding her to reveal her hidden thoughts.
Back at the party, Paynin aggressively demands that Ophelia repeat her claims in front of her.
Ophelia firmly denies saying anything and questions why Fleur is acting in such a way.
The Duchess challenges Paynin's sense of justice for attacking her without any context or proof.
Ophelia retorts that true justice requires evidence, which is lacking in Paynin's one-sided accusations.
Fleur looks on with a stunned and worried expression as the Duchess stands her ground.
The older noblewoman declares that the Duchess is innocent and hasn't said anything wrong.
Fleur cries and says her suffering means nothing, wanting only to forget it all.
A loud command rings out, telling everyone to stop blaming the Duchess for everything.
Ophelia and her maid stand frozen in the hallway as the chaotic scene unfolds. Ophelia reflects on how people lose reason when they prioritize sympathy over accurate facts.
Shadows whisper that a wicked nature never changes, confirming the recent rumors of unusual behavior. The older woman screams at Ophelia, demandingly asking if she still refuses to apologize.
Ophelia watches the crowd, noting how desperate they are to attack even a small target.
Dark, misty energy begins to seep from the floor of the grand hallway.
A massive pillar of dark energy erupts, shocking the noblewoman and the crying Fleur.
Panicked guests scream about a black shadow on the floor, feeling an eerie, ominous energy. Horrified by the sudden supernatural manifestation, the noblewoman in blue gasps in absolute terror. Fleur recoils as dark skeletal hands of magic rise from the floor to grab her. Ophelia stands amidst the swirling purple energy, realizing that she is witnessing actual black magic. The noblewoman yells at Ophelia, accusing her of using cursed magic right before her eyes.
Ophelia feels a strange sense of relief, as if her boiling rage has vanished instantly.
Staring at Fleur, the Duchess wonders what would happen if she used magic here.
The maid and the noblewoman stare at the Duchess in disbelief as the energy intensifies.
A voice desperately screams for the chaos to stop as the dark energy surges wildly.
A menacing shadow with glowing green eyes looms over the terrified, light-haired girl on the floor.
Fleur screams in agony as glass-like shards of light explode all around her.
Sylvester suddenly intervenes, catching Ophelia and pulling her into a tight, protective embrace.
Sylvester asks if she is insane for using black magic in such a public place. Ophelia looks up at Sylvester, dazed by his sudden appearance and the intensity of his grip.
Still held by the Duke, Ophelia looks away, trying to process the sudden shift in atmosphere.
Sylvester looks sternly at the crowd, his expression unyielding as he protects his wife.
The Duke turns his cold gaze toward the noblewoman who was just berating the Duchess. The noblewoman demandingly asks Sylvester what he means by asking her what happened.
Pointing her fan, the woman insists that the witch tried to harm the Countess with magic.
Sylvester calmly asks if there was any valid reason for his wife to use black magic.
The woman claims this is a matter between ladies and the Duke shouldn't be concerned.
Ophelia leans against Sylvester's back, her expression troubled as the argument continues around her.
Ophelia looks at her husband with a mix of surprise and relief as he defends her.
The noblewoman and Fleur are left speechless by the Duke's unwavering support for his wife.
Sylvester looks the noblewoman in the eye, asking if he looks like he's lying. The tension remains high as Sylvester and Ophelia stand their ground against the older woman.
Sylvester coldly tells Fleur to get up while the girl remains huddled on the floor.
The noblewoman delivers a final warning to Ophelia, telling her not to think this is over.
Ophelia vows to return what she receives, and Sylvester echoes that the same applies to him. The ducal carriage travels along a moonlit coastal road as the couple leaves the estate.
Sylvester tells Ophelia he knew she was crazy but didn't expect it to go this far.
Sylvester suggests a literal lightning strike might be the only cure for her special kind of crazy.
Ophelia argues that his influence changed her and she only used magic because she was angry. Sylvester explains that being tainted by black magic causes one to follow their basic instincts.
Sylvester points out that she has always hated the Countess, making the magic attack inevitable. Ophelia insists she did nothing wrong today besides drinking, looking vulnerable under her husband's gaze.
Sylvester smiles gently at her, acknowledging that he knows she isn't lying about her intentions.
Sylvester instructs her to stay close to him everywhere so he can stop her from berserking.
The Duke warns her to avoid black magic to prevent becoming a beast driven by instinct.
Ophelia reflects on his promise to stop her from going berserk as the scene fades.
Ophelia and Sylvester sit opposite each other in the carriage, maintaining a tense distance during their journey.
Ophelia asks Sylvester if he consumes human emotions as offerings, comparing his cold nature to a demon. Sylvester remains silent as Ophelia gazes at him, waiting for an answer to her strange question.
Sylvester smirks and tells her to forget it, insulting her by saying her emotions wouldn't taste good.
Ophelia reacts with visible shock and offense at her husband's blunt and disparaging dismissal.
Frustrated by his arrogance, Ophelia clenches her hands in her lap and tries to ignore him. Ophelia internally fumes, labeling Sylvester as completely insufferable while they travel in awkward silence. The scene shifts to the grand and imposing exterior of the Duke of Regent's residence. Morning light spills through the window as a new day begins for the determined Duchess.
Irene expresses her deep concern about Ophelia's plan to visit the Crown Prince's palace today.
Irene worries the prince will refuse her, but Ophelia confidently declares he has no choice.
Ophelia wears a menacing smirk while Irene brushes her hair, terrified by her mistress's sudden intensity.
The maid trembles as Ophelia departs, thinking her lady has become incredibly scary lately.
Scattered papers highlight the chaotic fallout from the Duchess's recent public use of black magic.
Flashbacks reveal Prince Callion's anger toward Ophelia for using magic to threaten the crying Fleur.
Handwritten letters are displayed, representing the secret items Ophelia plans to use in her scheme.
A messenger informs Callion of Ophelia's arrival, and the prince coldly orders her to wait. Callion thinks Ophelia is resilient to pain as he prepares himself for their inevitable confrontation. Entering the room, Callion is stunned into silence by the unexpected sight of the crying Duchess. Ophelia sits on the floor sobbing, leaving the confused prince to wonder what she is doing.
A transition panel features the series title, signaling a major shift in the Duchess's social strategy.
Ophelia looks up at the prince with tear-filled eyes, addressing him in a fragile, broken voice.
Kalyan looks visibly panicked and uncomfortable, unable to handle the Duchess's sudden and extreme emotional display. Kalyan asks what happened, and a sobbing Ophelia claims she has made a huge mistake.
Ophelia laments her inability to control her black magic during the incident at the party yesterday. Kalyan skeptically asks if she is truly capable of controlling such dangerous and dark magical energy.
Ophelia cries harder, fearing that her loss of control will eventually lead to a terrible tragedy.
The Duchess confesses she is terrified of herself, successfully making the prince feel a wave of pity.
Softened by her tears, Kalyan approaches and gently tells the Duchess to stop her crying.
The prince lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly overwhelmed by the emotional burden of the Duchess.
Ophelia mentions seeking advice at the temple, a move that visibly alarms the cautious crown prince.
Ophelia explains she needs treatment to control her magic, even if it requires a significant sum.
Kalyan aggressively forbids her from going to the temple, reacting exactly as Ophelia had predicted.
Ophelia continues her performance, dabbing her eyes while the prince remains in a state of alarm.
Kalyan worries that if Ophelia joins the Vatican, the royal family will face significant political trouble.
The prince realizes he cannot allow the Duchess to align herself with the temple's powerful priests.
Ophelia mentions a potential law banning black magic, surprising the prince with her knowledge of current events.
Ophelia offers to apologize to the countess, but Kalyan insists she doesn't need any temple treatment.
Furious, Kalyan vows to fire the reporter who wrote the article about banning black magic.
Kalyan strictly commands Ophelia never to visit the temple or attempt to control her magic.
Hiding a smirk behind her cloth, Ophelia celebrates that everything is going according to her plan.
Ophelia frames the previous day's events as a simple misunderstanding to clear her reputation with him.
Kalyan recalls Fleur's accusations and questions why Ophelia would lie in front of him now.
Ophelia suggests Kalyan verify her story with the librarian, though the prince remains highly skeptical. Standing proudly, the Duchess insists she is merely stating the truth to prove her innocence.
Kalyan feels the weight of the situation, conflicted over his past trust and her current behavior.
Ophelia notes that a seed of doubt has been planted, making their relationship incredibly unstable. The Duchess reflects on her victory in overthrowing the bill while mastering her new manipulation skills.
Kalyan reiterates his command against the temple, and Ophelia submissively agrees to all his demands.
Left alone with his thoughts, the prince looks deeply troubled by his confusing interaction with Ophelia.
Kalyan asks Ophelia if there is any other reason she came to see him today.
The Duchess presents a sealed white envelope with a red wax seal to the prince. A chibi Kalyan examines the letter while Ophelia observes that he was waiting for it.
Kalyan asks if the remaining letter is in the palace, and Ophelia falsely claims ignorance.
The prince's eyes shimmer with a sudden, intense glint of focus as he considers her information.
Ophelia thinks that no amount of searching within the palace will help the prince find it.
Narrative text reveals that the letter is hidden in an unimaginable place beneath a sunlit tree.
Kalyan dismisses her, prompting Ophelia to remark that he hasn't even said thank you yet.
A chibi Kalyan sarcastically offers to kneel, but Ophelia says he shouldn't for such things.
Kalyan admits he wasn't serious, and Ophelia hopes he will sincerely thank her one day.
Smiling brightly, Ophelia bids farewell to His Highness as she prepares to leave the room.
Ophelia laughs as she departs, anticipating the money she will soon collect from her husband.
A white shoe takes a single firm step on the floor as the Duchess leaves.
Kalyan watches her go with a conflicted expression, his cheeks slightly flushed from their interaction.
The scene shifts to the grand and imposing exterior of the Duke of Regent's mansion.
Neil and Liebert excitedly announce to Ophelia that they have found a great project location.
The two men celebrate their success, shouting enthusiastically that they have finally found it.
Ophelia asks to take a look at their findings, her expression softening as she joins them.
Liebert explains he's teaching Neil proper speech by having the boy repeat his exact words.
Neil shows Ophelia a map, causing her to reflect on her funding request from Sylvester.
Ophelia smiles, revealing her secret plan is to build a school for the local children.
Recalling a boy's illiteracy, Ophelia compares it to Fleur's actions in the original story's timeline.
Ophelia resolves to establish the school to help both Liebert and the future swordmaster. Neil and Liebert enthusiastically point to a specific spot on the map for Ophelia's inspection.
Liebert highlights a location near the slums that remains close to the central business region.
Pointing to the map, Ophelia selects a site with enough free space for students to play.
A chibi Liebert nervously wonders if his lady's standards were affected by a past lightning strike.
Ophelia threatens them with lightning black magic, forcing the terrified pair to immediately shout their apologies.
The Duchess proposes placing a statue of the Emperor at the school to demonstrate their respect.
Both Liebert and Neil are left completely stunned and speechless by her controversial and odd suggestion.
Liebert doubts the Lord will permit it, while Ophelia reacts with a surprised, "Oh dear."
Ophelia laughs triumphantly amidst a flowery background, delighted by her plan to manipulate the situation.
Sylvester looms over his wife, demanding to know if she's insane as she calmly sips tea. Sylvester is visibly furious, but Ophelia remains unbothered, noting how truly angry her husband is.
Narrative text notes the Regent family has grown independently and isn't influenced by imperial power.
Silhouetted nobles gossip about the Duke's impressive duty if an emperor statue were erected now.
Sylvester groans that he cannot handle the aftermath of her meeting with the emperor today.
Ophelia sets her teacup down and asks her husband why he would even need to handle it.
Ophelia smiles, suggesting that Sylvester simply needs to show true loyalty to the imperial family.
The Duke is left staring at her in absolute shock, stunned into silence by her words.
Sylvester paces in frustration, thinking that even calling her behavior insane is not enough.
Sylvester asks if she knows the emperor's goal, and she identifies it as strengthening imperial power.
Ophelia explains that the imperial family has been steadily absorbing various noble domains.
The Duchess warns that the imperial family's current polite facade is merely a deceptive political tactic.
Ophelia wonders which family the emperor will target first, leaving Sylvester looking deeply grave and troubled.
Ophelia realizes this question will shake things up as it touches on Sylvester's own secret worries.
Narrative text reveals that even Sylvester had failed to see through the emperor's true hidden intentions.
Sylvester asks if Ophelia suggests the emperor would let his guard down for a small favor.
Sylvester reminds her that she cannot keep pretending and mentions her deal with the second prince.
Sylvester stares intensely at Ophelia, declaring that he is talking about achieving independence from the empire.
Ophelia explains that in the original story, Sylvester supported the second prince specifically to gain independence for his family.
Sylvester clutches his forehead in a state of visible stress, questioning if his wife truly knows what she is doing.
Sylvester paces thoughtfully, realizing that while Ophelia's plan is plausible, the risk of an imperial retaliation is dangerously high.
Grabbing her chin, the Duke demands to know how she obtained such sensitive political information and saw through his plans.
Ophelia closes her eyes, maintaining a calm and composed expression despite the intense pressure from her husband.
Sylvester abruptly turns away and instructs her to proceed with her current plan for the time being.
While the Duke worries that an imperial summons would have been safer, Ophelia remains silently confident in her strategy. Later, Ophelia celebrates at her desk, delighted that the school location is set and her life is finally suffering-free.
Irene rushes into the room with an unexpected letter, sparking confusion as Ophelia wonders who would send her one.
Ophelia looks at herself in the mirror with a surprised expression, trying to guess the identity of the mysterious sender.
A close-up shows a white envelope with a red wax seal and the name Jasmine elegantly written on the front.
Ophelia recalls that Jasmine was the woman present at the scene when Countess Cardell's necklace was famously stolen.
Irene worries that the Duke will be incredibly angry if this woman meets the Duchess without his explicit approval.
A chibi depiction of Sylvester as a brooding little devil highlights his intimidating reputation within the Regent household. Ophelia turns to her maid and directly asks if Irene is not scared of her lately.
Caught off guard by the question, Irene looks flustered and begins to blush while trying to formulate an answer.
Irene offers a bright and sincere smile, causing Ophelia to stare at her in a moment of quiet reflection.
A chibi Ophelia thinks her maid is incredibly cute, while Irene continues to beam with happiness and loyalty.
The scene transitions to a view of lush green leaves against a bright, clear sky outside the estate.
A woman with blue hair stands nervously outside the massive, ornate gates of the Duke of Regent's coastal residence.
Jasmine trembles with anxiety, wanting to flee but knowing she must proceed for the sake of her family.
The sun shines over the imposing white towers of the ducal mansion as the visitor finally enters the grounds. Inside the palace hallway, a maid knocks on a door and announces that Lady Jasmine has officially arrived.
Jasmine steadies her breathing, reminding herself that her family's fate is at stake as Ophelia tells her to enter.
The maid opens the door and the blue-haired woman steps into the Duchess's lavishly decorated reception room.
Jasmine enters the sunlight-filled room looking pale and nervous as she faces the notoriously difficult Duchess.
Sitting regally on a sofa, Ophelia greets her guest with a calm smile and asks if she has come.
The two women sit opposite each other in the grand, high-ceilinged room, creating a tense and formal atmosphere.
Ophelia starts the conversation with a pleasant demeanor, though her sharp eyes carefully observe her guest's every move.
The Duchess bluntly asks what Jasmine needs, causing the girl to jump in shock and begin stammering her response. Internally, Ophelia suspects that Jasmine has an ulterior motive, doubting she would visit just to repay a simple favor. Jasmine stutters in fear, looking completely overwhelmed by the Duchess's presence and her own spiraling anxiety.
Imagining Ophelia as a terrifying snake-like monster, Jasmine decides that honesty is the only way to show her sincerity.
Clutching her dress with trembling hands, the blue-haired girl prepares to confess the true reason for her visit.
Jasmine confesses that her family is in deep trouble because their main source of income, mining, has completely failed. Distraught, she explains that unpaid workers are threatening to storm their manor, leaving her family in a desperate situation.
Jasmine hopes to become a retainer family for the Duke and apologizes for approaching Ophelia with such a dark motive.
Ophelia stands up and walks toward her guest, her long white hair flowing behind her as she moves.
Reaching out, the Duchess gently tilts Jasmine's chin up, forcing the girl to look her directly in the eye.
Ophelia declares that the girl is accepted, delivering the verdict with a confident and satisfied expression. Stunned and speechless, Jasmine gazes at the Duchess in disbelief, unable to process the sudden change in her fortune. Ophelia offers a warm, genuine smile, appearing much kinder than the terrifying rumors about her would suggest.
The Duchess thinks the child is endearing for apologizing even though she has done nothing wrong today.
Ophelia states that she really hates lies, explaining why she appreciated Jasmine's blunt and honest confession.
She promises to speak to her husband about the Smith Viscount family, effectively offering them the Duke's protection.
However, Ophelia adds that if she helps them become retainers, she will eventually need something in return.
A chibi Jasmine shouts that she will give anything, while the Duchess hides a triumphant smirk behind her.
A close-up of Ophelia's smirking face highlights her satisfaction as her plan to gain a new ally succeeds.
Jasmine looks at the Duchess with a mix of shock and gratitude, realizing her family has finally found a savior.
The blue-haired woman addresses the Duchess one last time, her expression filled with a new sense of loyalty.
The Duchess offers a confident smile as she ponders her next calculated move.
Jasmine looks up with interest while a purple-haired chibi character watches in a split panel.
Standing among flowers, the Duchess adjusts her shawl with a serene and satisfied expression.
A grand blue carriage sits parked in front of a stately white building.
Inside the carriage, the Duchess and Jasmine sit facing each other during their journey.
Narrative text explains the Duchess plans to ask Jasmine for an empty mine, recalling it from the original story.
A flashback shows Fleur buying a mine that yielded diamonds, granting her immense wealth.
Looking through the carriage window, the Duchess ponders a choice between herself and Fleur.
Thinking of the mine, the Duchess acknowledges the necessity of the sale, but feels guilty.
The Duchess watches Jasmine as they continue their journey in silence through the city.
A chibi panel shows the Duchess resolving to share profits later and treat Jasmine better. Jasmine recalls a recent encounter and dabs her chest with a flustered expression.
Smiling, the Duchess mentions keeping a letter and using a bookmark whenever she reads. Jasmine thinks about how the Duchess kept the bookmark for a month despite her reputation. Narrative text features Jasmine wondering if the negative rumors about the Duchess were exaggerated.
A close-up reveals the Duchess's serene and calm expression as she looks ahead. Jasmine looks down with a soft smile, appearing relieved and content in the Duchess's company. Jasmine claims rumors of a short temper are nonsense, while the Duchess wonders why people fear her. Chibi versions show the Duchess looking annoyed while Jasmine smiles and thinks about her.
Enthusiastically, Jasmine declares everyone will fall for the Duchess if they see her warm side.
Jasmine vows to clear up misunderstandings while the Duchess asks if that is possible.
Narrative text conveys Jasmine's feeling that with the Duchess's favor, no one will look down on her.
Jasmine firmly states it is her turn to step up and help her benefactor.
The Duchess calls Jasmine an honest child, noting that she is both ambitious and talented.
Chibi versions show Jasmine being excited while the Duchess asks if her reputation can be cleared.
Jasmine promises to create opportunities for the Duchess to shine and prevent future incidents.
The Duchess directly asks Jasmine if she truly believes she did nothing wrong.
Jasmine looks back at the Duchess with a sincere, supportive, and determined gaze.
The Duchess realizes Jasmine truly believes in her and resolves to improve her reputation.
A close-up shows the carriage wheel rolling along the dusty road toward their destination.
A servant announces their arrival, and Jasmine gazes out the carriage window with curiosity. Jasmine looks surprised and impressed as she looks out at the building they have reached.
Delighted, Jasmine identifies the shop and thanks the Duchess for bringing her there.
The Duchess asks if she likes it and expresses her desire for Jasmine to live up to it. A close-up captures a moment of connection as two hands clasp each other warmly.
The two women laugh together joyfully, sharing a moment of genuine friendship. Transitioning to nighttime, the Duchess lies in bed, staring up with a thoughtful expression. Recalling their outing, the Duchess wonders if it was okay to wear something so valuable.
The Duchess tells Jasmine a dress looks good and suggests buying it too.
Reflecting on her new bond, the Duchess thinks having someone of her own is good.
The Duchess laughs, remembering her past life where sickness prevented her from having proper friends.
While the lady wishes the moment could last forever, Irene bursts into the room.
Startled, the Duchess sits up as Irene rushes inside with a dark and intense expression. Crying, the maid asks how her lady could go out with someone else and not her.
The Duchess smiles, thinking the maid is cute for being jealous of her time with Jasmine.
The Duchess explains Jasmine's role in social activities while affirming the maid's importance.
Irene admits she felt like she was losing her lady, who calls her a squirrel. Patting Irene's head, the Duchess hopes to keep ties with her even after leaving.
Irene looks up at her lady with a vulnerable, teary-eyed, and questioning gaze.
Narrative text reveals the Duchess's worry about having nothing after the divorce and Irene's loyalty.
Irene informs the Duchess that the Duke is looking for her and suggests an immediate meeting.
Ophelia reacts with surprise, questioning why her husband is seeking her out at this hour.
The Duchess expects the confrontation, knowing she spent significant funds held in the Duke's name.
Sylvester sits sternly at his desk, noting the excessive amount of money his wife spent today.
Ophelia questions how he learned of her purchases so quickly, since reports usually take much longer.
The Duke offers a knowing smirk, clearly amused by his wife's confusion regarding his information network.
A chibi Ophelia suspects a spy as a shadowy figure observes her from behind a pillar.
Sylvester dismisses her questions, claiming her recent suspicious behavior makes his surveillance efforts entirely justifiable.
When Ophelia demands an explanation, the Duke counters by pointing out her increasingly erratic and secretive activities.
The Duke stands up and walks toward her, his footsteps echoing through the silent, blue-lit study.
Leaning in close, Sylvester questions why everything seems to go perfectly for her despite her inactivity. Grabbing her arm, the Duke presents a formal black envelope and calls it a significant discovery.
Sylvester reveals an imperial summon, announcing that the Emperor has officially requested their presence at court.
Ophelia is startled by the suddenness of the summon, noting the meeting is scheduled for tomorrow.
The Duke warns that the Emperor is monitoring them closely, making a passive response impossible now.
Sylvester stares intensely at Ophelia, ready to do whatever is necessary to protect their family's interests.
Ophelia demands to know his plans, frustrated that he is keeping her in the dark lately.
Sylvester lists her recent odd behaviors, including recruiting new talents and befriending the blue-haired Lady Jasmine.
Tossing her hair, Ophelia explains she only brought Jasmine along to help prepare her social standard.
The Duke remains skeptical, specifically questioning her motives behind gathering talented individuals for her school project.
Ophelia maintains a defiant silence, her gaze fixed elsewhere as she refuses to reveal her secrets.
Sylvester's sharp blue eyes narrow as he carefully analyzes his wife's unexpected and complex transformation.
The Duke declares himself her absolute protector, challenging anyone in the Empire to dare touch her.
Sylvester commands her to stop speaking nonsense, firmly assuring her that he will prevent her death.
Ophelia looks away with a troubled expression, seemingly unconvinced by her husband's protective and intense declaration.
Recalling the original story, Ophelia feels a deep sense of unease regarding her uncertain future. A silhouette of Fleur appears, representing the looming threat and the inevitable declaration of social war.
Overwhelmed by the spiraling political drama, a chibi Ophelia expresses a desperate desire to simply escape.
Ophelia proposes a peaceful divorce, arguing that a clean separation would be beneficial for both parties.
Sylvester looks hurt and confused, questioning why she is so determined to end their marriage now.
Ophelia delivers a crushing blow, stating she wants a divorce simply because she does not love him.
The Duke clenches his fist in silent rage or pain following his wife's blunt emotional rejection.
Sylvester remains speechless, the weight of her words clearly having a profound impact on his composure. Internally, Ophelia struggles with her own feelings, unsure if what she feels is truly love.
Sylvester concludes that her desire for divorce stems from a preference for the crown prince over him.
When Ophelia asks if he is angry, the Duke coldly denies it and orders her to leave.
Ophelia notes his obvious temper as he storms away, leaving her confused by his sudden emotional shift.
The Duke remains brooding while Ophelia decides to depart, annoyed by his difficult and unpredictable personality.
Sylvester stands in the grand hall with his subordinates, preparing for their departure to the imperial palace.
The Duke reflects on Ophelia's sudden personality change and her persistent requests for a formal divorce.
Pacing through the mansion, Sylvester acknowledges her transformation but remains haunted by the unknown cause behind it. Clutching his head, the Duke feels a growing sense of anxiety over the secrets Ophelia is hiding.
A close-up of Sylvester's eye reveals his deep focus and internal turmoil regarding his wife's behavior. Sylvester asks his staff about Ophelia's whereabouts and is informed that she will arrive shortly.
The Duke turns as he senses Ophelia's approach, his expression transitioning from irritation to sudden anticipation.
Ophelia makes a grand entrance, descending
The Duchess glows with elegance, her white hair and vibrant dress creating a striking.
Sylvester is hiding his shock. The Duke sarcastically complains about the wait while the maid watches them curiously.
The powerful couple walks arm in arm through the palace, ready to face the Emperor's summons together.
Ophelia clutches her cheeks, realizing she must be extremely cautious when dealing with Sylvester.
Narrative text details Sylvester Rezin's demonic lineage and his rumored ability to enchant others.
Ophelia suspects Sylvester just attempted to use his manipulation magic to influence her recent actions. The white-haired woman questions if encouraging criminal acts is a core value of his family.
Ophelia reacts with loud frustration, clearly upset by her husband's nonchalant attitude toward her crimes.
Sylvester reminds his wife that he leads the Information Guild while she acknowledges his position.
A close-up of the black-haired man's subtle smirk suggests he is enjoying their tense exchange.
Sylvester reveals a glittering piece of jewelry, much to the shock of the white-haired woman. Ophelia gasps and points at the item, identifying it as her personal belonging.
Sylvester turns away, explaining that his guild considers theft to be a fundamental professional principle.
The black-haired man offers to personally instruct his wife in the techniques of seamless stealing.
Ophelia's pupils shrink in horror as she mentally labels her husband a complete lunatic.
Standing alone, the villainess laments that even her desperate plan of theft has completely failed. Sylvester watches from the doorway, appearing genuinely confused by his wife's increasingly erratic behavior. Ophelia shouts in a fit of rage, demanding to know what will convince him to divorce.
The black-haired man stares back with a blank and unreadable expression as she screams.
Panicked, the white-haired woman covers her mouth as she internally swears at the situation.
Sylvester stands over her, noting that her sudden and aggressive demand for a divorce is strange.
The man leans down, asking for the reasoning behind her unexpected change of heart. Sylvester recounts Ophelia's past vows of eternal loyalty while she frantically tries to retract those statements.
Ophelia grabs her husband's arms, begging him to ignore the past and simply grant her freedom.
Sylvester flatly refuses her request, prompting Ophelia to demand an explanation for his stubbornness.
A close-up of the man's glowing eye highlights his intense and calculating nature during the argument.
Ophelia realizes that Sylvester's vast wealth makes her attempts at financial ruin completely futile.
She acknowledges that her husband is widely considered one of the most handsome men alive.
The white-haired woman looks up at the tall man, feeling dwarfed by his presence and power.
Ophelia bluntly states she does not love him, deciding to take a more direct approach.
Sylvester remains silent, his face showing no emotion in response to her harsh rejection. The black-haired man asks if her desire for a divorce is rooted in her love for the prince.
In a stylized reaction, Ophelia is baffled by how quickly the conversation shifted to the prince.
Sylvester muses that the answer is obvious while Ophelia tries to deny the accusation.
As the man ponders, Ophelia looks on with a mixture of hope and intense nervousness.
Sylvester stands tall, informing his wife that he wishes to propose a formal business deal. The white-haired woman repeats the word with hesitation, unsure of what he will ask next.
Their hands move toward each other, signaling the start of a potentially dangerous agreement.
Sylvester takes her hand and promises a divorce if she seduces the crown prince for him.
Under the cover of night, a carriage speeds toward the grand gates of a distant palace.
Ophelia sits within the coach, looking physically and mentally drained by the night's events. Narrative text warns of an impending collapse as a hand grips the white fabric of a sleeve.
Sylvester, now wearing glasses, asks why she is sighing while Ophelia blames him for her stress.
The white-haired woman looks at her hand, doubting her ability to win over the crown prince.
Sylvester questions if she is trying to save her reputation after her many public outbursts.
Chibi memories show Ophelia stalking the prince through garden bushes while Sylvester mocks her past obsession.
Sylvester recalls her assaulting other noblewomen at the palace while Ophelia sheepishly admits it is true.
The man mentions her brandishing a knife at the prince, causing Ophelia to scream for him to stop.
Traveling in the dark carriage, Ophelia reflects on finally understanding Sylvester's true manipulative intentions.
A transition of swirling darkness and light marks a shift in the narrative's focus. Falling chess pieces represent Sylvester's political support for the second prince over the current heir.
Sylvester stands in silhouette, his hostility toward Crown Prince Callian becoming a central political conflict.
Narrative text explains that Ophelia's arrival and her obsessive love for the prince complicated Sylvester's plans.
Sylvester's gaze sharpens as he stares intensely at his wife's radiant and unexpected transformation.
Ophelia's emerald gown and silver hair create a stunning contrast, leaving everyone in the room breathless.
A wave of shimmering light follows the Duchess, highlighting the overwhelming elegance of her presence. Sylvester blushes and looks away, clearly caught off guard by his wife's sudden, dazzling beauty.
The clear blue sky and bright sun signal the beginning of their high-stakes imperial journey.
A horse-drawn carriage pulls up to the palace, ready to transport the couple to court.
Sylvester and Ophelia sit opposite each other in the quiet carriage, tension lingering between them.
Ophelia notes he has looked angry since yesterday, but Sylvester asks what he even said.
Breaking the heavy silence, Ophelia softly calls out to her husband to get his attention. Sylvester replies that he can hear her and tells her to go ahead and speak.
The Duke firmly insists that he is not annoyed, despite his visibly irritated and stiff expression.
Chibi Ophelia argues that his behavior is the same thing and questions why he is annoyed.
Sylvester remains stubbornly silent, turning his gaze away to avoid his wife's persistent and probing questions.
When Ophelia asks for the cause, Sylvester bluntly states it is because of her, leaving her confused.
Sylvester claims he knows the reason, while Ophelia admits she is asking because she truly doesn't.
Sylvester tells her to keep her mouth shut, leading Ophelia to remark on his nasty personality.
Mocking him, Ophelia says laughing in a fight means he lost and tells him to stop being mad.
Sylvester looks out the window with a distant expression, lost in his own complex internal thoughts.
The Duke finally admits that he simply has a lot on his mind regarding their current situation.
Ophelia looks surprised by his rare admission of vulnerability, her interest clearly piqued by his words.
Sylvester recalls when he received his title, noting the Emperor was the first person his charm failed.
Sylvester remembers the Emperor looking at him with confusion during their first significant and tense encounter.
The Emperor asks what Sylvester expects to get from him without relying on his usual abilities.
Intrigued by the past confrontation, Ophelia asks what Sylvester said in response to the Emperor's challenge.
Sylvester casually reveals that he threatened to take the Emperor's life during their very first meeting.
Chibi Ophelia is stunned, while Sylvester reflects that he believed he was the strongest back then.
Ophelia calls it a miracle he survived, but Sylvester insists he is stronger than she thinks.
Sylvester reminds her he fought monsters in the north and hates being looked down upon by her.
Ophelia realizes this matches the original story, seeing the Duke in a slightly different light.
A dramatic Chibi Ophelia finds it difficult to imagine an intellect-type character using such brutal, raw force.
Sylvester senses her doubt and notes that she still does not seem entirely convinced of his strength.
Ophelia's thoughts drift to the upcoming hunting tournament, an event she knows will be pivotal. The mention of the hunting tournament signals the approach of a major social and political event.
Ophelia recalls that in the original story, Fleur and Callion's romance blossomed during the tournament episode.
A scene from the novel depicts Fleur and the Crown Prince sharing a romantic embrace.
Ophelia realizes that this event marks the moment things truly began to change in the original timeline. Sylvester looks at her with an intense gaze and declares that she must attend the tournament.
The couple walks through the quiet, imposing palace hallways, following a butler toward their official meeting.
Narrative text explains that the palace has one absolute rule: everyone must remain perfectly quiet.
Ophelia notices the eerie silence, noting that not even the sound of the wind is audible here.
Ophelia asks if it's always this way, and Sylvester calls it insane, like the Emperor himself.
Sylvester warns her to watch her tongue, but Ophelia insists her way of speaking is refined.
A butler shushes them with a finger to his lips, sternly commanding the couple to be silent. The heavy atmosphere of the palace looms over them as they approach the center of imperial power.
Standing before a massive set of ornate doors, the butler announces that the doors will now open.
Ophelia thinks that while the Emperor rarely appeared in the story, everyone was deeply conscious of him. As the light from the throne room spills out, Ophelia wonders just how incredible the Emperor is. Stylized text appears against a sparkling backdrop, marking the transition to a new phase of the story.
Ophelia's eye focuses sharply as she prepares herself to face the most powerful man in the Empire.
High-pitched bird chirping echoes through the palace, breaking the heavy silence of the morning.
A small black bird chirps loudly from within its ornate golden cage in the study. The scene reveals a grand, sun-drenched room filled with bird cages and tall bookshelves. Sitting regally at his desk, the Emperor looks up and coldly acknowledges their arrival. Narrative text identifies the blonde, green-eyed man as the Emperor Kazentri Wilhas.
Sylvester and Ophelia bow deeply together, offering a formal greeting to the seated Emperor.
A tense silence follows their greeting as the couple remains in a respectful bow. The Emperor observes them with a subtle, mocking smirk, prolonging the heavy atmosphere. Ophelia feels irritated by the lack of acknowledgement, wondering why he won't respond. Breaking protocol, Sylvester tells Ophelia to stand up without waiting for the Emperor's command. Ophelia is visibly shocked, wondering if her husband or the Emperor just ignored her. Sunlight glimmers off the intricate floral patterns of the Duchess's elegant green gown.
The Emperor offers a wide, confident smirk as the formal audience finally begins.
The Emperor insults Sylvester's marriage while a chibi Ophelia reacts with pure shock.
Gesturing toward the sofa, the Emperor invites them to sit for their discussion. 2 cups of dark tea are served on the table as the meeting proceeds.
Ophelia studies the Emperor's face, noting his appearance is more striking up close.
Overwhelmed by the Emperor's terrifying aura, Ophelia sits trembling while Sylvester remains stoic. Sylvester stares ahead with a calm, unshakable expression during the high-stakes imperial meeting.
The Emperor mockingly asks if Sylvester thought his anticipation for the call was secret.
Sylvester calls the Emperor self-absorbed, while Ophelia internally notes the Duke's cursed mouth.
Sylvester closes his eyes and prepares to deliver a carefully calculated response.
Sylvester reveals that the recent plans were his wife's idea, surprising the Duchess.
The Emperor looks intrigued by this revelation, while Ophelia watches him with deep concern. A light bulb moment occurs for Ophelia, who sees a chance to gain imperial favor.
Looking directly at her, the Emperor questions if she truly devised the entire plan. The intricate details of the Emperor's medals and uniform are highlighted in the sunlight. Ophelia offers a gentle, nervous smile as she prepares to defend her actions. Her determined green eyes reflect her resolve to survive this dangerous political encounter.
The Duchess maintains her composure, resting her gloved hands gracefully on her lap.
A purple-haired character appears in a transitional panel, marking a shift in the scene. The Emperor addresses Ophelia by name, noting her notoriety in many different ways. Taking the remark as a compliment, Ophelia smiles brightly and offers her thanks. The Emperor mentions rumors of her being an evil witch, leaving her sweating nervously. Ophelia assumes the Emperor doesn't believe such rumors given his many important responsibilities. The Emperor stares back with a piercing, unreadable gaze that unnerves the Duchess. A bright yellow bird flies toward the Emperor, drawing his attention for a moment. Petting the bird, the Emperor acknowledges that the notorious evil witch seems to have changed. The Emperor lists her recent deeds and questions what her true motives are.
Ophelia claims he knows best while internally panicking over his terrifying and crazy expression. Ophelia speaks vaguely to avoid conflict since she cannot decipher the Emperor's true thoughts.
Turning to the Duke, the Emperor asks if he is finally pledging his loyalty. Sylvester argues that a public declaration would compromise his role as the aristocratic faction leader.
The Emperor notes that erecting a statue of him would make their cooperation very public.
Sylvester smirks and tells the Emperor that a significant investment is needed for their support.
The Duke explains he needs a reason to justify their cooperation to the other nobles. Sylvester says the statue is a non-issue if refused, while Ophelia realizes their secret alliance. Ophelia cries internally, shocked that Sylvester is now openly fighting with the Emperor.
The Emperor acknowledges the Duke's personality, describing him as both arrogant and cunning.
The Emperor laughs heartily at Sylvester's audacity, leaving a chibi Ophelia completely stunned. Kazentri smirks, thanking the Duchess for taking the lead to avoid a power struggle.
Laughing, Ophelia claims showing loyalty to the Emperor is only natural for a citizen.
The Emperor mentions hearing that she and a woman named Margaret were quite close.
Kazentri notes Margaret's good eye for people while Ophelia's prior noble friendships are acknowledged.
A bird startles Ophelia, prompting the Emperor to remark on her surprisingly cute demeanor.
The Emperor smirks and tells Ophelia he would have paired her with someone else. Sylvester reacts with a sharp, narrowed gaze as the Emperor expresses a sense of regret.
Firmly, the Duke places his hand on Ophelia and declares that she is his wife.
Kazentri mockingly asks if his wife doesn't actually prefer the Crown Prince, Callian.
Sylvester's glare intensifies while Ophelia nervously admits that might have been the case.
Ophelia trembles as a bird rests on her, while Sylvester maintains his cold, silent stare.
Startled, the Duchess exclaims when the colorful bird begins to nuzzle against her cheek.
The Emperor laughs heartily, noting that even his little birds seem to like her. Narrative text confirms Ophelia succeeded in catching the Emperor's eye as she smiles radiantly.
Sylvester watches her with a troubled expression, his frustration clearly visible in his eyes.
The scene shifts to an empty, sunlit palace hallway lined with red curtains.
Walking away, Ophelia notes her husband's silence and asks why he is acting strange.
Ophelia questions why it is so quiet outside compared to the bird-filled room.
Sylvester remains silent, leading Ophelia to wonder why he's acting this way. Nothing ends a tense silence faster than an unexpected pet name like Honey. A close-up captures the Duke's wide-eyed and stunned reaction to her affectionate address. Ophelia notes the Emperor was strange, but Sylvester asks what that makes her. Sylvester questions her for getting caught up with such a strange man like himself. Sylvester notes she claimed he disliked her, yet seemed happy with the Emperor's pairing.
Ophelia explains she only stayed silent because she feared the Emperor might kill her. Ophelia argues that gaining His Majesty's trust is good, but Sylvester remains moody.
Ophelia questions if she really needs to care about his mood right now.
Realizing she spoke her thoughts aloud, a chibi-eared Ophelia quickly apologizes for her slip.
Sylvester smiles slightly, looking at her with a gentle and thoughtful expression. Sylvester pokes Ophelia's forehead, making a remark about the thoughts inside her head. Ophelia remains confused by the sudden shift in events since the previous day. Turning around, Ophelia sees a blonde man in a white uniform approaching them. Ophelia reminds Sylvester of his promise to divorce her if she seduced the Crown Prince. Sylvester remains silent, staring at her with a blank and unreadable expression.
Ophelia demandingly asks if he truly intends to break their established promise.
Sylvester looks down at her, appearing genuinely baffled and unsure of her meaning. Callian shouts at the couple from across the hall, demanding to know why they returned. The blonde man appears shocked and stares intensely at the couple before him.
Ophelia shouts for His Highness not to go as he turns and leaves.
Ophelia calls out to the retreating man, stating they will talk at a later time.
Desperate, Ophelia chases after the Crown Prince, urging him not to run away.
Sylvester watches the scene with a cold and calculating gaze, remaining perfectly still. A bright blue sky filled with soft white clouds stretches out under the sun. Sunlight filters through the high, decorated ceiling of the grand palace hallway.
Callian angrily asks why they have returned, standing before a large window.
Enthusiastically, Ophelia greets the Crown Prince and asks how he has been faring. Looking extremely annoyed, Callian tells her he is fine and demands she leave immediately. Chibi Ophelia notes his aggressive reaction and wonders if something specific caused it. Ophelia asks if he came out specifically to meet with the Countess instead. Looking sweat-dropped and nervous, Callian demands to know how she could possibly know that.
Ophelia asserts her confidence in her own judgment as she speaks with Prince Callian.
Callian reacts with visible distress as Ophelia observes the sting her words have on him.
Ophelia contemplates her next move, deciding whether she should continue teasing the frustrated prince.
Ophelia gleefully announces her successful audience with the Emperor, surrounding herself with a glowing aura.
Callian expresses shock and jealousy over Ophelia's meeting, as the Emperor rarely grants him audiences. Callian accuses Ophelia of intentionally provoking him by flaunting her favor with the Emperor.
Chibi Ophelia maintains a facade of innocence, questioning if she truly appears to be mean-spirited.
Callian bluntly confirms his irritation, while Ophelia responds with a mockingly dainty expression of surprise. Ophelia admits that seeing Kalyan's agitated reactions only fuels her desire to tease him further. Ophelia informs Kalyan that the Emperor has requested her frequent presence at the Imperial Palace.
Chibi Kalyan is left speechless by Ophelia's social victory and her newfound influence at court.
Kalyan suspects foul play, but Ophelia clarifies that the Emperor is immune to her husband's charms.
Chibi Ophelia pauses to reflect on a new thought that has just piqued her interest.
Ophelia questions if Kalyan has been affected by Sylvester's charms, which the prince finds annoying. Chibi Kalyan fumes with silent anger while Ophelia watches him careful. He looks about ready to blow a fuse.
Kalyan urgently orders Ophelia to leave, warning her that Fleur is expected to arrive soon.
Ophelia mocks the prince's anxiety, wondering aloud what they should do about the impending encounter. Fleur approaches in the distance, and Kalyan is startled to see that she has already arrived.
Kalyan stares in shock as he realizes he has been caught in a compromising social situation.
Ophelia boldly links arms with Kalyan, offering a pleasant greeting to Fleur as she arrives.
Fleur is introduced as a countess, her arrival depicted with a sense of high-stakes dramatic tension.
Bold stylized text introduces the next chapter of the unfolding drama between the three nobles.
A transitional background of swirling energy and light signals a shift in the scene's emotional weight.
A high-angle view shows the three characters standing in the palace hallway during their meeting.
Kalyan reacts abruptly to the contact, pulling his arm away from Ophelia's firm and provocative grasp.
Kalyan demandingly tells Ophelia to release him, his voice filled with frustration and social panic.
Kalyan immediately attempts to appease Fleur, claiming that the arm linking was merely a misunderstanding.
Fleur looks down with a sad expression, internally blaming the Duchess for orchestrating the scene.
Fleur tightly grips her purple gown, vowing to herself that she knows what is truly happening. A focused shot of Fleur's mouth captures her taking a breath as she prepares to speak. Fleur offers a stiff greeting, admitting she did not expect to find the Duchess with Kalyan.
Ophelia's eye is shown in a close-up, reflecting her intense focus and lack of intimidation.
Fleur perceives Ophelia's calm demeanor as a sign that the Duchess is underestimating her capabilities.
A close-up of Ophelia's lips reveals a subtle smile as she prepares to counter Fleur's words.
Ophelia explains she was merely conversing with Kalyan, noting their lack of interaction since the estate.
Ophelia asks Fleur about her well-being, prompting a confused and suspicious response from the blonde countess.
Ophelia confronts Fleur about her past actions, questioning how she could sleep after slandering her.
Kalyan looks on with concern, caught in the middle of the thinly veiled hostility.
Fleur is visibly rattled by the directness of the accusation, her composure beginning to falter.
Ophelia reflects on Fleur's efforts to ruin her, noting the Countess is unaware of her secret.
Ophelia recalls a past conversation where she successfully planted seeds of doubt in Kalyan's mind.
Narrative text acknowledges that while Ophelia is often misunderstood, she is now moving with purpose.
Fleur listens intently as Ophelia declares her refusal to tolerate any further false accusations against her. Ophelia resolves to stand her ground, contrasting her current strength with her past history of surrendering.
Fleur maintains her facade, claiming she slept very well and thanking the Duchess for her concern.
Ophelia offers a final chilling warning to the Countess to stay alert for what is coming.
Fleur is stunned by the threat, her eyes widening as the Duchess's words sink in deeply.
Ophelia promises to make Fleur's life so uncomfortable that she will have no room to maneuver.
Kalyan calls out to the Duchess as she prepares to depart, his expression one of bewilderment.
Ophelia offers a final farewell to the prince before walking away with a satisfied and determined stride.
Ophelia asserts her innocence to Sylvester as they walk together through the palace hallways.
Light glimmers across the ornate, geometric patterns of the grand palace ceiling.
The couple walks away while a blonde-haired woman watches them with a stunned expression.
Looking startled, the blonde-haired woman remains frozen as she watches the Duke and Duchess depart. Kalyan stares at the floor in disbelief, letting out a heavy, weary sigh.
Realizing Kalyan is doubting her, the blonde woman breaks into a cold, anxious sweat. The blonde woman stares intensely as she whispers Ophelia's name with a mixture of resentment.
Panicked by the shifting political winds, the blonde woman resolves to act quickly before it's too late.
A black horse-drawn carriage waits outside the sprawling, white-stoned walls of the Imperial Palace.
Sylvester sits inside the carriage, his arms crossed as he contemplates the day's surprising events.
Sylvester's father suggests keeping someone close to Kalyan, which the Duke finds incredibly confusing.
Sylvester admits his surprise that the Emperor took such an unexpected liking to his wife.
Sylvester recalls his original plan to frame Kalyan for seducing Ophelia to ruin his reputation.
Sylvester admits he once considered divorce, but Ophelia suddenly asks if he'll break their agreement.
Ophelia looks visibly distressed, her hands clutching her dress as she fears a broken promise. A close-up captures a subtle movement as the atmosphere inside the carriage grows increasingly heavy.
Sylvester's gaze turns sharp and calculating as he studies Ophelia's panicked and vulnerable reaction.
Looking directly at her, Sylvester bluntly asks Ophelia why she no longer desires a divorce.
Sparkling lights dance across a hazy background, signaling a transition in the emotional scene.
A vibrant collection of covers showcases a variety of stories from the current series list. Standing in the garden, Ophelia enjoys the fresh air while Sylvester watches her from afar.
Sylvester stares intensely from the carriage, prompting a confused chibi Ophelia to question his behavior.
Observing his wife, Sylvester remarks that she seems to be in an exceptionally good mood.
Sylvester asks with a hint of jealousy if meeting the crown prince was really that enjoyable.
Ophelia is genuinely baffled by his question, wondering what exactly is bothering her moody husband.
Ophelia clarifies that her joy stems from embarrassing the Countess, not from seeing the prince. A chibi Ophelia is thrilled by her social victory, while Sylvester remains stoic and grumpy.
Sylvester notes how quickly her mood shifted, watching her with a piercing and unreadable gaze. A soft, rare smile touches Sylvester's lips as he finds his wife's antics strangely endearing.
Chibi Ophelia points out his smile, but Sylvester insists he is only laughing because she's weird.
Ophelia smiles radiantly, noting that since he smiled, it means she successfully cheered him up.
Sylvester's eye is shown in a tight close-up reflecting his deep focus on his wife.
Sylvester thinks about how he is normally unreadable, yet Ophelia always senses his true emotions. A close-up highlights the intricate emerald pendant resting against the Duchess's elegant, lacy gown. Sylvester takes a deliberate step forward, the sound of his shoes echoing in the quiet space.
Leaning in close, Sylvester captures Ophelia's attention by unexpectedly calling her beautiful in a soft voice.
Chibi Ophelia is utterly stunned by the cheesy compliment, her brain seemingly short-circuiting from the cringe.
Ophelia worries that speaking up might annoy him, though she finds his sudden sweetness quite pleasant.
Sylvester gently holds Ophelia's face, admitting that she is indeed pretty as she blushes deeply.
A focused shot captures the moment Sylvester's gloved hand lifts Ophelia's chin to meet his eyes. Looking into her eyes, Sylvester promises to do whatever she wants from this moment forward.
Sylvester tells her to keep his vow of devotion in mind as he maintains his hold.
Ophelia finds his behavior incredibly strange as the carriage passes through the sunny streets of town.
The scene shifts to the interior of a luxurious and sun-drenched room with ornate furniture. Waking up with a long yawn, Ophelia blinks sleepily in a bed that feels unfamiliar.
Ophelia looks around in a daze, her eyes widening as she realizes she is not home. Staring at the ceiling, Ophelia realizes with a jolt that she isn't in her own room.
Panicking, Ophelia sits upright and shouts out to know where she has ended up.
Sylvester's voice calls out from beside her, calmly informing the Duchess that she's in his room.
Sylvester lies relaxed in the bed, hoping she understands why they are waking up together.
Ophelia reacts with absolute horror after waking up to find Sylvester lying right beside her. Sylvester explains he combined their rooms, leaving Ophelia sweating nervously over his sudden, logic-defying decision.
Shocked, the Duchess questions if this was truly his interpretation of doing whatever she wanted. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, Ophelia falls backward onto the bed and screams. Chibi Ophelia indignantly demands to know why he invaded her personal space without asking first.
Desperate to restore order, Ophelia insists that Sylvester return her room to its original state.
Sylvester attempts to pacify his angry wife by offering her a substantial amount of money.
Tempted by the offer, Ophelia immediately begins checking her belongings to ensure nothing is missing.
Ari is praised for her efficiency in moving the trunks into the Duke's grand bedroom. Looking down at the bed, Ophelia asks if this arrangement means they will sleep together. Sylvester offers a confident smirk as he confirms they will indeed be sharing the same bed.
Leaning on his hand, the Duke reminds his blushing wife of their actual status together.
Ophelia looks away shyly, admitting she would prefer their intimacy not to advance any further.
Sylvester laughs off her concern, claiming he was only teasing her to see her reaction. Turning away, the Duke notes they must appear as a real couple to the Crown Prince.
Ophelia suspects Sylvester has hidden motives for the bribe, noting his suspicious and heavy heartbeat.
The Duchess watches her husband quietly, wondering what other plans are hidden behind his calm facade.
Sylvester asks if he will be forgiven if he reveals his true plan to her now.
Ophelia bluntly refuses to forgive him, prompting a chibi Sylvester to keep his secrets to himself.
Admitting it was a joke, the Duke explains the move is primarily to monitor Callion's movements.
Sylvester leans in dangerously close, capturing Ophelia's gaze with a piercing and intensely focused stare.
The Duchess is left completely flustered and blushing by the sudden proximity of her handsome husband.
A close-up captures Sylvester's hand as he gently twines a lock of Ophelia's long hair. Looking into her eyes, the Duke insists they must act like a genuine couple for appearances.
A chibi purple-haired character appears in a transitional panel, marking the end of the morning.
Waking up alone the next day, Ophelia realizes her husband has already left for work.
The Duchess sits up in the massive, ornate bed, noting the room is unexpectedly quiet.
Ophelia assumes Sylvester must be incredibly busy, feeling a slight sense of disappointment at his absence.
A tight close-up of Ophelia's eye reflects her deep contemplation regarding her husband's recent behavior. Chibi Ophelia panics over her own racing heart, wondering why she is acting so strangely lately.
Ophelia questions if she is beginning to view the Duke as someone special in her life.
Sliding into her fluffy white slippers, the Duchess resolves to avoid getting caught in complicated emotions. Standing by the bed, Ophelia decides she must be careful to keep her feelings in check.
The scene shifts as Ophelia walks through the palace, her mind still preoccupied with her husband.
Sunlight filters through a grand window as a question arises regarding a visit to an estate.
Aerie enthusiastically confirms she wants to visit the estate of Count Cadell for a special event.
Sitting on the sofa, Ophelia expresses her doubts about the wisdom of attending the tea party.
Chibi Ophelia grumpily asks if the maid needs to be so blunt about her social standing.
Aerie suggests that bringing a thoughtful gift could help change the Countess's negative opinion of her. Ophelia looks skeptical as the blue-haired maid presents a dark box for her to inspect.
A stunning red jeweled brooch is revealed as a limited edition item that anyone would surely desire.
Aerie admits that she originally wanted to keep the beautiful jewelry for her own collection.
The maid explains that she decided the brooch would be more useful as a political peace offering.
A flashback shows the pink-haired Countess Cadell obsessing over rare items, highlighting her simple-minded nature.
Grinning, Aerie presents the brooch again, certain it is the one item the Countess missed out on.
Ophelia studies the intricate details of the brooch, realizing it truly is a magnificent gift.
The Duchess questions if such a small gesture can really fix the damage of her past.
Aerie's gaze turns sharp as she reminds Ophelia of the specific violent deeds she committed before.
A dark memory depicts the Duchess using her magic to burn the hair of the terrified Countess.
The flashback continues, showing the Duchess delivering a harsh slap to the face of the Countess.
Ophelia recalls a dark memory where she went as far as kicking the defenseless Countess.
Aerie asks Ophelia if she remembers her past actions, but the Duchess denies any recollection.
Aerie promises that this time will be different, as she intends to offer a sincere apology. A hand rests on the ornate box containing the jewelry intended for the Countess's peace offering.
Aerie is confident that the Countess will accept the gift based on her predictable and simple-minded personality.
Ophelia reflects on how pleasant it feels to be surrounded by such flattering and loyal vassals.
Despite the flattering words, a lingering sense of worry begins to trouble the Duchess's thoughts.
Ophelia sits on the sofa, fearing her past transgressions were too severe for a gift to fix.
Aerie offers a subtle and reassuring smile as she prepares to execute her planned investigation. The scene shifts to the Grand Cadell estate as Aerie mentions she is already investigated. Countess Cadell stands in her sunny garden, suddenly surrounded by a group of imposing, rough mercenaries. The lead mercenary addresses the Countess, acknowledging her status as the lady of the house.
Growing impatient, the Countess questions how much longer they are expected to wait for her husband.
The Countess is distressed because the mercenaries barged into her mansion without following proper agency protocols.
In a flashback, the mercenaries confront the butler, demanding proper respect for their group's arrival.
The butler tries to stop the mercenaries as they insist on receiving hospitality from the mistress.
The Countess and her guests are startled as a mercenary's heavy boot interrupts their tea party.
The Countess questions their presence, but the mercenary claims they came specifically to see her instead.
The mercenary expresses his disappointment with the poor treatment his group has received from the household.
Visibly flustered, the Countess asks what exactly she is expected to do to appease the men.
The mercenary gives her a choice to either call the Count or remain with them.
With a sinister grin, the mercenary suggests the Countess should at least provide some visual entertainment.
The tea party guests look on in terror as the mercenaries cast an intimidating shadow over them.
The Countess is filled with indignation, wishing she could order the rude men to shut up.
She considers calling for the guards but hesitates, fearing the mercenaries might violently retaliate against them.
As the Countess despairs for help, an unexpected voice suddenly calls out to ask what is happening.
Ophelia approaches the scene, noting that she could hear their filthy and disgusting words from afar.
The tension in the garden shifts as everyone turns to see the newcomer's sudden and unexpected arrival.
Ophelia stands regally in her flowing white gown, radiating a sense of power and calm authority.
Maintaining her elegant composure, the Duchess prepares to confront the rowdy group of mercenaries.
The lead mercenary stammeringly asks for her identity while the Countess watches in absolute shock. Ophelia looks at the man with a cold, piercing gaze, questioning how he could possibly not know her.
Sunlight filters through the garden canopy as the atmosphere grows heavy with the Duchess's presence.
Walking forward, Ophelia states that only two types of people would fail to recognize her status.
She suggests that he is either a lawless vagabond who does not live as an imperial citizen.
Ophelia bluntly labels him a worthless worm for daring to look down on the House of Reason.
The mercenary trembles as he realizes he is facing the mistress of a notoriously cruel ducal house.
Despite his fear, the mercenary tries to reassure himself that his opponent is just a frail woman.
The man worries that backing down now would cause him to lose face among his fellow mercenaries.
Attempting to maintain his bravado, the mercenary defiantly asks what she expects him to do.
The mercenary mocks her for interfering, questioning if she intends to act as a spokesperson for women.
Ophelia is genuinely appalled by the man's complete lack of manners and his incredible social ignorance.
Ophelia acknowledges that the mercenaries outnumber her and possess a significant physical advantage.
Trusting in her dark powers, Ophelia prepares to unleash her black magic without any hesitation or fear.
Dark energy surges forward, violently seizing the mercenary's throat as the Countess watches in absolute horror. The group is paralyzed with terror, unable to believe that the Duchess is actually wielding magic.
Ophelia effortlessly lifts the screaming mercenary high into the air using a torrent of dark, swirling magic.
Ophelia concludes that the man only dared to behave this way because he underestimated her as a woman.
She notes that the mercenary's arrogance led him to foolishly defy a noble and terrorize the house.
Ophelia coldly considers ending the man's life right there, seeing no reason to show him any mercy.
The pink-haired Countess Cadell is stunned to receive the limited edition jewelry from the Duchess.
Suspicious of the sudden gift, the freckled Countess wonders if Ophelia wants something in return.
Ophelia clarifies the jewelry is a peace offering intended to build a future friendship between them. Watching the Duchess closely, the Countess realizes that Ophelia is fundamentally changing her social behavior.
The Countess resolves to align herself with Ophelia since their husbands are already close allies.
Ophelia looks up with curiosity as someone approaches and calls out to her. Clutching her new gift, the Countess offers a polite and satisfied smile to the Duchess. Dozens of flyers featuring the Duchess's image are distributed throughout the city as a repayment.
A news article declares that the infamous Ophelia Raisin has emerged as a new social hero.
Waking up in the morning, the Duchess lets out a long and tired yawn. Blinking her large green eyes, Ophelia reacts with confusion to something she sees in bed.
The Duchess is shocked to find Sylvester sitting calmly beside her while she wakes up.
Ophelia questions why the Duke hasn't left for work yet while admiring his handsome appearance.
Blushing intensely, the Duchess realizes the conversation has taken a very different turn than expected. Sylvester holds up a document and tells his wife that he found an interesting article.
Ophelia takes the paper from her husband to see what news has been reported about her. A focused view of Ophelia's eye shows her intense concentration as she reads the report. The newspaper recount tells how the ruthless witch rescued the Cadell household from invading mercenaries.
Ophelia stares at the paper in disbelief, processing her new reputation as a city heroine.
Overwhelmed by the news, the Duchess covers her mouth as she continues to read the article.
Sylvester offers a subtle smirk while observing that his wife seems exceptionally pleased with the news.
A glowing Ophelia exclaims that she deserves the praise she is finally receiving from society.
The Duke finds the situation strange, prompting the Duchess to ask what is bothering him. Sylvester notes that Ophelia was previously known as a clumsy sorceress who could only cast curses.
The Duke questions how his wife became powerful enough to defeat trained mercenaries with one hand.
Panicking internally, a chibi Ophelia realizes she might have underestimated the danger of the mercenaries.
Sylvester grabs Ophelia's hand and leans in close with a very serious and intense expression.
The Duchess looks startled and nervous as the Duke stares directly into her eyes.
Sylvester's gaze turns sharp as he asks if she has made a secret contract with demons.
Utterly baffled by the accusation, a chibi Ophelia can only react with a stunned expression. Sylvester demands that his wife tell him the truth instead of trying to lie to him. Ophelia insistently swears that she has not made any kind of dark deal with demons. The Duke remains skeptical, questioning how her magical abilities could have increased so suddenly and drastically. Tilting her head, Ophelia claims that she has always possessed this level of magical strength. Sylvester's piercing blue eyes narrow as he continues to study his wife for any signs of deception.
Sylvester asks if she lost control of her magic, but Ophelia maintains that she was fine.
The Duke informs her that she should expect many job requests following her public display of power.
Sylvester advises her to be selective with requests, but Ophelia laughs at his overly serious attitude.
Sylvester questions if she truly thinks this is just about a single news article.
Sylvester reveals a table overflowing with invitation letters sent to Ophelia after her heroic debut.
Ophelia is deeply moved and touched by the massive influx of positive attention from high society. Sylvester asks if she is happy or uncomfortable and tells her to show both emotions. Trying to comply, the Duchess finds it difficult to balance joy and discomfort on her face. A close-up of the Duke reveals a small, genuine smile forming on his lips.
Sylvester reaches out and places a gentle, comforting hand on top of Ophelia's head.
A chibi Sylvester continues to pat Ophelia's head while she reacts with slight annoyance.
Sylvester asks if this popularity is better than when everyone used to avoid her completely.
Ophelia admits she doesn't know yet, though she finds his sudden physical affection very strange.
Sylvester's eye reflects a moment of quiet pride and focus as he watches his wife.
Offering a rare word of praise, the Duke tells Ophelia that she did a good job. Sylvester notes it is natural for the hostess of the resin house to handle fame. Ophelia admits she feels pleased whenever Sylvester refers to her as his household's hostess.
Adjusting his collar, the Duke instructs Ophelia to attend the upcoming hunting tournament next week.
A detailed shot captures the Duke's luxurious clothing as he prepares for his professional duties. Standing tall, Sylvester exudes confidence and charm while finalizing his impeccable appearance for the day.
Ophelia touches her neck thoughtfully, her gaze drifting as she reflects on her husband's words.
Overwhelmed by her husband's charm, the Duchess blushes deeply and covers her face in embarrassment. Sitting in her carriage, Ophelia expresses her disbelief at receiving an invitation from Countess Cadell.
Ophelia notes that the gathering is specifically for sewing handkerchiefs for the next hunting tournament. A chibi Ophelia and Jasmine discuss the invitation, which was delivered through an unexpected intermediary.
A tight close-up focuses on the Duchess's eye, highlighting the unique flower-like pattern in her pupil.
Ophelia reflects on the newspaper reports, wondering if society's perception of her has truly improved.
The Duchess and Jasmine arrive at the opulent venue, standing beneath grand, glowing crystal chandeliers.
Two noblewomen gossip nervously, worried that Ophelia's use of dark magic remains a terrifying threat.
A chibi Ophelia acknowledges that the guests seem more afraid of her than they were before.
Countess Cadell enthusiastically welcomes the Duchess and Jasmine to her beautifully decorated social gathering. Maintaining her new polite persona, Ophelia offers a sincere thanks to the Countess for her hospitality.
The tea party guests are visibly stunned to hear the notoriously rude Duchess speaking so kindly.
Ophelia privately hopes this social gathering will be the turning point in changing her public reputation.
Walking gracefully through the room, the Duchess's elegant white gown flows around her with every step.
Standing regally, Ophelia presents a picture of grace and poise as she engages with the guests.
Swirling patterns of dark and light energy create a dramatic transition between the story scenes.
A blonde woman sits alone in a luxurious room, intently reading the news about Ophelia.
Glowing with resentment, the blonde lady feels her social position is being threatened by the Duchess.
Looking out her window at night, the blonde woman vows to confront Ophelia at the tournament.
Surrounded by a dark, vengeful energy, the woman plots to humble Ophelia during the hunting event.
The scene shifts between the plotting woman and Ophelia, highlighting the growing tension between the rivals.
A purple-haired chibi character waves cheerfully from a transitional panel as the morning events conclude.
Jumping with excitement, the chibi character marks a playful break in the narrative's intense social drama.
The noblewomen sit around a large table, beginning their embroidery work for the upcoming tournament gifts. Ophelia struggles with her sewing, admitting that the delicate task is difficult for her first attempt.
A purple-haired noblewoman notes that Ophelia has surprisingly refrained from her usual habit of cursing.
The purple-haired guest watches the Duchess with a skeptical look, doubting her sudden change in behavior. Staring intensely at Ophelia, the woman waits for any sign of her old, aggressive personality.
Approaching the Duchess, the purple-haired woman politely offers her assistance with the difficult embroidery work.
Smiling with closed eyes, the woman presents herself while Ophelia wonders about her identity and intent.
Jasmine whispers to the Duchess that the stranger is the only daughter of Marquis Wishal.
A chibi flashback depicts Ophelia attacking Olive Becker, a friend of the woman now offering help.
Maintaining a strained smile, Ophelia senses that Marquis Rishal's daughter harbors deep resentment toward her.
Marquis Rishal's daughter laughs at Ophelia's work, mockingly praising the design as uniquely terrible.
Ophelia humbly explains that she lacks experience and cannot determine if her embroidery is successful.
The purple-haired woman reminds Ophelia that her last attempt at sewing was an absolute mess.
Smugly asserting her superior memory, the woman continues to belittle the Duchess's efforts before the group.
Other guests whisper in the background as they observe the increasingly tense confrontation at the table.
Ophelia realizes the woman is deliberately provoking her to ruin her improved standing in high society.
Countess Cadell looks on with horror, realizing her carefully planned event is descending into social chaos.
The purple-haired woman asks if Ophelia actually plans to gift the ruined handkerchief to the prince.
Staring at the table, the Duchess processes the insult that the prince would surely discard her work.
A close-up highlights Ophelia's elegant accessories as she remains quiet under the weight of the insults.
Marquis Rochelle's daughter stands triumphantly, thinking that no one can truly change their nature overnight.
Angela hopes Ophelia will strike her, believing a physical confrontation will silence the rumors.
Close-up of the Duchess's eye as she calmly dismisses the baiting attempt.
Ophelia remains composed and elegant, her embroidery hoop resting forgotten in her lap.
Angela grows increasingly frustrated and confused by the Duchess's lack of an angry reaction.
Clenching her skirts, Angela shouts that the Crown Prince is actually in love with Countess Fleur.
Standing abruptly, Angela declares the Duchess is merely a nuisance blocking the path of true love.
A heavy silence fills the grand hall as the other tea party guests watch in shock.
Maintaining her poise, Ophelia simply acknowledges that she is already aware of the situation.
The Duchess explains she will keep the sincere handkerchief for herself rather than gifting it. Angela is deeply unsettled by Ophelia's uncharacteristic calmness and wonders why she isn't lashing out. Ophelia's gaze sharpens as she prepares to counter Angela's rude and provocative public comments.
Ophelia notes that Angela seems quite fond of spreading rumors about the Crown Prince's private affairs.
The Duchess suggests that the prince should know about Angela's intense dedication to his romantic life.
Angela realizes she has blundered, knowing the prince hates gossip about his unapproved relationship status.
Terrified of the consequences, Angela drops to a deep bow and begs the Duchess for mercy.
Ophelia looks down at the trembling woman with a cold, victorious smile playing on her lips.
Nearby noblewomen whisper in amazement, noting that the Duchess has truly changed her social tactics.
Jasmine praises Ophelia for her restraint and suggests they gather more intel on Angela Rochelle.
Jasmine insists that such a blatant insult cannot be ignored without some form of strategic retaliation.
Pleased with her maid's initiative, Ophelia agrees that further investigation into the Richel family is wise.
Ophelia watches Angela return to her work, feeling a strong intuition about the woman's family. The Duchess experiences a sudden realization as she recalls specific details from the original story's timeline.
A flashback reveals that Marquis Rochelle was secretly a spy operating within a high diplomatic position.
The dark memory concludes with the total execution and downfall of the entire Richel family line. Ophelia decides she must use this dangerous information to handle Angela's ongoing and disruptive behavior.
A chibi Ophelia gloats about her perfect intuition while a panicked Jasmine reacts with visible distress.
Returning to the palace, Ophelia feels energized and eager to show Sylvester her completed embroidery.
A close-up reveals the Duchess's simplistic and somewhat messy embroidery featuring a sun and clouds.
Ophelia presents the work to her husband, defensively insisting that her effort is not total trash. Sylvester looks at the handkerchief with clear skepticism, questioning if his wife is feeling guilty. Blushing, Ophelia reminds him that she put her heart and best effort into the handmade gift.
A subtle, amused smirk forms on Sylvester's face as he watches his wife's embarrassed reaction.
Sylvester reaches out to take the fabric, admitting it possesses some sentimental value at the very least.
A chibi Sylvester carefully inspects the embroidery, trying to decipher the intent behind the odd shapes.
To Ophelia's horror, chibi Sylvester concludes the blue stitching is meant to represent a small dog.
Sylvester stands over the bed holding the gift while the Duchess sits in a stunned silence.
Ophelia reacts with genuine shock when her husband asks if the gift was intended for him.
The Duchess beams with joy as she confirms the gift was always meant for her husband.
Sylvester looks unusually soft and content while admiring the humble gift Ophelia made for him.
The Duke's expression suddenly shifts back to intense suspicion as he recalls her earlier social plans.
Sylvester demands the truth, asking if the handkerchief was actually intended for the Crown Prince instead. A dark aura surrounds the jealous Duke as he questions why she would gift him leftovers.
Swirling dark energy highlights the rising tension between the couple following his sudden outburst of jealousy.
Ophelia stammers out a confused denial, caught off guard by her husband's unexpected and aggressive interrogation.
Sylvester asserts his dominance, stating he should receive the gift because he is her legal husband.
The Duke looks frustrated as he reminds her that he was the one who suggested seduction.
Growing cold, Sylvester tells her to do as she pleases before turning to leave the room.
Ophelia is left speechless and gasping when Sylvester announces he will sleep elsewhere for the night. Sylvester looks back with a final biting insult, asking if she was always such a mess. A swirling blur of blue and white light marks the abrupt end of the heated confrontation. Narrative text explains the Crown Prince's affair has caused a massive public scandal.
Ophelia realizes Sylvester plans to use the Empire's political instability for personal gain. The woman decides that her chaotic behavior will successfully undermine the prince's authority.
Ophelia questions why her husband is using her as a tool for political manipulation.
Sylvester questions how his wife can shamelessly pursue another man while still married.
The black-haired man suggests she should use her title as Duchess to her advantage.
Ophelia seeks confirmation that her success will result in their long-awaited legal separation.
Sylvester smirks while looking at his wife, expressing his anticipation for her performance. The night sky transitions the scene as the carriage finally reaches its royal destination.
Ophelia marvels at the breathtaking scale and beauty of the real imperial palace.
Sylvester reminds Ophelia of her specific role as they prepare to enter the banquet.
A gloved hand gently adjusts a stray lock of the white-haired woman's hair.
Ophelia reacts with a look of quiet confusion to her husband's sudden intimate gesture.
The couple stands together, their formal attire reflecting the gravity of the social event.
Narrative text notes Sylvester's indifference toward his appearance despite his wife touching his hair.
Ophelia attempts to explain herself while a visible blush creeps across her beautiful face. Sylvester finds his wife's commitment to her villainous persona to be surprisingly charming.
Frustrated by his reaction, Ophelia mentally curses her husband for being so incredibly annoying.
A massive, ornate chandelier illuminates the grand ballroom where the imperial banquet begins.
Noble guests gather within the opulent hall, anticipation filling the air for the evening.
A close-up of Ophelia's shimmering green eyes captures her awe at the luxurious surroundings.
The crowd gasps in admiration as the stunning Duchess makes her grand entrance alone.
Ornate lace and delicate fabric details highlight the incredible craftsmanship of Ophelia's evening gown.
Looking around the room, Ophelia reflects on her impossible transition into this fictional world.
As she moves through the hall, the sound of her footsteps draws everyone's attention.
Nearby nobles whisper insults, comparing Ophelia to a virus and fearing her legendary curse. A man's boots click against the floor as he comments on the woman's audacity. Sensing a powerful presence behind her, Ophelia slowly turns to face the newcomer. A close-up of platinum blonde hair signals the arrival of a major story character.
The man is formally introduced as Kilian von Raisin, the Empire's powerful crown prince.
Ophelia stares in shock, instantly recognizing him as the primary male lead of the novel.
Panicked by his sudden presence, she desperately wonders how to handle this unexpected confrontation.
Narrative text explains the kingdom's cruel law that punishes single women with immediate imprisonment.
In a stylized thought, Ophelia imagines her narrow escape from the clutches of law.
She celebrates her potential freedom while considering the various ways to live independently.
The crown prince stands with his back turned, his cold aura dominating the immediate area.
Ophelia maintains a thoughtful pose while carefully observing the man who holds her fate.
A gloved finger points directly at Ophelia, singling her out in front of everyone.
The white-haired woman's expression turns to one of pure terror at being publicly identified.
Two imposing figures approach Ophelia as she frantically begs them to keep their distance.
Ophelia protests her sudden expulsion, claiming she has not committed any recent villainous acts.
Kilian confronts her about a specific incident from the previous week that she had forgotten.
The prince lists her many offenses, including ambushing his palace and publicly humiliating others.
A mysterious rope-tied package is revealed to have been sent to a local countess.
Ophelia wonders if her previous self sent the package before the soul possession occurred.
A flashback shows dark magic erupting from the box, nearly cursing the unsuspecting recipient.
The crown prince demands to know if she remembers the contents of the cursed box.
The box contained blood-smeared insults, and the crowd immediately identifies Ophelia as the sender.
Caught in a lie, the white-haired woman offers a nervous and highly unconvincing apology.
Kilian stares down at her with a look of absolute loathing and terrifying intensity.
Sylvester declares he will sleep in his office, while Ophelia dismisses the threat as trivial.
Ophelia remains perfectly composed and regal as her husband prepares to storm out of the room.
The Duke lingers by the bed, watching his wife with a mixture of annoyance and hesitation.
Sylvester asks if her nonchalant attitude is truly her only response to his announcement. Ophelia wonders if he expected her to stop him while she continues to look at her embroidery.
The Duchess bluntly tells her husband to leave so she can finally lock her door.
Ophelia questions why her husband is staring at her before telling him to go back.
Declaring his wife truly cold-hearted, Sylvester's footsteps echo as he turns back into the room.
Changing his mind abruptly, the Duke sits on the bed and decides to sleep there till.
A chibi Ophelia reacts with visible irritation as her husband suddenly invades her personal space.
Sylvester reaches out and firmly grabs Ophelia's arm to prevent her from moving away.
The Duchess is startled as her husband pulls her closer with a sudden burst of strength.
Sylvester looms over Ophelia on the bed, his expression softening as their eyes meet.
Blushing intensely, Ophelia looks up at her husband, her composure finally beginning to waver.
The Duke watches her with a steady, intense gaze, his focus entirely on his wife. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on Sylvester's lips as he observes her embarrassed reaction.
Ophelia's hand clutches her husband's shirt as the tension between the two reaches its peak.
Sylvester pulls Ophelia into a tight, protective embrace, resting his head against her shoulder.
Overwhelmed by the sudden physical intimacy, the Duchess's face turns a bright shade of red.
Under a bright full moon, Ophelia wonders how she is supposed to sleep in this situation.
Sunlight bathes the Grand Ducal Palace as a new day begins following their restless night.
At his desk, a weary Sylvester admits to himself that he didn't sleep at all.
Reflecting on the previous evening, the Duke recalls his casual suggestion that they sleep together.
A memory of the two lying in bed shows Sylvester watching over his sleeping wife.
Flustered, Sylvester concludes he cannot focus and should never sleep with Ophelia again.
Neil enters the office and asks for an update on the ongoing school construction project.
Neil explains he looked for the Duchess earlier, but she had already left for the palace.
Sylvester's jealousy flares as he realizes Ophelia has gone to visit the Crown Prince.
Neil notes the prince surprisingly welcomed her visit, much to the Duke's obvious annoyance.
The assistant wonders aloud if the prince is finally starting to reciprocate Ophelia's feelings.
Enraged by the suggestion, Sylvester slams his hand down, snapping his pen in a fit of pique.
The Duke stands abruptly, declaring the idea of the prince liking his wife completely impossible.
Neil is baffled, reminding his master that he originally wanted Ophelia to seduce the prince.
Sylvester remains silent, his expression darkening as he grapples with his own conflicting emotions.
Looking at his master with concern, Neil waits for a response that doesn't come.
A chibi Sylvester grumbles about his frustration, admitting that he no longer understands his own heart.
Adjusting his collar, the Duke asks for confirmation about tomorrow's highly anticipated hunting competition.
Sylvester resolves to prove his martial prowess after recalling Ophelia's past skepticism regarding his abilities. Elsewhere, the Duchess lets out a long yawn as she waits in a palace drawing room.
Ophelia looks exhausted, attributing her lack of sleep to her husband's behavior the previous night.
A chibi flashback shows Ophelia struggling to explain the night's events to a curious Irene.
A close-up highlights Ophelia's unique floral eyes as she focuses on her surroundings. Ophelia notes that the decor in the prince's palace seems surprisingly plain and unrefined.
The Duchess considers bringing up the room's lackluster appearance when the Crown Prince finally arrives.
Ophelia is startled from her thoughts as the Crown Prince makes his grand entrance.
The blonde Crown Prince stands regally, questioning the purpose behind the Duchess's sudden and unexpected visit.
Smiling brightly, Ophelia suggests that the prince should consider changing the vase in the room. The Crown Prince reacts with pure confusion at the Duchess's trivial and unexpected opening remark.
Ophelia points to a simple vase, offering to gift him a much more beautiful replacement.
Suspecting a trap, the prince questions her scheme, while Ophelia claims the room was just dull.
Ophelia tells Callian she knows Fleur's wishes while thinking he keeps the vase for her.
Callian asks if her visit was purely for gossip, but the Duchess denies the claim.
Ophelia maintains a subtle, enigmatic smile while focusing on her conversation with the Crown Prince.
Ophelia offers incriminating information on the Rishel family to the prince, leaving him utterly stunned.
The Duchess makes it clear that her valuable information comes with the price of a favor. Ophelia requests that Callian serve as her official escort for the upcoming Imperial Social Ball.
Maintaining her request, the Duchess waits for the prince's response as a chibi character observes.
Enraged by the request, Callian stands abruptly and questions if the Duchess has lost her mind.
Ophelia calmly offers to withdraw her request if the prince finds the arrangement so distasteful.
The Duchess threatens to inform the Emperor directly, causing Callian to look at her with shock.
Callian clenches his fist while Ophelia wonders if he can truly refuse her calculated offer. The prince realizes he cannot let the Emperor take credit for such a significant political achievement.
Callian reluctantly sits, proposing an alternative arrangement that does not involve him acting as her escort.
Ophelia brightly suggests that the prince grant her the first dance at the upcoming Imperial Ball.
The blonde prince looks physically drained as he grapples with the Duchess's relentless social maneuvering.
Looking down at the table, Callian asks what kind of person the Duchess has truly become.
Blushing with frustration, the Crown Prince asks why Ophelia refuses to finally give up on him.
A chibi Ophelia jokingly suggests she likes him, leaving the stunned prince with an empty expression.
Callian sighs in defeat, calling the Duchess insane as he processes her strange and bold behavior.
Ophelia stands amidst a floral background, presenting herself with unparalleled beauty and regal social grace.
Callian orders her to leave if she intends to continue speaking such absolute and frustrating nonsense.
Ophelia insists she will only depart once she receives a definitive answer to her dance request.
A close-up captures the prince's internal conflict as he remains silent under his wife's steady gaze. Relenting to her terms, Callian agrees to have the first dance with Ophelia at the ball.
Ophelia hides a clever smile as she achieves her goal of securing a dance with Callian.
The prince watches her leave, signaling the end of their conversation with a curt, singular word.
Walking away, Ophelia anticipates the upcoming event where she plans to publicly humiliate her rival, Fleur.
A stylized title card marks a transition in the narrative as the scene shift begins.
Ophelia walks through the opulent palace halls, her footsteps echoing as she prepares to depart. Humming happily, the Duchess enjoys her victory while continuing her walk through the grand royal corridor. Ophelia stops suddenly when she hears someone calling out her title from the shadows nearby. An elderly woman and Fleur appear, their presence surprising the Duchess during her exit from the palace.
Annoyed by the encounter, Ophelia assumes they are visiting Callian and feels her mood souring.
The elderly woman greets the Duchess, who silently laments the unfortunate timing of this social meeting. With a sharp look, the older woman asks what purpose brought Ophelia to the prince's palace.
Ophelia confirms her visit with the prince, while secretly questioning if an explanation is even necessary.
Fleur suggests that the prince values privacy while her companion looks on with visible and growing irritation.
The older woman shouts an insult at the Duchess, who remains calm despite the public confrontation.
Ophelia asserts that she and the prince share no secrets, much to the shock of her rivals.
Fleur mockingly suggests Ophelia ask the prince herself, while the Duchess senses a deliberate verbal trap. Fleur claims she knows all of Callian's secrets, prompting Ophelia to question the truth of that statement. Ophelia reveals the prince's promise to have the first dance with her, leaving Fleur completely speechless. The Duchess glows with satisfaction after successfully unsettling her rival with news of the promised dance. Fleur looks down in distress, her composure shattered by Ophelia's unexpected and triumphant social reveal.
The companion rages at Ophelia's claims, but the Duchess calmly invites them to verify with Callian.
A chibi Ophelia gloats that neither Fleur nor her companion have any right to question Callian.
Ophelia realizes Fleur cannot ask the prince without damaging the fragile public image she carefully built.
The Duchess thinks that Fleur is now trapped, forced to wait for an explanation that may never come.
Ophelia's elegant gown swishes as she turns to walk away from the stunned and defeated pair.
Ophelia announces her excitement for the ball while Fleur and her companion watch her walk away.
Ophelia walks through the palace halls while a blonde woman watches her with intense scrutiny.
Ophelia pauses and glances back with a cold, determined look, radiating a sense of power.
Soft blue leaves against a white background create a calm transitional moment in the story. In his sunlit office, Sylvester remains focused on his work while Neil waits nearby.
A close-up shows Sylvester pausing his writing as a sudden realization halts his pen.
Seen through the window, the Duke sits amidst stacks of paperwork in his quiet study.
Sylvester orders Neil to fetch Ophelia from the palace, prompting a confused reaction from his aide.
The Duke reacts with shock when Neil explains that Ophelia has already returned home. A decorative panel marks a brief transition as the scene shifts to the private quarters. Sylvester enters the room and calls for Ophelia, who acknowledges him from the sofa.
A chibi flashback shows Ophelia working diligently on a project before the evening moon rose.
The chibi couple engages in a lively discussion as Ophelia explains her recent activities.
Sylvester questions his wife's recent actions while she suggests she was preparing something for him.
Ophelia holds out a folded white fabric, presenting a mysterious gift to her curious husband.
Sylvester takes the white handkerchief, his gloved hand trembling slightly with a hint of surprise.
Ophelia watches her husband with an expectant expression, hoping he appreciates her unexpected gesture.
A close-up highlights Sylvester's elegant attire as he stares intently at the handmade gift. Sylvester remains speechless, his usual composure wavering as he processes the sincerity of the gift.
Ophelia asks if her husband is feeling unwell after seeing his uncharacteristically stunned expression.
Sylvester looks away with a slight blush, struggling to articulate his overwhelming sense of joy. Admiring his wife, Sylvester admits his happiness and gently places a hand on her head. With a rare, genuine smile, the Duke thanks Ophelia for the thoughtful and personal gift. Ophelia looks up at her husband in confusion, baffled by his sudden and uncharacteristic warmth.
A cheerful purple-haired chibi character announces the arrival of the highly anticipated hunting competition.
Ophelia prepares for the busy day, planning to manage both the prince and her rival.
Standing by the carriage, Ophelia expresses her surprise that Sylvester is not there to depart.
The Duchess continues to question Neil about her husband's whereabouts before the grand event begins.
Neil reassures Ophelia that the Duke went ahead to prepare and will arrive shortly.
Ophelia focuses on the distance, noticing a figure approaching as she waits at the carriage.
Bright sunlight filters through the trees, setting the stage for the prestigious outdoor competition.
Sylvester arrives majestically on horseback, looking every bit the powerful and capable high-ranking nobleman.
The Duke dismounts with practiced grace, his boots hitting the ground with a firm thud. Sylvester greets his wife, playfully asking if she remained behind specifically to wait for him.
The atmosphere turns romantic as Sylvester touches Ophelia's chin, causing her to blush intensely.
Flustered by his charms, Ophelia agrees to head inside to escape the morning chill.
Ophelia tells herself to stay focused, determined not to let Sylvester's handsomeness distract her today.
The grand architecture of the palace serves as the backdrop for the day's important social maneuvers.
Tents are pitched across the lush green field as nobles gather for the hunting event.
Knights stand guard near the encampment while the narrative emphasizes the event's high political stakes.
Swirling blue energy appears near the carriage, signaling a magical arrival at the competition grounds.
A close-up shows Ophelia's elegant gown as she takes a confident step onto the grass. Walking with her husband, Ophelia resolves to ruin the current narrative and protect her interests. Ophelia glances at Sylvester with a nervous sweat, feeling the tension of their public appearance. The Duchess feels increasingly awkward as she notices her husband's hand reaching toward her own.
Sylvester firmly interlocks his fingers with Ophelia's, asserting his presence and their connection publicly.
The Duke looks down at Ophelia with a smug grin, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction.
Ophelia demands that he let go of her hand, but her husband refuses to comply.
Sylvester stares at his wife with a steady gaze, ignoring her protests with calm confidence.
Sylvester argues that holding hands is minor compared to the fact that they sleep together.
Ophelia scolds him for being scandalous while Sylvester remains unbothered by her embarrassed reaction.
Sylvester warns Ophelia that he will become truly angry if she speaks like that to the prince.
Amidst the lush forest, Ophelia worries whether the crown prince will accept her handmade handkerchief gift.
Suddenly, a gloved hand reaches out and presses a finger against Ophelia's lips to silence her.
Sylvester gazes at his wife with a confident and slightly amused expression during their private moment.
Ophelia finds it hypocritical that her husband demands seduction while simultaneously acting so possessive and jealous. Blushing furiously, the Duchess reacts with shock as Irene calls out to her from the distance.
Standing near the carriage, Sylvester places a hand on his wife's head in a surprisingly tender gesture.
The Duke casts a lingering, knowing look back at Ophelia as the morning sun shines brightly.
Ophelia stands alone for a moment, looking radiant in her elegant green gown and floral accessories.
Touching her lips, the Duchess wonders why she is reacting so strongly to her husband's presence.
Ophelia concludes that her racing heart is simply a reaction to Sylvester's overwhelming and undeniable handsomeness.
When Irene checks on her, Ophelia laughs off her internal turmoil and insists that nothing is wrong.
The Duchess resolves to stop overthinking and keep her focus entirely on the day's political goals.
Spotting the crown prince looking weary near a tent, Ophelia prepares to initiate her next calculated move. The bright, clear sky over the palace grounds signals a transition as the event finally begins.
Elsewhere, the blonde crown prince walks along the serene lakefront with Fleur following closely behind him. Kalyan warns Fleur about potential monsters ahead, but she cheerfully assures him that she is not worried.
The prince appears deep in thought, his expression revealing a subtle sense of discomfort or internal conflict.
To Fleur's surprise, the crown prince kneels before her and produces the messy handkerchief Ophelia had made.
Fleur gazes down at the prince with a shocked and bewildered expression, caught off guard by him.
When Fleur asks about the item, the prince looks flustered and avoids eye contact with his companion.
Kalyan dismissively claims the handkerchief was merely something a servant packed for him to use during hunting.
Standing up quickly, the prince suggests they head to the competition grounds before the main event begins. Kalyan looks back at Fleur one last time, his face showing a trace of lingering guilt or anxiety. Fleur smiles brightly and requests that the prince go ahead of her while she stays behind briefly.
Other noble hunters depart into the woods, leaving the women to socialize amongst the decorated event tents.
Ophelia questions Irene about Fleur's location, wondering if her rival has already entered the dangerous forest area.
The Duchess finally spots Fleur standing with a group of other ladies near the main encampment area.
Ophelia and Irene approach the group, confirming Fleur's presence amidst the gathering of high-ranking noble socialites.
Fleur welcomes the Duchess with a beaming smile, claiming she has arrived at the perfect social moment.
The blonde woman explains she was just trying out a bottle of perfume she recently received.
Fleur holds out the small bottle and asks if the Duchess would like to sample the fragrance herself.
A close-up shows the ornate purple bottle resting in Fleur's hands as she offers it to Ophelia.
Feeling a sense of unease, Ophelia begins to decline the offer while backing away from the scent.
The glass bottle suddenly shatters on the grass, releasing a massive burst of bright and mysterious light.
Thick purple smoke swirls around Ophelia's feet as the strange liquid from the bottle begins to evaporate. The surrounding women look on with concern, asking the Duchess if she is all right following the sudden accident.
Covering her nose and mouth, Ophelia insists she is fine while struggling against the intense, overwhelming aroma. The Duchess feels her senses reeling, wondering why the perfume's scent is so unnaturally strong and suffocating.
Ophelia decides to endure the unfair situation and silently bow her head for now. Kalyan warns the Duchess never to approach the Countess again or he will not be lenient. The white-haired woman agrees to keep her distance, much to the Crown Prince's visible surprise.
Kalyan shouts at the guests, demanding they never acknowledge or greet the villainess ever again.
Ophelia finds the prince's excessive fussing annoying and asks him to relay her message to the Countess.
A tense silence follows as the Crown Prince prepares his next harsh verbal assault against her.
Kalyan yells for her to leave while Ophelia is frustrated by his predictable, repetitive choice of words.
The prince orders the royal guard to immediately expel the wretched villainess from the grand ballroom.
A firm hand reaches out to touch Ophelia's white hair, interrupting the prince's hostile command.
Sylvester appears in a flurry of blue roses, standing protectively behind his wife with a smirk.
Kalyan's eyes widen as he recognizes the powerful Duke Sylvester Rezin intervening in the public confrontation. Sylvester points out the lack of evidence, questioning if the sender of the curse was truly confirmed.
The atmosphere shifts as the black-haired man takes a decisive step forward to challenge the prince.
Sylvester demands the prince stop treating his wife recklessly, reminding the room that she is a duchess.
Ophelia gazes at her husband in complete disbelief as he continues to defend her reputation publicly.
A subtle, mocking smile plays on the lips of the man as the power dynamic shifts.
The prince mockingly asks if the Duchess really requested a divorce from the Duke as rumored. Ophelia panics, desperately wondering how the Crown Prince learned about her private request for a divorce. Kalyan strikes a smug, sparkling pose while Sylvester and Ophelia watch him with growing annoyance.
Ophelia is disgusted by the male lead's childish behavior, mentally begging him to stop shrugging so smugly.
Desperate to end the public scene, the white-haired woman urges her husband to return to their seats.
Sylvester flatly refuses to grant a divorce, declaring that his deep love for his wife is absolute.
The Duke reaffirms his refusal, stating that his affection for her prevents any possibility of a separation.
Kalyan is left completely speechless and pale following the Duke's sudden and intense public confession. A massive blush spreads across Ophelia's face as she reacts to her husband's unexpected romantic declaration.
The couple stands alone on the red carpet while the surrounding nobles whisper in shocked excitement.
Narrative text notes the irony of the romantic moment given the Duchess's reputation as a wicked woman. In a chibi style, Ophelia is frozen in shock while Sylvester maintains a cool and collected expression.
Sylvester gives a charming wink, clearly enjoying the chaos he has caused with his public performance.
Ophelia is mentally screaming in terror as she struggles to process the night's absurd turn of events.
A close-up of the elegant gown captures the tension as the Duchess grips the fabric tightly.
Sylvester sits on a sofa with another noble who recognizes Ophelia as the Duchess of Regen.
The black-haired man pulls his wife away, claiming she has an overwhelming desire to be with him. The noblemen laugh, assuming the couple is in a honeymoon phase despite the rumors of their discord. Sylvester thanks Ophelia for the perfect timing as they walk away from the bothersome social interaction.
A radiant light fills the scene as the narrative transitions to a more private setting.
The couple arrives on a moonlit balcony, the cool air providing a temporary escape from the banquet.
Ophelia slams her hand against the wall, demanding to know why he acted that way before Colleen.
Sylvester acts confused while Ophelia reminds him that he publicly claimed to love her earlier tonight.
The Duke explains his strategy, claiming his behavior was designed to spark the Crown Prince's interest.
He suggests that her apparent dislike of him will make the prince pay her more attention.
Ophelia asks for confirmation that the entire romantic charade was just another part of his plans. A close-up reveals Ophelia's gritted teeth as she seethes with frustration over her husband's manipulation. The white-haired woman calls the situation incredibly unlucky while Sylvester looks back with a blank expression.
Ophelia demands a heads-up next time because the constant whispering from the nobles is unbearable.
Chibi memories show Ophelia assaulting a noblewoman while Sylvester watches with an amused crossed arm stance.
Callian yells that the mere sight of Ophelia's shadow used to make him shudder in absolute disgust. Shouting with indignation, Ophelia reacts to the memory of her predecessor's horrifying and villainous behavior. A gloved hand gently lifts Ophelia's chin as the moonlight illuminates her beautiful, frustrated face. Sylvester looks down with an intense gaze, calling his wife the most beautiful woman on the continent. Sylvester's gaze intensifies as he captures Ophelia's chin with a gloved hand.
Soft rose petals surround her as a romantic atmosphere descends upon the balcony.
Ophelia notes that her husband appears to be shining with an otherworldly radiance.
Sylvester holds his wife close, his presence overwhelming her as they stand together.
Ophelia clutches her chest, wondering if Sylvester is using his manipulation magic again.
Sylvester mocks Ophelia's talent for self-objectification while she sharply orders him to be quiet.
Standing alone under the stars, Ophelia prepares herself for the difficult task ahead.
Sylvester formally agrees to the deal, his eyes fixed on his wife's resolute figure.
The white-haired woman determines that she must find a way to charm the Crown Prince.
Sylvester demands an additional condition for the divorce, catching Ophelia completely off guard.
The Duke proposes that he be paid whenever the Crown Prince shows her affection.
Sylvester looks on with bewilderment as a golden coin floats before his confused face.
Ophelia's eyes sparkle with greed as she enthusiastically agrees that money is indeed essential.
She suggests handling other negotiations later, focusing her excitement on the current financial arrangement.
The white-haired woman claps her hands in delight, clearly invigorated by the new plan.
The couple continues their discussion in the hall, their alliance becoming more formal.
Flower petals drift around Sylvester's boots as he takes a step toward his wife.
Sylvester smirks and accepts her terms, seemingly amused by her sudden change in demeanor.
Chibi Ophelia catches a gold coin as Sylvester insists on an immediate initial deposit.
Hope and excitement reflect in Ophelia's wide eyes as she considers her future wealth. A gleaming gold coin bearing the imperial crest symbolizes their newly formed business contract.
Ophelia bows with exaggerated grace, accepting the Duke's payment with a playful, devious smile.
Ophelia skips away in high spirits while Sylvester watches her with a lingering smirk.
The Duke acknowledges that his wife is truly one of the most unique individuals alive.
Sylvester whispers a dark warning, reminding her that every favor demands an equal return. His expression turns predatory as he threatens dire consequences if she fails her end. A sharp, dangerous smile crosses Sylvester's face, revealing the true nature of his lineage. Disturbed by his intensity, Ophelia quickly moves away to regain her composure and focus.
The scene shifts back to the imperial palace as night deepens over the grand spires.
Ophelia lies awake in her massive bed, reflecting on the night's bizarre and dangerous events. Staring at the canopy, she realizes the precariousness of her position in this fictional world. She considers the prince's current hatred for her and how difficult her mission will be. Ophelia fears that failure might result in her execution rather than just a simple divorce.
Ophelia reflects on her strategy to replace the traditional role of the story's female lead.
Memories of the novel show the prince proposing to Fleur, sparking their legendary romance.
Their hands join together as narrative text describes the growth of their fated love. Ophelia yawns and decides to hijack the female lead's role to ensure her own survival.
Closing her eyes, she settles on a plan to alter the course of the novel.
A dark transition filled with skeletal figures marks the end of the current narrative segment.
The series title card appears, signaling a shift to a new day and a new chapter.
Bright morning light floods through the palace windows as the next day officially begins.
Ophelia enjoys breakfast while her maid, Irene, stands by to assist with her morning routine.
Putting down her teacup, Ophelia asks about a specific invitation from the prominent Cardell household.
Irene reacts with total shock, confused why her mistress would suddenly seek an invitation there.
Narrative text explains the Cardell family's importance and their secret history with the former empress.
A flashback reveals the empress writing a secret letter intended for her son, the prince. Ophelia plans to find the hidden letter and use it to gain the prince's favor. Chibi Ophelia laughs mischievously about her plan while Irene watches with growing concern and doubt.
The maid questions Ophelia's confidence, reminding her that her reputation is currently at its lowest.
Ophelia sits calmly, acknowledging that her poor relationship with the Countess is another hurdle to overcome. Irene notes that the Duchess previously claimed she never needed an invitation to enter any home.
Chibi memories show Ophelia ordering her maid to burn every invitation she received from noble families.
Ophelia realizes her past arrogance has left her without any formal way to attend social gatherings.
Memories show Ophelia spilled water on Countess Cardell, resulting in a severe and lasting social grudge.
Irene questions her mistress's intentions, surprised that Ophelia now wishes to visit the Cardell family estate. The white-haired woman decides to go without an invitation, relying on her notorious reputation for entry. The afternoon sun shines brightly over the grand and imposing structure of the Cardell family mansion. Noblewomen gather in the garden, showering the Countess with praise for her husband's expensive jewelry gift.
A heart-shaped ruby necklace reflects the bright sunlight, symbolizing the Countess's perceived high social standing.
Countess Cardell hides a smug smile behind her fan while enjoying the excessive flattery from guests.
The guests express envy, noting how well the Count and his wife get along with each other. The Countess smugly agrees that she is the most beautiful woman in her husband's devoted eyes. Guests continue to praise the Countess, calling her the most beautiful person in the entire empire. Internally, the pink-haired woman notes that these voices of adoration are exactly why she hosts parties. The Countess notices a blue-haired noblewoman sitting silently and failing to offer the expected social praise. Narrative text explains the blue-haired woman's family is on the brink of complete social ruin.
Countess Cardell decides to teach the silent woman a lesson for her perceived lack of gratitude.
The noblewomen are suddenly startled as someone approaches their tea table from the garden path.
A guest alerts the others to look behind them as an uninvited person joins the party.
Countess Cardell turns around with a look of pure terror as she recognizes the intruder's face.
Ophelia makes a grand entrance, greeting the group with a calm and perfectly practiced noble smile.
Stuttering in fear, the pink-haired woman asks what the terrifying Duchess is doing at her private tea party.
Ophelia reflects on how her predecessor's shameless audacity is proving to be a useful social tool.
Irene recalls her mistress claiming she didn't need a formal invitation to walk into any mansion.
Ophelia stands tall in the garden, her presence and ornate blue dress completely dominating the social scene.
The Countess is visibly shaken by the presence of the woman who once publicly humiliated her.
The Duchess remains poised, her calm demeanor contrasting with the frantic and sweating reaction of the Countess.
Ophelia internally admits she is extremely nervous while facing this group of hostile and judgmental nobles. Narrative text compares the difficulty of managing noble social politics to dealing with her manipulative husband.
Ophelia breaks the silence by asking for tea, noting the awkwardness of the current situation.
Countess Cardell is speechless and affronted by the Duchess's incredibly bold request for a seat.
Internally, the pink-haired woman tells herself to stay sharp and remain focused within her own home. Standing her ground, the Countess questions why Ophelia has come to her party without being invited. The pink-haired woman points to the full table, claiming there are no spare seats for the Duchess. The Countess internally demands that Ophelia read the room and leave the estate immediately without fuss. The blue-haired noblewoman looks up in shock as Ophelia continues to defy the local social rules.
Panic ensues among the guests as Ophelia makes a move that contradicts the Countess's dismissal.
A close-up highlights the brilliant blue gemstone necklace worn by Ophelia as she maintains her pleasant expression.
The Duchess radiates an otherworldly beauty that leaves the surrounding noblewomen completely awestruck and silent.
Ophelia offers a kind word to the blue-haired woman, who reacts with a visible and deep blush.
Countess Cardell yells at the guests for acknowledging the Duchess, calling them fools for their behavior.
The pink-haired woman's angry shouting echoes through the gardens as she loses control of the party.
Sylvester watches the scene from behind a glass window, his expression cold and deeply calculating.
Sunlight filters through the trees as Ophelia stands triumphantly before the stunned group of seated noblewomen.
Sylvester recalls his wife's previous intense dislike for the Cardell family while observing the scene below.
An assistant asks if the Duke is all right after noticing his intense fixation on the garden party. The assistant screams in shock after realizing the Duchess is currently confronting the Countess in the garden.
Duke Sylvester asks if there is a problem while his assistant offers a frantic and nervous explanation.
The black-haired man notes the irony of the situation, realizing the Countess never actually sent an invitation.
Sylvester's focus remains on his wife as he ponders the hidden motives behind her sudden social visit.
The Duke continues to observe from the shadows, intrigued by Ophelia's newfound and incredibly bold behavior.